Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum to everyone. Welcome to the last day of ICISEF 2021. Today we have 4 sessions and a keynote speech and a panel. The session will be chaired by Dr. Erhan Akkaş. Dr. Erhan is currently a lecturer in Ağrı İbrahim Çeçen University. The floor is yours, Dr. Erhan. Dr. Erhan, can you hear me?
Now, thank you very much, Ismail Hocam, for this great introduction in the morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
The sound is clear.
Assalamu alaikum and good morning to all. Welcome to ICISEF conference today. We have 4 distinguished presenters to talk about sukuk. Our first presenter is Retno Vidyanti from Braunschweig University. Vidyanti is going to talk about logistic regression and analysis in revealing probability of Indonesian Muslim communities, understanding about the cash wakaf linked sukuk. Dear Vidyanti, you have 20 minutes for your presentation. Mic is yours. Dear Vidyanti, can you hear me? And are you around? I guess dear Vidyanti is not around. Let me move to second presentation. Then if he's around, we can move the first section again. So our second presenter is Jittia Amali from University of Indonesia. Are you here, dear Amalia?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, so I can introduce you. Amalia is going to talk about the impact of sukuk market development on the profitability of conventional and Islamic banks. And dear Amalia, you have 20 minutes for your presentation. Screen is yours.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
All right. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and good morning, everyone. My name is Jiria Amali. I am a graduate student from Management Finance, Universitas Indonesia. It is such an honor to be able to join ICISEF 2021. In this opportunity, I will present about my empirical study paper with the title of The Impact of Sukuk Market Development on the Profitability of Conventional and Islamic Bank. Next, this is the overall content for this presentation, which I divided into 5 chapters, such as introductions, literature review, material and methods, result and discussions, and also conclusions. Okay, first we'll talk about the background for this paper. According to Islamic Financial Principle, Institution and Development paper written by Mr. Asutai in 2015, the main characteristic of Islamic finance lies in its compliance with Islamic law, which will cover the prohibitions on the interest, gambling, speculations of uncertainty, excessive essentials, of profit and loss sharing, and also the risk sharing financing. This regulation impact the operations of organization, lead into the development of alternative financial tools to meet Islamic law and provide the liquidity and mobility for the resources. This development is an effort to satisfy many parties, including Islamic lawmakers, governments, companies, and also financial entities. And the first sukuk was issued in 1988 after the Council of the Islamic Jurisprudence Academy. And since that moment, the sukuk market expands beyond our expectations. And the innovation has changed the dynamic of the Islamic capital market, and it has become an acceptable Islamic financial structure. Now, not only in majority Islamic population country, sukuk also start developing in majority non-Muslim countries such as Japan, Singapore, UK, and United States. Now, for the next one, the sukuk market has grown beyond our expectation, as we know, and it has successfully attracted global investment from Europe and North America. This growth has led to a rapid increase in the issuance of sukuk status as institutions respond to meet the needs of investors. With the population of sukuk, both Muslim and non-Muslim countries are competing to become Islamic financial hubs. The spread of sukuk in various countries has transformed sukuk from the unknown financial vehicle into a well-established instrument. It has entered a global asset class that supports the development with the participations of various sukuk issuers and investors, regardless of the religion orientation. Now we're talking about here is the research questions. We have 4 research questions. First is, will the development of the sukuk market have a negative impact on the bank sector as a whole? Second, does the development of the sukuk market have a negative influence on on Islamic and conventional banks separately? The third one is, what is the difference in the impact of sukuk issued in countries with Muslim and non-Muslim majority population on the bank profitability? And the last one, is there any difference in the impact of international sukuk issued on the country that issued both type of sukuk and only country who issued international sukuk? Now we have the literature review. Basically, the literature review here is consists of the recent or previous studies about the related stuffs. The first research here is the first research title is Financial Structures and Bank Profitability. And this research taken from 44 developed and developing countries sample. This research proves empirically that banks have higher profits and margin in less developed financial market system. When controlling for financial development, the relative development of bank versus market has no independent effect on bank profitability or margins. And second one is for the sukuk banking system and financial market, which are rivals or complements. And this study finds that sukuk and bank financing are substitute. Many sukuk are issued in countries with market-based economic. This study also finds that the global financial crisis in 2008 had a positive effect or positive impact on the development of sukuk market. I also have 2 more relative paper, but because we have a limited time, so I'll just skip this one. Okay, now for the sample in this research, we use sample from 15 countries, including Bahrain, Indonesia, UK, Germany, Jordan, Kuwait, Malaysia, Oman, Pakistan, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Senegal, Sudan, Turkey, and United Emirates Arab. For the total samples collected is 416 banks from 15 countries. Now we're talking about the independent and dependent variables. From the dependent variable, we have the bank performance measured by the net interest margin and the return on asset for the robustness check. And for the independent variable, we have Sukuk market development, which we coded by SMD, and we measured by the Sukuk market capitalization divided by the GDP. Next slide is about the control variable, which we divided into bank-specific factor and country-specific factor. Also, in this research, our hypothesis is the development of Sukuk market have negatively affect the bank performance. Now we have our model specification. Actually, this one is the main research model, but to answer all the questions, I modified this model using dummy variables, for example, to know the influence, to know the impact of the development of Sukuk market on the performance of conventional banks and Islamic banks separately. I used the dummy variables here. So basically the modification model are just to provide the answer for the research questions. And also in this research, we use system generalized methods of movement developed by Arellano and in 1995. The GMM system produced an estimate that combines the standard equation in the first difference with an instrument of suitable length variables and additional equation with the instrument formed by the leg in the first difference. The estimate generated by the GMM system complements the shortcoming on the first difference GMM, namely overcoming the bias from dynamic panel data and the potential for the endogeneity of regressor. The GMM also consists of two systems, one-step system GMM and second-step system GMM. According to Winemaker, the results of the two-step GMM system estimator are more efficient because they use the residual value of one-step estimate. In addition, the two-step GMM system can also correct the standard error so that it can correct heteroscedasticity problem and can adjust to a small number of sample and use orthogonal deviations. Since we use the GMM method, we have the Hansen test and Arellano-Bond test. Sargan-Hansen test, and actually for Sargan-Hansen test is to see the validity of the instrument, and for Arellano-Bond test is to identify is there any serial autocorrelation in the instrument. And for the result in the Sargan-Hansen test, it shows that all the instruments are valid. And for the Arellano-Bond test, showing that no serial autocorrelation for all the instruments. And now we are moving to the regression result. This is actually for answering the first questions and the second questions. That showing that based on our result in regression test, Sukuk market development had a significant effect of the declining profitability of the banks overall and Islamic banks. However, it did not have a significant effect on the decline in the profitability of a conventional bank. This result indicated by the SMD variables using the entire sample of banks, which shows that only Islamic banks were significantly affected in the terms of net interest margin at a rate of 1% here. This results actually support the previous finding that the banking industry and the money market are substitute. And this research written by Desmawi in 2017. The bank market share decreased along with the development of the sukuk market, which put pressure on the bank to reduce their intermediation margin. The profitability of Islamic bank decreased significantly along with the development of the sukuk market because um, they both compete to attract the same investor seeking financial services that follow Islamic law. And currently, those who want Islamic financing have two choices: either issuing sukuk or borrowing from Islamic bank. From a investor perspective, they must also have two choice as well, like they put their money on banking Islamic banking products or they buying a sukuk. So this threat pressures bank into reducing their margin, which in turns led to a decreased bank profitability. Now is for answering the impact of global sukuk market development on the bank profitability in countries with a majority Muslim and non-Muslim population. This regression task shows that the sukuk market development had no significant impact on the decline in the bank profitability in the had a significant impact on the decline in the bank profitability in Muslim majority country. This result actually support the previous findings that the banking industry and the money market also substitute. The bank market shares decrease with the development of sukuk market, which threaten banks and forces them to seek strategies to attract depositors and debitors. As sukuk has developed in the international market, several countries with non-Muslim majority population have begun to issue the sukuk. However, sukuk market development has no statistically significant impact on reducing bank profitability in non-Muslim majority countries. Why? This because several reasons. First, maybe because there are a limit number of non-Muslim majority countries that including in this research, and also the fact that the issuance of sukuk in non-Muslim countries is lower than the Muslim countries like Indonesia, Malaysia, or Saudi Arabia, that they are issuing more sukuk than the non-Muslim countries one. So this might also affect the results of this regression. Now we have the last regression result to answering the impact of the international sukuk market development on bank profitability in countries which issued both types of sukuk and countries that only issued international sukuk, where basically sukuk are classified as international and they're issued for international and domestic, and there are 12 countries which issued international sukuk, 5 of which also issued domestic sukuk. These countries are Bahrain, Indonesia, Malaysia, Saudi Arabia, and Turkey. In previous research shows that the borrowers choose based on the types of funding available, so creating competition between banks and financial market. By comparing the impact of international sukuk market development on two datasets, dataset 1 consists of the countries that only issued international sukuk, and the second set of data consists of countries that issued both types of sukuk. For countries only issued international sukuk, these are Britain, Germany, Kuwait, and United Arab Emirates. The UK and Germany were excluded from the sample because the result shows that the impact of sukuk in these countries was not significant. So in this research period, with a sample of 5 that issued both types of sukuk. International sukuk was shown to decrease profitability with a significant level of 5%. Meanwhile, for the countries which only issued international sukuk, the profitability of bank increased at a significant level of 10%. Banks in the United Arab Emirates form the most substantial part of the sample in dataset 1, and many banks in the United Arab Emirates like Dubai Islamic Bank, Emirate Islamic Bank, and the first Gulf Bank issued international sukuk. So, actually, this finding support the research from Song and Thakor, which explained that the banking expertise relates to certification friction, which is ability to see the debitors based on credit worthiness. Thus, bank can select debitor rather from all inherent risk, such as a default risk. Meanwhile, financial frictions is related to obtain the best cost. With better financial friction mitigation in the capital market, banks can get a cheaper equity and increase their capital base to serve the riskier debitor. Banks benefit from the presence of a financial market because it provides cheap funding or cheaper funding. Therefore, the relationship between the banks and market can be called co-evolutionary. Then the banking industry in the United Arab Emirates illustrate the implementation of Song and Thakor's explanation. So now the conclusions is divided by 3. First, the development of the sukuk market has a negative effect on the overall performance on the bank, including the conventional and Islamic banks, and also for the separate one is only have a significant impact for Islamic banks. In this research, the bank performance is measured by the net interest margin. Thus, it can be concluded that the greater the development of the sukuk market, the lower the overall performance of bank and of overall bank and Islamic bank. The second conclusion is the development of the sukuk market in countries with a majority Muslim population has a significant negative impact on bank performance. Meanwhile, the development of the sukuk market countries with a non-Muslim majority population did not have significantly affect the bank performance. And the last one, the development of the international sukuk market has a negative impact on the performance of bank in countries that issued both types of sukuk. Meanwhile, the opposite result is obtained in countries that only issued international sukuk. The development of the international sukuk market has a positive impact on the bank performance. Thus, this result also supports Song and Thakor research, who say that through better ability to mitigate financial friction from financial market, banks will benefit more from the presence of the financial market that provide cheaper fundings for the banks. Thank you. I think that's all from my paper.
Thank you very much, dear Amali, for this interesting and timely presentation. And Amali's paper provided recommendations for regulators to formulate proper policies that can make a significant contribution to maintaining financial stability. And now we are in the Q&A part for this presentation. We have around 5 minutes for this. Is there any question to dear Amalia? And let me check the chat box. I'm not sure it is a question. I think it's a question. Yeah. Assalamu alaikum. it's good that the market and sector is developing, but it's caused declining profitability of Islamic banks. As I see from your result, even though it isn't good for investors and customers to have lower margin based on the competition or not. I mean, is it only bad for banks or it is also bad for investors? As I am not familiar with Sukuk, I cannot get it very well. Sorry, I can't able to speak. So, is there any answer for this, dear Amala? From Inan Gidiş, yeah.
Okay, actually I don't really get the question's meaning, but I try to figure out. I hope that my explanation will answer this question. Basically, from what I see, why the bank profitability, especially for the Islamic bank profitability, decreased by the sukuk market developed is because they have the same market. They have the same market as an investor or the companies, because the companies are seeking for the Islamic, they want to implement the Islamic laws. They want to implement the Sharia. So they go either issuing sukuk or they are borrowing from Islamic banks. So in other hand, for the investor, they have two options. They can put their money in the Islamic banks, or they can buy a sukuk. So that's why, because the same target market, so they kind of compete. So to compete, as we know that bank actually have a lot of cost comparing to the sukuk, to issuing sukuk. So for the rising the competitiveness by the bank, they tend to reduce their margin. Their margin. So that's why the profitability is reduced by the sukuk market developed in their country or their region. Sorry, I think that's the question.
Yeah, as a summary, I think he is asking that the development of sukuk is only bad for Islamic banks or also for the investors. I think this is the summary of the question. Do you think that the developing of sukuk affects only Islamic banks or at the same time for the investors as well? Can you say that?
Okay, actually for Islamic bank, it depends, because that's why I, in the third conclusion, I also provide the explanation that actually sukuk has two types. First is the domestic and international. If the country only issued international sukuk, they don't have domestic ones. So their domestic investor don't have choice. In that situation, the banks, which maybe they can issue like, how you say that, there is no competitiveness for there is no competitiveness caused by the sukuk market development if in that country only issued international sukuk. So for banks, it's fine. On the other hand, for investor, it actually depends, because investor always have a choice. Bet or no, it's their choice. Like it's not related to this. Actually, it's not related to this research, because investor choose the sukuk. But so if they want to get a higher return, of course they can choose sukuk with a higher risk than put their money on the banks. It's kind of different stories actually.
Okay, thank you very much. So you said there is no certain outcome. It depends. Okay, thank you very much for this clear answer. So I guess we don't have any more question. Thank you very much for your presentation, dear Amali. So let me move to our second presentation. It was the first, but Vidyanti was not around. But are you around, Vidyanti?
Yeah, I'm here actually. So
That's great.
I apologize for the
No,
technical
that's fine. That's very
obstacles
normal.
over here. I got a problem with the internet connection in my place,
Yeah.
so I cannot be available.
Yeah, it is no
Sometimes
bother. So
it just disappeared.
no, it is no bother. It's very normal in this online presentation. So it's not important. Thank you. So let me introduce you. So our second presenter is Retno Vidyanti from Varavija. I don't know if it is the correct pronunciation.
Brawijaya.
Yeah,
Brawijaya.
Brawijaya University. Vidyanti is going to talk about the logistic regression analysis in revealing probability of Indonesian Muslim communities understanding about cash wakaf linked sukuk. So, dear Vidyanti, you have around 20 minutes for your presentation, and mic is yours.
Okay. Let me share my PowerPoint from my
The screen is yours.
file. Okay. Oh. Will not be able to record content of your screen until it is quiet, right? Can you see my screen share?
Unfortunately, we can't.
No.
Yeah, unfortunately, we can't see your presentation. And
Wait. Okay.
I think your connection problem is still remain. So that would be the problem.
Can you see the screen now? What about right now? It is already appear.
No, we cannot see your screen. At the same time, I think you have connection problem as well. Okay. Dear Vidyanti, we can wait for like around 2 minutes more. I think the Vidyanti has connection problem. Let's wait around 1 minute. If she is not around, we can move to our third presentation. Okay. Okay, let's move to our third presentation. Dear Isabella, are you around?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, okay. Are you ready for your presentation?
Sure.
Okay, so let me introduce you. Our third presenter is dear Isabella from Erlang University. She is going to present her co-authored paper about what drives return of sukuk in the long and short terms, evidence from Indonesian sovereign retail sukuk. And dear Izati, you have around 20 minutes for your presentation, and screen is yours.
Okay, thank you. Well, honorable all of the participants in International Congress on Islamic Economics and Finance 2021. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon from Indonesia. I am Firsti Izatabella, along with my colleague Fitria Idam Khalid and Sulistia Rusgianto. We would like to present you our paper entitled What Drives Return of Sukuk in the Long and Short Terms? Evidence from Indonesian Sovereign Retail Sukuk. Our presentation will consist of first introduction. Second is actually have to be literature review, but we change into relationship between variables due to the limited time. The third is research method. The fourth is analysis and discussion, and will be ended up by conclusion and recommendation. The first is introduction. As we know, Islamic financial instrument has many things, but one of them is the most well-known is sukuk. We call it by sovereign sukuk since it is issued by the government as an alternative to finance the state budget deficit. There are several differences between bond in conventional term and Islamic bond, or so-called sukuk. The bond is only valued as debt, while sukuk can be valued as the certification of ownership. So when the issuance of sukuk, it requires the underlying asset. Indonesia is one of the countries with a large and potentially more liquid sukuk market, along with Malaysia, Turkey, and Hong Kong. One kind of sukuk issued by Indonesian government, which called retail sukuk. In this presentation or in this research, we only focus on retail sukuk in series 9. There are several uniqueness between retail sukuk and other type of sukuk. In this kind, it can only tradable on the secondary market, and it gives the fixed coupon or return about 6.9 per year. And this retail sukuk only intended for individual Indonesian citizens. However, when talking about return, in sukuk, we also must be accompanied by the risk on it. Some risks that can be found in retail sukuk, including liquidity risk, interest risk, and market risk. Several studies related to return of sukuk have been carried out before. However, we found some contradiction results, such as some research found that interest rate and inflation shows significant effect on return, while the others are not. Moreover, Sukmana mentioned that there are limited research which examine yields on sovereign retail sukuk, because the majority of existing studies only examine about bond and corporate sukuk. Therefore, to fill in this gap, it has become necessary for us to conduct a research related to sovereign retail sukuk, related to return sukuk in its yield. We hope by doing this research, it can be used as a reference for investors to include sukuk retail on their investment portfolio, in addition to be used as a consideration for the government in regulating risk management policies and determining the yield offered on sukuk, which will be issued for subsequent series. Next is to explain about the relationship between variables. In this research, we use about 3 exogenous variables, including liquidity, inflation, and interest rate, while we use sukuk return in this research as the endogenous variable. Trading volume is used as a proxy of liquidity because the increase of liquidity will be responded negatively by yield, since the risk faced by investors will be low and resulting in the low yields. Therefore, our first hypothesis will be liquidity has a negative effect on sukuk return. The second is inflation on sukuk return. Our hypothesis will be inflation has a positive effect on sukuk return, and the last hypothesis is interest rate show a positive effect on sukuk return. In this research, we use monthly time series data spanning from March 2017 to March 2020, collected from Bank Indonesia website and statistical report of Indonesia Stock Exchange idx.go.id. We choose sovereign retail sukuk in series 9 using professor sampling. So we applied autoregressive distributed lag or ARDL by Pesaran et al. And error correction model. Our equation model will be yield equals function natural logarithm of liquidity, inflation, and natural logarithm of BI rate. These are some stages that we have conduct in our analysis. First, we do a stationary test using augmented equivalence test. We found that only two variables, which are yield and liquidity, that are stationary at level, while the other variables, inflation and BI rate, are stationary at first order. Therefore, due to the combination of order in this stationary test, we have to use the ARDL test. The second test is to run the lag length test, and through some criterion, we found that leg 1 have to be the optimal leg and chosen in this research. The third is ARDL or bone co-integration test. We found that F statistic is greater than I1. Therefore, we found that there is a long relationship among variables in this research. And lastly is about taking the estimation for long and short run using error correction model, which can be seen in table 6. From the table, we can found that in the long run, only BI rate or interest rate to have a positive significant effect on yield, since the probability are below critical value at 5%. While in the short run, only liquidity at the first leg, which shows a negative effect on yield, since the probability is below critical value at 5%. The first is liquidity on sukuk return. We found that in the long term, liquidity has no significant effect on sukuk return. Some explanation from this result can be sukuk retail is an investment for medium term with an average tenure of 36 months or 3 years, and investor profits will be obtained regularly every month from the fixed coupon given. Thus, liquidity in the long term will not affect the return of sukuk obtained by investor. While in the short term, liquidity at lag first or in the first year before has a significant negative effect on yield, because investors tend to see the level of sukuk liquidity by referring to the high and low level of sales transaction in the secondary market. The more liquid an investment is, the greater the tendency of investor to invest in there. These findings also supported by some previous research such Bali and 2020 Amihud and Rusdianto Ahmad, who says that liquidity and yield have a significant negative relationship. Secondly is about inflation to sukuk return. Through the ARDL and ICIN test, it is known that inflation doesn't affect yield both in the long and short term, meaning that inflation that occurred in Indonesia during the period March 2017 to March 2020 tend to decrease with an average of 3.29% and can be well managed by Indonesian government. We can also find the graphic on the screen. The study are in line with Nur Fauzia, Han Lisntiawati, and Fitria, which argue that inflation had no significant effect on bond yields. Turning to interest rate to sukuk return, we found that in the long run, interest rate, which use BI rate as a proxy, has a positive significant effect on sukuk return, while in the short run, it shows no significant effect. The increase in interest rates will be responded by a decreased value of investment because the yield of retail sukuk is fixed. Consequently, investor will require high yields, then the return obtained will increase because sukuk issuer have to add fund to pay investor return. These results of the study are in line with the finding of Saputra, Listiawati, Hairiyah, which said that interest rate has a significant positive effect on bond yield. Finally, our conclusion and recommendation are: result of study reveals that in the long run, only interest rate had a significant positive effect on sukuk return, while in the short run, only liquidity variable had a significant effect on the sukuk return. In contrast, inflation variable is known to have no significant effect on sukuk return, both in the long term and in the short term. However, in our study, several limitations can be considered for future research, namely by examining cross-country or adding several other sukuk series, and including other variables from sukuk itself or other macroeconomic variables. Finally, our suggestion is to develop a better and great Islamic financial ecosystem in Indonesia or in another country through financial literacy, so that people can give their contribution by investing money through sovereign retail sukuk. Thank you for your kind attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, dear Izati, for this interesting presentation. And Izati Bella determined the effect of liquidity, inflation, and interest rates on the return of the retail sukuk, both in the short term and in the long term. So now we are in the Q&A part for this presentation. We have 5 minutes for this. Is there any question to the dear Izati? Is there any question? I guess we don't have. So let me move to our first presenter. It had a connection problem. So let me try again. Dear Vidyanti, are you around? Vidyanti, can you hear me? I think the problem's still there. So we should move to our last presenter. Last presenter is Nur Latraj. Dear Nur, are you around? Dear Nur, can you hear me? We have 2 more presentations, but they are not around. So let's wait a couple of minutes for them. Now there is Nur Latraj, and we have Retno Vidyanti. Let's wait a couple of minutes for their presentation if they are around, so we can listen them. In the meantime, if there is any question to our both presenters, you can ask. I think we have a question from Inangidish to our third presenter, Isabella. Let me read it. Normally, liquidity is good for any economy, and inflation and high interest rate is bad. But it is opposite for Sukuk according to your results. So can we say if an economy is going to be better by high liquidity and low, high liquidity and low interest and inflation? In such case, it is difficult to have sustainable development of Sukuk, and Sukuk will face with difficulties to survive. So actually, I just realized that there is no relation with inflation and Sukuk. So do you have any answer for this, Isabella? I think that the summary is there any relation between inflation and Sukuk? That's the summary of the question, if you want.
Yeah, in our result and our conclusion, we said that there's no relationship in the long and short term between inflation and a return of Sukuk, since the inflation in Indonesia at our time of research can be well managed by government. Thank you.
Thank you for the answer. So I think our last presenter, Nur Latra, is not around. I think she will not able to attend to this conference. So let me ask again to Retro Vidyanti. Dear Vidyanti, are you around?
Yes, I'm over here.
That's great. Let's start quickly. Otherwise, we will
But
miss you.
I cannot open the other computer, and this is not.
Okay, Vidyanti, let me introduce again. Firstly, our presenter is Retno Vidyanti from Brajeva University. Vidyanti is going to talk about logistic regression analysis in revealing probability of Indonesian Muslim communities, understanding about cash wakaf linked Sukuk. So, dear Vidyanti, you have around 20 minutes for your presentation, and mic is yours.
Okay, thank you for the time. Can you access the screen right now?
We can't see it so far, unfortunately. So let's try again.
What about right now?
Yeah, we can see now. Sorry. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So my my research is actually, we can say that it is small research because I only use 151 respondents. Out of, actually, I already spread my questionnaire to 500 questionnaire, but it left 151 that are available that are meet to the requirements. So my research title is logistic regression analysis in revealing probability of Indonesian Muslim community of understanding about cash flow coupling Sukuk. So this actually cash flow coupling Sukuk, like yesterday already mentioned by Professor Azam, that in Indonesia, in this past 3 years, this product is already launched, but last year was the first issuance of the product cash wakaf link Sukuk. But But as the concept, it is already already have heard by the people in Indonesia like around 3 years. Yeah. So let's begin my presentation. The background of this research actually, as we know that the role of Wakaf as the third sector income in the economy is expected to improve the economy, both public welfare, also accelerate the economic development and strengthen the stability of the national financial system. But unfortunately, there are some obstacles to reach those goals, such like lack of understanding of Muslim community on the existence of this product, lack of the public trust in the cash wakaf institutions, lack of willingness to donate cash wakaf, and this study focusing in the first problems that we are facing now. So this study conducted in a survey of 151 potential Indonesian Muslim respondents consisting of civil servant, as a profession, civil servant, entrepreneurs, academics, and household. As we know that cash wakaf link sukuk issuance is already, yeah, I mentioned before that in the last 3 years already has been discussed among academicians, also policymakers, and the Indonesian government has supported the innovation of this wakaf concept, this cash wakaf concept, which is incorporated into state sukuk product, namely cash wakaf in SDSN is government debt in form of Sharia that meet the Sharia concept, surat berharga Syariah negara, in the form of product innovation, namely cash wakaf link sukuk. We make the short of it, CWLS. The objective of this product, the CWLS innovation, as one of the cash wakaf innovation in the state sukuk that is managed productively in its implementation, can make a positive contribution to productive sectors, which have a significant multiplier effect on the economy. So we can break down all of those objectives, such like facilitating the community in and social investment in Indonesia, and then promoting inclusive and sustainable economic growth through this mechanism product, supporting the national wakaf movement, assisting the development of social investment and the development of productive wakaf in Indonesia, and also strengthening the cash wakaf ecosystem in Indonesia as infrastructure, as supporting infrastructure. And then, as we know that the first issued of this CWLS by the way of private placement on 10 of March in 2020 with the nominal value that has been billions rupiah. On the other hand, the total volume of cash wakaf link sukuk orders for the retail, which this retail type is for individual, both individual, also institutional wakif. And the offer period was in October 9 to 20 November of 2020, which has been reached in around 14 billion, with a total of the wakif 1,041, which is 1,000 individual wakif, and the 4 was institutional wakif. While the mechanism of this cash wakaf link sukuk is a cash wakaf investment sukuk, whose the rewards are channeled in by the Nazir into financial social programs such like hospital and some other private, what we call private Nazir, and etc. So this mechanism, the first is from the wakif, we take the cash wakaf, and this cash wakaf will be gathered through Sharia commercial banks, and from the Sharia commercial banks will be delivered into Nadir. Nadir over here is Indonesian Awqaf Board, which is and also this Nadir will deliver to Ministry of Finance that it will issue the coupon for this cash wakaf link sukuk. And for the underlying asset, the Ministry of Finance will distribute it into some investment in infrastructure investment, while reward will be delivered into the coupon, that this coupon will distribute it into mawquf alaih, whether it is poor people or some strengthening economic capacity of Islamic social finance. And then the second, strengthening national wakaf management institution. And the third is supporting the achievement of SDGs target. And the fourth, developing the social investment in the midst of COVID-19 pandemic for this short run goal. So back to my research. According to Wakaf Literacy Index survey in 32 provinces of Indonesia by Badan Zakat Nasional or Badan Wakaf Indonesia, actually the most of people in Indonesia has low wakaf literacy, and while the other are moderate wakaf literacy index. We will see how the result of my research relates to this survey, because yeah, I have a bit limitation in the respondents, so that the result maybe doesn't represent this proportion of this presentation of the provinces over here. That it is mentioned that 29 provinces has low wakaf literacy, and in 13 provinces has moderate wakaf literacy, which is the low wakaf literacy is represent or is represented by how the people know the concept of wakaf, including the cash wakaf, including the Sharia Sharia law, sorry. And then the moderate wakaf, it is the knowledge about the deeper knowledge about the wakaf, including the cash wakaf link sukuk and other product of wakaf implementation. And then my research literature actually based on some researches that are written about the behavior of people into the cash wakaf and investment, because this cash wakaf link sukuk is actually both cash wakaf in it, also the investment through the sukuk. So that I use two of those topics as research literature. The previous I took here by Adawale Abidin and his friends. It was an empirical investigation of the determinants of cash wakaf awareness in Malaysia, that the factors affecting of their awareness was understanding, also promotion from the stakeholders, also the social culture aspect, this social culture aspect actually based on their madhab view that they follow. So this lack of casual awareness in Malaysia at that moment, it was Shafi'i madhab, and for Shafi'i madhab, this cash wakaf is still debatable or controversial. And then the research conducted by Murlidhar Lokhande in 2015, it was a study of investment awareness and patterns of savings and investment by rural investor. So this research was researching about the differences between how men and women with the different level of education, level of qualification, formal education will affect the understanding of their understanding in investment. So he said that there is no significant difference between men and women, and behavioral and then religiously. And then the risk conducted by Hanuddin. Okay, am I still in the room?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay. So I continue.
Yeah, you can. If I think it's better if you present faster. It's much better for
Okay,
you.
I will jump
connection
to
problem. Yeah.
Okay, I will jump to the method.
Yeah, much appreciated. Yes.
Yes. The research method that I use, we use here logistic regression analysis. The object of the research is Indonesian Muslims, and the sample is, I already mentioned before, 151 respondents. Those samples, I made the sample framing according to the age. According to the age, there are 4 categories, and then according to their income, we divided into 5 categories. According to their formal education, we divided into 5 categories, and then also we divided according to their religious education background into 5 categories. So this is the model of the logistic regression that I have run. So the dependent variable is a level of understanding of this product, cash wakaf link sukuk. So this understanding is actually refer to whether they know this product only, without knowing any other knowledge. So, and the independent variable, age, income, formal education, and religious education. And the hypothesis is whether those independent variable are significantly affecting the level of understanding of these people or no. And then the result of the research, according to the age, the most of respondents are in the category of 3, which are 42 till 55 years old, and then the according to their income, most of the respondents are in the category 2, 3, and 4, which is they are the most they earn more than 5 million per month. Yeah, this category 3, 4, 5. Okay, and then according to their formal education, most of them are in the category 3 and 4. 3 and 4 bachelor degree and master degree. And then according to their religious education, most of them are in the group 5, which is the group 5 is formal Islamic boarding school. So I have the limitation in this research, which our respondent religious education each other. So most of them of the existing of this product, it is CWLS. So at the end, the result of the regression analysis result. Okay, I will jump to the conclusion. According to the result of the logistic regression test conducted in this study, that we can say that the younger of person and the higher a person's income per month, and also the higher level formal education will give the higher chance of having an understanding of cash flow coupling sukuk, while the background of having attended religious education does not affect a person's chance of having a level of understanding of cash flow coupling sukuk. So from this research, we can illustrate that the potential target opportunities for cash flow coupling sukuk in Indonesia are young people with the high income, with the high level of formal education, master or bachelor degrees. So the highest potential market opportunity based on this research, those are in the category between with the age of 22 till 31 years, and with the income level above 10 million rupiahs per month, and the formal education of bachelor and master degree. Sorry, it is wrong. I missed wrong. And as for the variable of a person's experience of receiving religious education, it should be further explored with the more various respondents to see what kind of religious background that can determine a person's understanding of this product. And if it is conducted by of the respondent, it can make easier for the government to more aggressively target the market segment in terms of increasing this cash flow coupling sukuk sales share. Okay, maybe until here my presentation. Thank you very much for the time. I open for the next and etc. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Vidyanti, for this great presentation based on the survey analysis. And I also thank for your passion against your connection problem. You managed to present your presentation, your paper. Well done. So, dear Vidyanti cleared up to the role of Waqf as the third sector income in the economy through it is linked to the sukuk. The result present that the formal education, income, and age had a statistically significant effect on the level of understanding of sukuk. Thank you for your presentation again. So we can have, we have around 5 minutes for Q&A. Is there any question? I guess we don't have any questions, so it's time to close the session. Thank you for your attending this session, and have a good day to all.
Many thanks to Dr. Hakan for being chair of this session, and to presenters. There was good and fluent and efficient presentations. Thank you again. Dear participants, we have 5 minutes break, and after that we will be hearing a keynote speech from Nefis Adam. Thank you.
Thank you, dear organizer.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum to everyone. Welcome again. Now we have a keynote speech from Professor Nafis Alem. Before leaving the screen to Professor, I would like to introduce him briefly. Professor Nafis is currently working as a professor of finance and head of School of Accounting and Finance at Asia Pacific University of Technology and Innovation. He previously served as an associate professor of finance at Hanley Business School, Malaysia, University of Reading, Malaysia, and at Nottingham University Business School in the University of Nottingham, Malaysia campus. He is also research affiliate of Cambridge Center for Alternative Finance at Judge Business School, University of Cambridge, and contributes to global reports on fintech, alternative finance, and fintech regulation. Professor Nafis has served as a visiting professor, associate professor at various universities in the UK and Indonesia. He was featured as a professor of the month by Financial Times in 2014 and received an award from Upcoming Personality in Islamic Finance in 2016, presented by Global Islamic Finance Awards and hosted by the Indonesian government. He is among the world top 100 influencers in fintech and top 5 amongst RegTech influencers. The floor is yours, Professor.
Thank you. Can you see my slides and audio and video is good? Can you give me a confirmation, please?
Yes, Professor. Everything is good.
Thank you very much. And Assalamu alaikum and good morning to the listener in Turkey and good afternoon to the people in the Southeast Asia, those who have joining us. It's my honor to be part of this international conference. I'm very much humbled to be invited by Sakarya University and a good friend of mine, Dr. Hakan, to give a keynote speech on this. And I also appreciate all the organizers, which is the Durham University Business School, NCF, ICISEF, and PESA, who is organizing such a big international conference. And when I was being invited and being asked to talk about fintech and its role in Islamic finance, I thought it will be a good idea to look into how fintech is revitalizing the Islamic finance. I believe that many people have been looking at the bad impact of the pandemic, the COVID-19, and people were saying that it has brought a lot of challenges. Definitely it has, in terms of the economic impact, financial impact, even on the health impact. But one area which is really getting revolutionized is all about fintech. And if we look into the key aspect behind fintech, we will be looking at it is creating a new source of channel for the people to get access to the financial services. And if we also go back into the Islamic finance motivation, when we started talking about the modern day Islamic finance, it was all about mutuality. It's all about providing avenues for the people who are unbanked or who do not have access to the finance. So in a nutshell, if we see that fintech and Islamic finance are here to serve the same purpose, and it will be best to look into that how we can blend these two areas of finance. I always call them, this is both of them are alternative source of finance. Fintech is also giving an alternative source, where Islamic finance has also emerged, and alternative is not only from the religious perspective but also from financial perspective. So if we combine the incentive or aspirations of both fintech and Islamic finance, we can look into how it is able to achieve the goal of sustainability and financial inclusion. And the main part of my discussion will be to look into financial inclusion and also touch a little bit on the sustainability. So bear with me for the next 35 minutes. I will be happy to take some question towards the end. If I'm going overboard, organizers, please do prompt me, because sometimes you don't see the timeline and sometimes you tend to speak a bit longer than expected. So let me go through the discussion. Um, again, if we look into fintech, we all know how fintech is revolutionizing all these news images or all these reports which we are seeing across the financial services industry. We can see that fintech is here to revolutionize traditional or conventional financial services, and Islamic finance, being the part of it, is also getting equally impacted by it. Islamic finance cannot stay away from the impact of fintech, and it has to, in fact, blend the opportunities coming out of it. And as I mentioned earlier, in fact, fintech is more relevant towards the aspiration of Islamic finance, and that's how the amalgamation between the two is providing the recipe for the growth of the Islamic finance as well. In fact, if we look into the recent challenges in the financial world, both Islamic finance and fintech is trying to emerge as a savior for financial services industries, especially when people are struggling to get financing options, when businesses are having challenges to stay afloat. And again, if the feature of the fintech can be added to the Islamic financial services, that can increase the motivation, or it can increase the aspiration of Islamic finance. And again, Malaysia is really doing good. Indonesia at the same time is leveraging on fintech to reach out to the unbanked community. On the same side, if we look into that, one of the areas where fintech is having a lot of impact, and the stakeholders are talking about, or the regulators are talking about, how these fintech companies can leverage on the aspect of the sustainability. Because when we are looking into the alternative source of financing, for example, or providing the financing for the businesses or SMEs which are more working towards creating the sustainable environment, not to provide financing for those industries or those segments which are damaging, again we can see that both fintech and Islamic finance have a similar approach towards maintaining the harmony between the environment, as well as to maintain, as well as to give some type of return to the investor. And again, a lot of regulators, in fact, MAS of Singapore are doing a lot to look into how they can leverage on the fintech providers to create a sustainable development. So keeping these things in the mind, in the background, I will be taking the participant through the journey of to see what is fintech. I'm not going to go into too much of detail about fintech, but I'll be only touching on how fintech is revolutionizing the financial services institution. At the same time, what's happening between the fintech application in Islamic finance. It's a huge area to talk about, but I will be touching on the key areas of applications of fintech in the Islamic finance domain. And then I will also touch a little bit on the promotion of sustainability via the fintech platform, and how this fintech role will be shaping up the future of Islamic finance. So this will be the key aspects of my discussion today. Now, if we look into the fintech, everybody talks about fintech is a buzzword, right? If you are working in the financial services industry, whether you are a user, whether you are an educator, whether you are a provider, you need to know what is fintech, right? But why fintech is gaining so much of traction? One of the reason is the consumer behavior, right? How the people, the user of the financial services are utilizing the financial services, the mode, the channel, and the services and the products being offered through that. And one thing which we can see is that people have stopped going to the bank branches. Some of you might be thinking that this might have happened due to pandemic and the lockdown in different parts of the world, but the statistic which I'm showing you here, it is pre-COVID statistic. This was done somewhere in 2019, and it found out that people have stopped visiting the bank. Almost 2/3 of the banking population are either not visiting bank at all, or even if they have to go to the bank, they might be only visiting once a month. And what can be the reason? It's all because of the convenience. I don't remember when was the last time I visited a bank and have to queue up. There are still people in different age groups. We still want to go to the bank, use the teller and the services, and even depending on the development, the statistics here are more towards from the developed part of the world or developing economies. But again, the crowd what we have here, you can see that most of the people have be able to perform the financial services without going to the bank. Everybody will have this mobile phone in the hand, and you can do all the banking services what you need to do with just a click on an app in your mobile phone, or maybe using a desktop application, and everything can be done on a real-time basis. In fact, these days, with the challenger banks and neo banks coming into play, most of the conventional bank and even Islamic banks in the GCC and in Malaysia have started opening the bank account without even visiting the bank. Everything, from the onboarding to eKYC to providing the services, everything can be done really virtually and off-site, and that's the reason why people are not visiting banks. So you can see that there is a disruption happening. The branch banking is dying, and the online banking, digital banking, you call it, there are different form of it that, and maybe we are going to see very soon open banking concept as well, where people will be able to carry their information into different banks and will be able to get the services and products from different channels, for example. So definitely banking industry is getting transformed, and Islamic banks are no more different to it. Being a part of the overall financial ecosystem, banking ecosystem, they are going through the same disruption. If we again if we look into the convenience, it is not happening overnight. It all being driven by the customer experience. Why people are switching over from the traditional banks to the challenger banks or neo banks? There's a very good example, a statistic which came last year, towards the end of last year, by the Bill for Mass, and they compared how long it takes for you to open an account, or how many clicks you need to have when you're opening an account via the desktop application. And I'm not too sure how many of you heard about the likes of Revolut, Monzo, or Starling, or N26, or Chime. All these are challenger banks. All these are banks we do not have any physical branches, right? They are all operating from the cloud, and anybody from anywhere in the world can have open an account with that. For example, now Revolut is not only looking into the banking services, they are having embedded finance. You can even do trading, you can even do buying, having a wallet there, or you can even deal with the cryptos and so on. So basically, if you look into on the left side of the slide, you can see that it only takes 24 click if you want to open an account at Revolut, for example. But if you want to go and open an account at HSBC, it will take you 4 times more. Imagine if you are even clicking the screen on a second basis, you are saving almost 4 times lesser time period to go open an account using the app. Even, for example, if you're using the physical channel, or maybe you're using the documents submitted, and then how long it will take, how many working days it takes to open a bank account, you can see that, yeah, in this case, Barclays is doing better compared to HSBC, or compared to even Starling, and they all are at a 2 level. But most of the banks, and this become more longer and longer if you're talking about from the developing part, or developed or underdeveloped economies, because it can be a time consuming activities, and people do not have that much time. Everything moves very fast. You don't want to have delay in opening an account and moving your funds from one part of the world to another. In fact, some of the bank accounts, some of these neo banks, challenger banks, are giving options to the consumer that you can even open an account without even being in the country. For example, if you are migrating from Malaysia to UK, for example, your Revolut bank account will be available while you are still in Malaysia, for example. So again, the convenience is what is driving, the cost which is driving, the time, the saving of time, which is driving the development of the fintech. And the same thing will be again impacted. I'm not giving example here of Islamic finance, but if the big conventional banks are struggling, Islamic finance are in the same league as well in terms of that. again, why the fintech is growing, it's not about everybody is so much technology enhanced, it is because of us means we the consumer, we are looking for services which are low cost offering. And one of the reason why you will be wondering why fintech is able to provide a low cost offering for any financial services, one of the reason is because they are operating with without any physical presence, one of the thing. Second thing is that they are leveraging on the data, so they need how to customize and how to provide you the products and services which are more favorable to you. Then the second thing is that since everything is based online and everything is done remotely, the ease of use is very important. Nobody want to go and park your car, look for a parking, and wait in the queue for your token number to come up, and then you do your services at the back. At the same time, moving and transacting in different financial services is very important. You want to move your fund, you want to trade in, because the value, especially if you're dealing with high frequency asset like cryptocurrencies, you won't want to delay moving your fund from one activity to another. And if you want to invest into particular, within few hours the price will fluctuate so much that you will be losing out into the market. And as well, at the same time, these platform has started to give multiple opportunities, multiple options. We never had things like NFTs, or we never had things like digital currencies in the past. Now with the fintech, we can see that we can even invest into things which are not even fungible. We can't even see that, we can't even touch that, but still we can invest into that. So that's a complete different flavor of the investment what we are looking at, a different type of financial products which is coming. And again, we can go into details about what are the products which are Islamic finance compatible or not, but that will be another different approach of the discussion which we are not looking at this point of time. So eventually we come back to one conclusion. Because of this advent of the the fintech, one question which always come to the banking population is to bank or not to bank. When I mean to say bank or not to bank is about the traditional banking institution, the retail banks, the conventional banks, Islamic banks which have physical presence. Will they be remain relevant moving on, and what will be the challenges? Usually I always tell my audience, if I'm speaking about, and I do get this question, that whether the bank will become obsolete, or whether there will be a future where there will be no banks at all. Definitely not. Banks will survive, banks will be there. It always need to see that how banks transform themselves in order to compete with the fintech platforms, because again, in terms of the capital, in terms of the trust, nobody can beat the traditional institution, and same goes with the Islamic financial institution at the same time. So we can see that definitely banks need to revive themselves, banks need to position themselves where they are able to compete. And what they are doing, especially the big retail banks, what they are doing is they are trying to either adopt or even either take over some of the fintech platform, or they are having an in-house fintech development within their institution, where they are looking into enhancing the product and services, enhancing the better services to the customer. I understand that the focus or the investment in Islamic banking industry is not that much. They are still bit slow in adopting the fintech development within the offering. They are moving, but they are not moving as fast as the likes of the JP Morgan or the Barclays or the HSBC and so on. But definitely the banks are going to be relevant moving forward. It's all about the banks will look different in the future, and it will be more transformed in that one. Again, from the growth perspective, we can see that almost all of us at least have done one transaction via a fintech platform, and almost 75% of the population, banking population when I say, have interacted with the fintech platform. And the amount of money, I was doing my last study with the Cambridge report, and we found out that in 2020 there was a decline in the investment into the fintech platform. For example, the whole 2020 only attracted around 50 billion of investment in the fintech platform, but the things have picked up again this year. Only for the first 6 months we can see the investment was already crossed 60 billion in the fintech platform. So you can see the half the year was able to cover what we covered in 2020, for example. So fintech is going to be the flavor of financial services. You like it or not, every financial institutions, whether they are into the banking services or whether they are into the trading, investment, wealth management, all aspect of financial services need to work with Allah, or need to adopt the fintech activities into their services. And definitely the same goes to the Islamic. Again, I'm trying to relate that because Islamic finance is not going to be different. There will be some product or services which might not be relevant, but in general, most of the impact which is coming to the conventional banking will have a similar impact on the Islamic financial institutions as well. So the drive is to look into how do we increase the collaboration between the fintech. It's all about looking into the synergy. Fintech should never be looked as a competitor by the traditional, and those institutions which are trying to leverage on fintech, they're not looking at it as a competitor, but rather than looking at the enabler. So don't treat fintech as a disruptor, treat fintech as an enabler to provide better customer services, to provide various channels to do the financial services activities, at the same time provide alternative sources of finance, and that is going to give more flexibility to the customers in both conventional side as well as in the Islamic side. And some of these numbers are already showing us that the traditional financial institutions are working on it. Again, in terms of the Islamic financial industry, we can see that the collaborations or the mergers or the adoptions of fintech is not as fast as compared to the conventional side. This is the complete ecosystem. Again, there are more than 15,000 platforms across the world, fintech platform across the world, but not all of them are doing good. If you really look into the fintech ecosystem, maybe only around 5 to 6% of the platform which are really doing great, or maybe 1 to 2% will be will be the unicorn in that segment. But we can see that the biggest area is definitely going to be payment, which is driving that. We also can see robo advisory, we can see regulation of technology platforms, digital banking providers, insurtech, blockchain application, digital KYC, and these are the segments which are impacted, and most of them are working in tandem with the conventional as well as with the Islamic at the same time. Now, if we really want, if given that overview of what's happening in the fintech, and I try to relate some of the things with the Islamic finance as well. If we look into the real application, I keep on mentioning that the application or the implementation of fintech in Islamic finance is a bit slow, but there are always opportunity. And one area which we can see is to look into the use of blockchain or smart contract. There is a lot of importance when it comes to the blockchain. Again, we're not going to details of the blockchain, but if you understand, we are looking into the distributed ledger. We are looking into it can be either in the form of the private or public chains, and most of the time, if you're looking, especially for the sukuk perspective, if it's a global sukuk issuance, we need to have multiple stakeholders out there, and if the sukuk can be structured on a blockchain using a smart contract feature, it is going to provide more transparency, more flexibility, and more openness among all the stakeholders who are part of it. But unfortunately, we do not see much of the application. One of the things which was done a couple of years back was to look into the microfinance sukuk launch in Malaysia. BMT Bina Umna was the first of its kind which used the blockchain technology to do that. It was 50,000 worth. But I have not seen much. Only recently IDB has come up with their own blockchain based sukuk to provide funding to the OIC countries to recover from the pandemic impact. But if you look into the sukuk is an industry, and we have seen so many countries, especially for the sovereign sukuks, are looking at dollar denominated sukuks. They can leverage on the blockchain to provide more transparency and provide more features to the people who are looking to invest into the sukuk instrument. So that can be one area to really look into that. Abu Dhabi Bank also was using a blockchain for Islamic. These are some of the examples which we have seen that where R3 partner with Haq has been using. But bearing these examples, which we see that we do not see much of the impact. So again, the aspiration here is that if the usage of blockchain is so prominent getting into the conventional side, in fact, if you look into R3 Corda, which is using international payment among the top 50 banks in the world, we do not see something similar happening in Islam. There is no blockchain for inter bank transfer for Islamic financial institution, for example. Again, maybe there can be a consortium of banks in Islamic finance which we can look into, that which can use something similar to the R3 Corda in order to use the benefit of the blockchain technology into the international transfers or into international limits. So these are some of the areas which we are looking into, that where the blockchain can be applied to the Islamic financial activities. Now, people will be wondering why we are putting so much of importance to the fintech Islamic finance. I started with my presentation talking about that fintech is more relevant because the aspiration or the application of fintech is to look into increasing the financial inclusion, right? And the motivation behind Islamic finance is same, to increase the financial inclusion, at the same time provide financing options or provide opportunities for the people who have limited resources to get financing in the world. So one of the things, if we really look into that, why fintech can be more applicable, or why fintech will be more suitable for Islamic finance, I have just tried to summarize into a very short thing. One is will be simplification. Again, if we know the nature of the Islamic finance, we know every product and services is backed by the own contract, and sometimes the structure of these contracts might not be easier. The different parties involved, the issuer, the trustee, as well as the investors, it's not sometimes easy to explain the process, as well as the liability or the ownership of the different activities within that. Using fintech, especially using the digital means, for example, using the smart contract feature, some of the things can be executed on its own, and it can simplify the process of launching international sukuk, for example, or having a international trade finance products. So application of fintech can really help to simplify some of the contractual issues within Islamic finance, which will become more and more efficient in that sense. The second thing is to look into the transparency. One of the most important aspect of fintech, and especially when we talk about from the blockchain perspective, when we talk from the distributed ledger, we talk about transparency in all the approach, right? And especially if we are looking into the Sharia aspect of it, because given that we have issues related to the different school of thoughts within the Islamic world, and how and why we are using, especially for the global transactions or global issuance, we always want to see that what happens if there are challenges in terms of anything with the legal aspect of the product and services. Using the fintech, especially with the blockchain, with the blockchain features, again the smart contract feature, we can even have more transparency, and we can simplify the process and include the Sharia aspects as well. Accessibility will become important. There are many areas of Islamic product and services which are not, most of the Islamic banks or institutions are very much jurisdiction based. They are only available in their own country. They do not have global exposure. Now, if you want to use examples of the challenger banks using the open banking operations or using the digital banking operation, Islamic finance can be made accessible to the people who do not have access to it. At the same time, using the leveraging on the mobile payment, using the technology, or using the digital banking channels, Islamic finance can target those customers or those segments who do not have access. And again, that will be the main aspiration to fulfill why Islamic finance should be doing it, because that should be including the people who are unbanked, who do not have access to finance, and so on. And finally, if we look into that, how we can leverage on the technology, especially with the with big data in the Islamic finance. We are very much constrained on one type of product or one type of services for one type of customer, for example. We do not really look into the customer profile. Islamic finance also need to look into personalization of the product and services, especially when it comes to the investment side, as well as into the profit and loss type of accounts, where we can see what are the preferences and where these data or technology can be used to enhance the offering of the Islamic financial institution. So we can see that if we really look into the features of the fintech, it sounds more relevant, more applicable toward Islamic finance, because Islamic finance want to achieve the same thing what fintech can provide the services behind that. So that's one area to look into that. If we really see that how the fintech is doing within Islamic finance, it's not as cozy. It is still very much small. It's only represent around 0.7 to not even 1%. So we can see that the application of the fintech Islamic finance. I don't really want to call it Islamic fintech, because fintech is not Islamic or non-Islamic. It's basically the application of fintech Islamic finance. That particular segment is very small, and there is a lot of opportunity, keeping in mind what I discussed earlier, where the applications can really take place in terms of sukuk issuance, or in terms of the cross-border transactions. Islamic finance really does have an opportunity to do that, but at the same time we can see that fintech has not really made inroads. The total value of and again talking about from the OIC countries, which are the major driver of the Islamic finance, is only 49 billion, or less than 1% of total value. But having said that, things are sprucing up. In fact, countries in the Middle East, in the GCC, especially in the Bahrain, especially in UAE, as well as in the countries in Southeast Asia like Indonesia and Malaysia, are taking a lot of effort in combining the services of fintech and Islamic finance, especially when it comes to the alternative financial market like P2P lending, or looking into the crowdfunding, at the same time looking into those financing channels which are following the Islamic principle at the same time. But there is a growth opportunity. In fact, one of the studies mentioned that, which was from the dinar standard, mentioned that if the Islamic finance Islamic fintech market can't be growing at a 21% of CAGR, and it might reach up to 128 billion, which will be 3 times the value what we have right now. And if you look into the major market, again, no surprises, it has been denominated by the same countries which are the leaders in Islamic finance, as well as the likes of Saudi or Iran or UAE and Malaysia, for so on. So these are the hotspots of the Islamic finance. At the same time, the development of fintech within the Islamic financial market. So this is an important compared to the 15,000 plus platforms into the conventional side. If we look into Islamic finance, we have only 250 platforms, and this is again based at the end of the last year. So the data is also very current. We do not see many, but again we can see that there are a lot of and again the segments are no more different. We have social finance, which is looking into crowdfunding or looking into P2P financing. We also have into the wealth management, deposit, lending, insurance. So the segment of fintech is very much similar. What we can see in Islam in conventional side is also having the similar approach in the Islamic side. So we still have the same type of services being provided, and I think this particular ecosystem need to be developed better in order to provide more opportunities for the people who are banking with Islamic financial institutions. And at the same time, it cannot be done. It definitely cannot be done if there is not a push from the government. And I have tried to summarize some of the key approach taken by the countries which are prominent in Islamic finance. And Indonesia, I will very happy to appreciate the Indonesian government, because they are now being at the forefront of developing Islamic finance or Islamic economy in the world, and it is coming directly from the committee, which is the National Islamic Finance Committee under the Prime Minister Department, which is taking a personal interest in developing Islamic finance. So, and again, given that Indonesia is also one of the largest Muslim population, application of fintech within the Islamic finance setup will be important to do that. The similar aspiration is happening in Malaysia. I work very closely with MDEC as well, and we are looking into developing resources, boosters program, providing investment opportunities and also giving sandbox opportunities for both conventional and Islamic startups to develop more and more Islamic fintech solutions for that particular purpose. If we look into the GCC market, for example, DIFC is doing good. DIFC is not only the hub for the conventional side, but also looking into the development of the fintech area, which cut across both conventional and Islamic side, whereas Bahrain Fintech Bay is also looking into developing sandboxes and inviting startups to look into that, which again cut across both conventional and Islamic financial institutions. So we can see that the regulators and the government policymakers are taking a huge interest into developing fintech ecosystem within their jurisdiction, which is going to help Islamic finance to grow as well. So we in the future we can see more and more application, and I think this will be a perfect marriage to achieve the cause of developing the social finance as well as providing financial opportunities to the unbanked individuals as well as unbanked businesses. Now, if we look into the financial inclusion side, this is what I was supposed to really talk about. I know I have 10 minutes to go before the end of my session, but definitely one of the biggest aspiration of fintech is always going to be about financial inclusion, and Islamic finance also strive to do the similar thing. But how it can be done? If we really look into the state of the condition of the financial inclusion in Muslim world, we can see that there is a lot of exclusion happening in the Islamic world. For reason for being unbanked, I'm talking more from the Islamic countries, or where the Islamic Islamic finance is more prominent. There's lack of money. It is very unfortunate to see that most of the countries where Islamic finance is popular, we have people who are living under the B40 segments, or people who are coming from marginalized community, for example. Again, there are many people who are living do not have proper documentation, and again they will not be able to open account. For example, look into the countries like Bangladesh, or rural areas of Indonesia, or look into the African continent, especially people who are uneducated. They do not have proper documentation, and sometimes they face challenges in opening up the account, or sometimes you don't even find a bank. It's not like big cities like Dubai or Manama or Jeddah or KL or Jakarta, for that sense. Look at the cities which are do not have enough banks or bank branches, for example. This is the opportunity, and we do not need to have a physical especially when it comes to the digital banks operation. And this will be the case where Islamic finance will be able to resolve, and especially using the technology, using the fintech solutions available, we will be able to increase the financial inclusion within that. So based on these things, we can see that Islamic fintech has more potential to resolve the challenges of the exclusion and provide a lot of opportunity in that sense. Another thing, if you want to look into the statistics perspective, most of the unbanked population, again, half of them are in the Muslim world. This is a fact. And at the same time, if you look into the tech savvy population, which is the less than 34 age group, half of them are also Muslim. So you are looking into two sides of the coin. You have a huge amount of unbanked population which are Muslim. At the same time, you also have half of the population which are the Gen Z or the millennials, and they are also almost 50%. So there is a huge opportunity. And recently, if we see into the if you see into the penetration of smartphones, especially in the Muslim countries where Islamic finance are prominent, Indonesia 66% of penetration of smartphone, Malaysia 58%, and these are fresh data. These are the 2020 data. So you can see there's a huge opportunity of using just a mobile money, or using mobile to transfer the money, or using mobile or smartphone to open your account or access to the financial services. That can increase the inclusion within the Muslim world. I really want to quote this example of real world application of mobile payment. I'm not too sure how many of you have heard about this initiative taken by the Pakistan government. When Pakistan faced the COVID-19, and every country has provided some level of social assistance to their own population. And again, Pakistan is a big country, and many of the population lives in part of the Pakistan where they do not have access to the banks. So what they did, they used the concept of the mobile payment, right? Using mobile channels, using the services of telco providers, they transferred the money to the beneficiary or the people who wanted the social assistance of the government, which Pakistani government call it ehsas. Ehsas means feeling in English, so those who are not understanding Urdu here. It was like understanding the feeling, understanding the need of these in the community which were looking for some type of government assistance. So using this particular mobile payment system has been able to reach out to 15 million families, and within the first week of its launch, when the COVID struck last year, within 1 week of the launch of this mobile payment to the beneficiary, they were able to cover around half of the population. 6.8 million families were given social assistance via the mobile transfer, and these people do not even have any bank account. And each family received around close to 12,000 Pakistani rupees, which is equivalent to around 71 US dollar, which was good enough for their immediate need, immediate survival. So look at the power of the mobile payment. Look at the power of the fintech, which is able to achieve the aspiration of the financial inclusion, at the same time able to provide the social assistance to the Muslim population or to the people who are looking. So again, this is the beauty of fintech in the Islamic world. We can see that. At the same time, if we look into the sustainability, again, I believe I do not, as I mentioned, I might be constrained with the time, and I need to keep some of the discussion for the Q&A towards the end. If we look into from the sustainability perspective, we need to again look into how this Islamic finance, using the technology, using the fintech aspiration, will be able to promote sustainability. And that comes with the engaging with the stakeholders, engaging with Islamic financial institutions, especially with the ESG or SRI investment, where they're looking at how the Islamic banks or Islamic investment are only targeted to those industries or those institutions which are more environmental friendly, and how again they will be able to enable the institution in order to provide framework or in order to provide documentation and about transparency using the fintech services. They can also be looking into the educating in terms of sustainability, again using those using the features of online education, for example, talking about how fintech can promote that sustainability in terms of where the things are being invested, what are the incentives you are getting by investing into those ESG via means of the fintech platform. That also becomes very important. At the same time, we also looking into the encouraging all the, so we call it the 4 E's of sustainability within the fintech, and applying into the Islamic financial services. Again, this can be explored in more in detail. In terms of alignment, we can see that, and this is not only for the conventional, this is equivalent applicable to the Islamic financial, looking into the green finance, which is looking into the green sukuk, for example, that particular purpose, look into the environment friendly application. We talked a lot about financial inclusion earlier, and also to look into the partnership between one of the area where really fintech can help in achieving sustainable development within the Islamic financial world is to look into the partnership. The fintech provider in the Muslim world can collaborate and work into the social finance, especially in the wakaf and zakat area, and they can be promoting those social financial aspiration of the Islamic finance as well. So if you look in the overall aspiration of Islamic finance, it is more connected towards the fintech aspiration as well. So leveraging on the technology, Islamic finance can do wonders. So that's why I keep on saying that fintech is more a successful recipe for Islamic finance when it all want to achieve, because there is a lot of overlapping between the motivation of Islamic finance and fintech aspiration at the same time. Again, there are going to be a lot of opportunities, a lot of things need to be done. There's still a lot of need to be done, because I mentioned to you earlier, Islamic fintech or fintech application is a very small untapped market in the Muslim world or within the Islamic financial jurisdiction. So apart from 3 or 4 countries which I mentioned earlier, there are other Muslim countries or OIC countries which need to look into the national task force which can promote Islamic finance along with the fintech aspiration. Again, in industry participation is needed. More and more fintech need to be driven towards Islamic financial activities. Institutional bodies, we haven't seen much on the development happening from AOFI or IFSB looking into the development of the fintech platform which can achieve their aspiration or bring into more and more development or innovation using fintech as an enabler to look into that. Again, the Islamic bodies can play an important part in promoting that by bringing the stakeholders together. We can also look into that how Islamic financial institution can play a more proactive role. They can take an example of how conventional banks are doing in engaging with the Islamic, in engaging with the fintech provider. The same thing can happen with the Islamic financial institution as well. We also need to have a lot of investment. Funding need to be there. We do not see the similar level of growth in terms of the investment happening in the Islamic fintech platforms. We need to encourage that, and again, that push will become from the investors in the GCC countries, in the OIC country, which will be looking into development of the fintech platform, which are more catering towards the Islamic financial institution. And finally, we need to look into the Islamic fintech talent pool. In the last time, we have a challenge of Islamic financial industry. We do not have Islamic finance expertise, but now we need to groom the next generation of graduates which need to know about both fintech as well as Islamic finance. But again, how you're gonna utilize the technology to further strengthen the aspirations or the activities of the Islamic financial institution. So that will also come from education. Institution has to play an important role. Central bank as well as the professional bodies need to play an important role where they can drive some level of education in that one. Again, how the Islamic financial institution can leverage on that. They can collaborate, they can invest, they can innovate. At the same time, they can acquire some of the fintech as well. So there are different strategies for Islamic financial institution to work on, and these are all able to be feasible because we have seen success factors using these strategies in the conventional side, and the same can be used or utilized by the Islamic financial institution. I understand 45 minutes was not good enough to look into that, but there are some good reading materials available on that where you can go and read what's happening into the fintech application in the Islamic finance, and these will be a good reference material for those who are embarking or want to learn more about for the fintech application in Islamic finance. Having said that, thank you for hearing me, and I try to conclude with saying that harness fintech for Islamic finance. My details are here, and I will be available for few questions if the moderator and the organizer are allowed to have some questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Nafsalam, for your very fruitful speech. I would like to ask first any question from the audience.
There is one question I can see in the chat box, Dr. Khan. Somebody
you want me to read it, or okay?
No, I'll be able to read it. Somebody is asking, Inan Jidith is asking that development or increasing of fintech in the sector decrease the employment labor force in Islamic banking. This is the same fear in the conventional side as well. Fintech is not here to replace. Fintech is here to augment, and again, having the knowledge and expertise is again going to help both the conventional bankers as well as Islamic bankers, and that's why in one of the last point I mentioned about development of Islamic fintech talent pool. So understanding of Islamic finance principle, at the same time learning about the application of technology in the financial services, like uses of AI or machine learning, or how to leverage on the big data, predictive modeling, for example. Same thing, you are only differentiating the type of product and services, the approach is not going to be same. You are different for Islamic financial institution, it's going to be same. And that's how we need to leverage on that. Bankers will become obsolete if you do not reskill. And most of the banking institutions, especially on the conventional side, they already have, some of them have in-house fintech academy, or some of them are partnering with the fintech academy to provide reskilling to their workforces. So I believe the same aspiration should be happening with the Islamic financial institution as well. They should look for the opportunity to groom their staff with the knowledge of fintech. At the same time, those who have aspiration to work in the Islamic financial institution should also learn about fintech, and having a short courses or having an executive education or knowledge about fintech will go a long way. Fintech is not here to replace human. It's always going to augment. The new jobs will be created, but definitely only the best will survive. Thank you. Any other question?
There's one more question.
Yeah.
Are there any specific incubators focused on Islamic fintechs?
I did mention, I gave some examples. Incubators, especially with the sandboxes of approaches, are being taken by the regulators in different Islamic world. For example, Dubai have their own association. Saudi Arabia is doing that. Almost all the major Islamic finance jurisdiction do have the sandboxes in their respective countries, and they are promoting. So for example, Malaysia, for that particular purpose, when they offer new licenses for InsurTech or look into the P2P, they are looking into both conventional as well as Islamic. So regulators are pushing and they are promoting. They want, even Indonesia is doing a similar way. They want to promote startups which are going to fulfill the purpose of both fintech as well as for Islamic. So yes, most of the countries are looking into that. DIFC is doing that. Bahrain Bay is doing that. MDEC is doing in Malaysia, and Indonesia is also doing that. Sorry. Any other question? I think there is none. It was a lot of information, but I will be happy to take any other question later. Or you can also follow me on my Twitter or as well as on my LinkedIn. I do a lot of information sharing, what's happening in the fintech world, and it will always be a good platform to discussion. You can drop me an email. My email is there if you want for further details or any of my write-up on fintech in Islamic finance. I'll be happy to share with the audience. Yeah.
Okay, Professor, I think there's no more question. Thank you very much for your speech. We'll be happy to have you in this conference.
Thank you very much.
Because we have limited time, and today is also Friday, and we need to catch up the Friday in Turkish time. So I would like to thank you. If you don't mind, I will continue with our panel.
Yeah.
If you have
Just,
any last words.
Hakan, Alaikum salam. Just want to thank you to Professor Nafisalam. He has been a great friend and contributor, so of course. We are grateful also for spending time for this conference. Thank you, brother.
Thank you very much. Have a good day. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
It's a pleasure to have you.
Thank you. Dear participants, welcome to our last panel for our ICISEF conference. Today is the last day of our conference. Our theme for today was the fintech. So we started with a very fruitful speech of the Professor Dr. Nafis Alam's keynote speech on the fintech. He showed us the details of the fintech and the current status of the Islamic fintechs and its relation to what kind of values that it can add to the sustainability, which is also our main theme for this conference. Today we are having 5 valuable guests for our digital Islamic economy and finance panel from different parts of the world, and they have very valuable experiences in the field of fintech, blockchain, and digital finance. I would like to firstly introduce Dr. Hazik Mohammed. Is he here? I couldn't see him actually.
Salam, Prof. Aslan, I'm here.
So I just give very brief information for each of you, then we'll start. Dr. Haziq Mohammed from the Malaysia Stella in Singapore Stella Consulting Group, and Dr. Shahir Abbas is from IFAS and IFIN, CEO, Executive Director. Then we also have Sami Poyraz from Architect Turkey as a product manager. Kemal Paiza, manager of the RAIMS Ventures, which is they are doing share-based crowdfunding and focusing on the crowdfunding issues. Then Umar Munshi, as we know, co-founder of the ETIS. So I would like we talk about the Islamic fintechs with the keynote speech of the Professor Nafi Saleh. So I want to take this topic to the broader sense, and which will be the Dr. Haziq Mohammed's speech. He will focus on the beyond fintech Islamic economy. Dr. Haziq Mohammed has long experience on the field of Islamic fintech. He built startups on business consulting, and he consulted in SMEs. Besides his experience in the field, he also published 3 books. One of them is Belief and the Rule Compliance, which is focused on the behavioral economics. He also published 2 books on the financial technology, namely Blockchain, Fintech, and Islamic Finance. The first book published in 2019, the other book, Beyond Fintech. I think today's talk will be also focused on this issue. Floor is yours, Dr. Haziq. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alhamdulillah. Let me share my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen, please.
Okay, Alhamdulillah. So we are Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for inviting me to this wonderful conference that you are holding jointly and collaboratively. It's always good to see people collaborate and work together, especially in Islamic finance and Islamic fintech. I know that each speaker only has 15 minutes, so I'll keep my presentation as short as I can because there's a lot to talk about. I wanted to start today's session by speaking on technology used for the broader Islamic economy. I know typically people tend to focus on Islamic fintech because finance is has been and is being disrupted quite significantly these days. But I wanted our audience to be aware that finance is only one sector of the larger economy, and we can use technology in all other sectors as well. So briefly, this is what I will touch on today. It looks like it's a lot, but it's only one slide per application or per topic, and then we can move to the other speakers. And then if there are any questions, we'll collectively answer them at the end of the session where we will have the Q&A. So firstly, I'll speak about why the finance industry, not only the Islamic finance industry, but the entire finance industry is being disrupted. I think it's always important to remember why things happen so that we know and we can fulfill the objectives together. And then I'll speak about how we can use technology when it's integrated together to propel digital distribution forward. Typically, people tend to speak about technology in silos, like blockchain just blockchain, and AI just AI, and IoT just IoT, and machine learning and all that stuff. But when we try to build something, we have to integrate the technologies together because then we'll use we can develop the perfect use case for the different technology that is being used, or select the right technology for the right use case. So I'll touch on the different financial applications that tech can help in. And then beyond finance, I want to touch on these 4 applications: the supply chain, the insurance, healthcare or electronic healthcare records, and then advanced manufacturing, digital twin, cyber physical systems, and the industrial Internet of Things. And then I'll finish my portion of this panel session. Okay, so if we recall why the finance industry was disrupted, is because of it started after the 2008 financial crisis, which was basically a global contagion of things, and many things, many researchers and many scholars have written on the financial crisis to learn from this event. And the three main causes were, number one, too much debt or over leveraging. Leveraging is fine, debt is fine, but too much of it is always bad, right? When we go to the extremes, too much of anything is bad. And then number two, it's deregulation. For example, the repeal of the Glass-Steagall Act in the US to encourage competition. We are okay with competition, but in the finance industry and some other sectors, but especially in the finance industry, we need to regulate. We need to have strong regulations in place because the incentive to cheat or to fraud is simply too high. And then lastly, the third main cause is because of unethical or unrestrained profit-driven type of behaviors. So in the finance industry, particularly in Islamic finance, we have always reminded that it is part of our ethos that we do not promote unrestrained profit-driven type of behaviors. Profit-seeking is fine, but we should always remember that there is an ethical and moral obligation to help the unbanked or disenfranchised. So we need to move forward without leaving anybody behind. So the consequence of this is that there was a huge loss of confidence and trust from this crisis. And also coupled with the technological shifts from the fourth industrial revolution, this is how digital disruption has come about, especially in the emergence of fintech. So when we talk about technology, we have to be aware that when we develop use case for it, we have to integrate the different technologies together. Okay, so in order to do that, we need to understand the different technologies and what it's good for, so that we can develop the right use case. For instance, AI, machine learning, and neural network will be key to understanding and improving big data. Big data, because previously we did not collect as much data as we did, but with the advent of social media and everything else, we have been collecting a lot of data, and through data analytics, we can understand our world better. We can understand our customers better. We can understand what products to give them. We can understand how people are using our products. If you're an entrepreneur or if you're a customer, you can communicate with your supplier in omni-channels and stuff like that. Blockchain is another technology, but it is specifically used because of its immutability and its traceability function. Of course, it has an immense potential to scale, but we haven't seen a purely public, decentralized, fully decentralized blockchain yet. What we are seeing is semi-public or semi-decentralized type of blockchain, which is a permission-based or private type of blockchain. But once this different type of private blockchains are connected together to develop a fully decentralized network, then you'll see blockchains full scaling ability. So digital disruption is important for Islamic finance and the Islamic economy because it will create better, faster, cheaper services. It will obviously foster competitive advantage to anyone that use them, whether we are going to use it as Muslims to develop the Islamic economy or other people who are going to use it, because technology is agnostic. It's just a tool, okay? So using technology will ensure sustainable development, which is the theme for today's conference, or the conference that has been running these few days. By virtue of it gives less errors from mundane repeated tasks. If you leave it to a human being, we are prone to tiredness and mistakes, and this will develop a lot of errors and cause a lot of problems. We also want to protect the rights of every individual through the prevention of fraud and theft. Technology can also be used for accountability, which we talk a lot about in Islamic finance and Islamic economics, through traceability. And then it also helps us, technology also helps us to use, to make efficient use of resources through cost reduction and productivity improvement. All of this will develop a sustainable world for our children and for ourselves. So when we use tech, for example, in financial institutions, we can, the speakers in the panel today will speak on specific areas that they have worked on, but generally, other financial applications that we can use tech for is in Islamic asset wealth management. We can help in client onboarding process, management of portfolios using AI and blockchain. And blockchain will also help in regulatory compliance, especially to Sharia observance, right? To uphold the Islamic values that Islamic finance is championing. We can also use it for Islamic capital markets in stock exchanges, and not only in crypto exchanges, in even the traditional stock exchanges. It can help in securities transaction, insurances, asset servicing and treasury operations, derivative transaction, auditing and monitoring. And then there's a huge portion where people just cannot get out of is the cryptocurrency. So a segment of that is stable coins, and a segment of stable coins is the CBDC. And then we can also use technology to issue sukuk, which is going to be faster and going to make it cheaper. So then the issuance value need not be so high. Currently, sukuk issuance, the cost of issuance is so high that it only makes sense to issue like a 500 million or a billion sukuk. But if you can digitalize the process and reduce the cost significantly, we can reduce the quantum. That means even corporations that only need 1 million or 5 million, they can use digital sukuk for their corporate bond issuance. And then, of course, a lot has been talked about on Islamic social finance and how technology can help in wakaf, in zakat, and even in inheritance, faraid. Okay, so now going beyond finance, technology can also be used specifically in one of these 4 areas which I'm going to speak about, the other sectors of the economy. Number one is the supply chain. Currently, the supply chain is a very intricate network of suppliers and sub-suppliers and sub-sub-suppliers and sub-sub-sub-sub-sub-suppliers. Right? It goes on and on and on. So it's very difficult, especially in the halal supply chain, to fully embrace what everybody's talking about today as halalan thayyiban. So it's not about the slaughtering of meat and the preparation of food stuff. Halal thayyiban encompass where we are looking even at the processes, how it's packaged, the labor that is being used, and all of that, right? To the granular level. So it is very difficult to monitor when you have so many suppliers in the middle network, which you have no trace of. So how technology can help is we can utilize blockchain as well as IoT devices. IoT devices like RFID, radio frequency identification device, or NFCs, near field communication device, that can scan themselves and exchange information or data among themselves without human intervention. So then we are able to track from what we call from farm to fork, right? All the way from the animal to when it's being processed to on our dinner table and we're about to put it in our mouth. So this is a highly efficient way of using technology. And I think a lot of people are trying to work on this, but it's not easy work to do simply because the middle part is so intricate. But nevertheless, it shouldn't stop us from being able to do so. And another good advantage is that if there's another outbreak like COVID-19, since it's been suspected it's coming from bats and illegal consumption of exotic animals and all that stuff, even from mad cow disease or bird flu, if they recur, if we have a digitalized supply chain, it will make us much easier to track which meat has been affected or which batch of meat has been affected, and take steps to contain it. Okay. So the second application where tech can be used beyond finance is in the area of insurance. So even in the insurance, it's a wide area. I just want to speak about claims processing today because we have limited time. And how we do this is, if you've ever been in a motor accident, especially a severe one, it takes a long time for insurance claims to take place. Depending on the severity of the accident, it may take up to 1 year. If it's a slight accident, it still needs maybe a month or two. But if you can digitalize it or use blockchain and IoT and AI put together, integrate these technologies together, you can come up with a platform like so. And then you integrate the insurer with the insurance adjuster, with the garage that's doing the repair work, and then the user. All of them are connected through smart contracts on a blockchainized platform. And then you have IoT, you have your mobile device. When it takes pictures, there's a timestamp. So you can't actually claim that the accident happened at night when the timestamp, a picture of the accident actually says that it's in the afternoon. So these are things that we should make use of, that is immutable and difficult to hack, so that we can reduce the fraudulent claims in the insurance sector or insurance industry. Okay, so if you want to know more details, there's a book that I wrote recently, Beyond FinTech. Each chapter covers all of the areas that I'm speaking about today, and you can refer to that to get more details. Today, I'm just going to touch on it, just to make you aware on the concepts and the ideas, the technology, how technology can help other sectors of the economy. Okay, so when we use technology integrated together, we can reduce the time that takes place in terms of insurance claims by 70%, and then we can also reduce the cost by 80%. Okay, so this is a study done by Boston Consulting Group back in, I think, 2017 or 2018, and they projected that they can reduce the insurance claim that's all up here, right? That takes, accident notification, document collection, review of contract negotiation, because both insurance agents of the counterparties will start to negotiate and argue, right, until they reach to a settlement, and it will take such a long time. But with clear evidence, there's little negotiation, and you'll come to a settlement much quicker. So it'll cost 80% less, or 20% of the traditional cost, or 80% less, and it will take only 30% of a traditional time, or save 70% of the time. Okay, so the third application that I'll speak about is in the healthcare sector of the economy. So one use case is in the use of technology in electronic healthcare records. These days, people are paranoid about personal data. And so we have in Europe GDPR, in Asia we have PDPA, Personal Data Protection regulations that's in place. But for the medical area, what we can do is we can protect our sensitive or private medical data, especially when you're like a president or prime minister or some important person. You don't want your medical data to be out there so that your enemies can take advantage or stuff like that. And you want to keep it private. So we can do so by having digitizing our medical records into what we call as electronic healthcare records, or electronic medical records, EMR or EHR, depending on how you want to term it. Okay, so what it does is you record all your medical data on the cloud through a blockchain database system. And then what happens is that any hospital, whenever you're checking into a hospital or clinic anywhere in the world, if they you can give them permission access to your medical data database on the cloud, and then they'll have your historical data. So it's easy for them to prescribe medicine or to proceed with surgery and stuff like that. So you'll have like a cloud-based system. So you're essentially walking around with this medical data that's connected to you. and only the patient can give permission to, whether it's hospital or to pharmacies or to wherever, because he may be traveling and it's not his typical hospital who has his medical records in the centralized database. So right now, when you have a decentralized database, anybody can access, provided the patient gives permission for them to access it. So it makes a much more, private, yet safer and more accessible system for data extraction. And lastly, I wanted to speak about advanced manufacturing. I think this is a sector which is mostly overlooked in our Islamic economies. Yet, you look at the advanced economies, they produce goods and products and services more than the less advanced economies. So I would like to, appeal to our Islamic economies and to the audience that's listening out there that we need to develop our capabilities to produce stuff. Right? For instance, we all use mobile phones. In fact, the mobile phone is the first thing you look at when you wake up and the last thing you put down when you go to sleep. Right? It's such an important device. It has our camera, it makes phone calls. We can now do our work on our phone essentially. We can actually do this conference on our phone. It's such an important device. But can you name me a brand of mobile phone that's built by an Islamic country? So economies like Turkey and Indonesia and large economies like that, the GCC, and we need to be looking at stuff like that we use daily and start building those kind of products and goods and services. So technology plays an important part in advanced manufacturing. So there is a component where we call digital twin. Digital twin is just a concept where you copy the physical parts and make a digital version of it. Why you do so is it helps in planning, design, construction, maintenance, and operation. So these different parts will have sensors on them. So as they are assembled, like for instance, if it's a car, right? When it's assembled, every part has a sensor. So it will report the data back because it's a sensor, right? It just collects data and it reports back to a central dashboard called the digital twin, which it's monitoring the digital twin, and then it feeds back, right? So it knows when the part will fail and all of that. So instead of waiting the part to fail and then you get stranded in the middle of nowhere, we can develop new cars which can project the failure time based on historical, what we call this?
Dr. Haziq, sorry for interrupting. We are out of time. Could you please just cover up your conclusion for a minute?
Sure, okay, no problem.
Thank you.
So, so advanced manufacturing is something which we seriously need to look at. It's covered in one of the chapters of my latest book. So we are here at the last slide, thankfully. Without digital disruption, economies will be left behind. Technology is only an enabler. We human beings are morally responsible to decide how ethically to use it. And also, please remember why disruption started, which is to improve things and processes and our products and to make our financial systems more stable, not to make it weaker. So, it presents huge opportunities and it will safeguard sustainable socio-economic development. So all the material that I've spoken today is covered in this particular book. You can just Google it. It's on Amazon. It's everywhere. You can easily find it. Every sector of the economy is covered in in the different chapters, and you can read about it more. Thank you very much for your time. I'm sorry I took too much. I thought I could have finished it in 15 minutes, but it took a little bit longer than I thought. Sorry. So over to you, Prof. Hassan.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Haziq, for your valuable speech on Islamic digital economy. So in this panel, we were focusing on Islamic digital economy and finance. So we started with Dr. Haziq's presentation, taking the topic from the very broader sense, using of the technology and the blockchain for the different fields of the economy, for manufacturing, for healthcare system, for insurance system. I'm checking, is there any question I actually asked? By far, we don't have in the chat box, but maybe our participants can ask at the end of the session. So after taking this broader sense, so I want to narrow it down to the fintech. So I would like to invite Dr. Shahir for his speech on, he will focus on the Islamic fintech. I would like to introduce him. Dr. Shahir holds PhD from Islamic Financial Engineering from Durham University, and he has master's degree in Islamic economics and banking, and he has over 15 years experience covering several disciplines across the Islamic finance landscape, including banking, Sharia governance, product development, auditing, and trading. Dr. Shahir has successfully transitioned into the Islamic finance fintech space, bringing with him an extensive wealth of knowledge and hands-on experience. So would you like to listen, Dr. Shahir? The floor is yours. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Jazakallah, Dr. Hakan. It's a pleasure to be with you here. And of course, today is a special day, and I would like to focus on the practical implementation of fintech. So what we have been hearing is about the ground theoretical background of it, the understanding of fintech, the understanding of Islamic fintech, of how it will work. But what I would like to focus on is how we can actually use this into a practical application, and what does it really mean on the sustainable development, and how this will relate to the actual life of people on the ground. So just very briefly, I'm going to go very fast on the evolution of the fintech as an ecosystem. It's been driven by technology. The change of the technology have arisen for certain areas where people can look at a market and try to improve. So it's an opportunity to improve on the market and bringing a new solution to make it easier, make it better, make it faster for the consumer to be able to use financial technology. And of course, because of that, the people has adopted it very fast for all these reasons. But the main driver is actually technology. And of course, what's happening here is that the regulators is catching up. So what's happened, people and government, even on a government point, from point of view, they saw this is actually an interesting change of the market. So what they said, okay, let them work, let them play around, but we will try to catch up in terms of the regulation. So it's actually happening faster than the government's actually trying to catch up. And to allow them to work, they created these incubators, the sandbox, to allow people actually to work around, to play around, to identify the market ideas, and actually to present new solutions in a controlled environment for people. And of course, it's becoming part of a national strategy. We can see that most of the countries, even Muslim countries, adopting a new strategy specifically related to fintechs. We have seen a lot of good examples of how, on a conventional side, this fintech is actually working. And I think one of the most interesting one is in PASA, and I've been in Kenya, and we work with the government of Kenya on Islamic finance regulations. And I've saw the impact that this, which is the mobile phone wallet in Kenya, is doing for the life of people there. And this is maybe one of the early adopters, actually, maybe the one of the early fintechs, if you can call them, coming into the world, which actually seeing how much adaptation can make, and how much actually on the real life of people, where all these unbanked people will be able to transact, to receive money, and to pay money using their mobile app and mobile wallet. And of course, there is similar areas. A very good example, which people don't really know a lot about, which is TransferWise. TransferWise, which is based in the UK, has changed the way actually money is being transferred between countries on a corporate level, and even on an individual level. It's amazing the way they adopted the technology, and it's been like, I think, maybe 10 years now or something, working for this company, and now they are a multi-billion company worth. This is a snapshot of IFIN, which is the Islamic Finance News, landscape, Islamic fintech landscape, and that's in 2020. They have counted for 150 Islamic fintech. But if you go to now to 2021, you have 262, which tells you that the number of fintech have doubled over 1 year, and that's during COVID, right? So it's the pandemic, and you can see now that this is going to go, even more and more as we go forward, and this is very critical. Why? Because I believe that's in the history of humankind, there has not been any time period like this. This is very critical for the understanding of everyone. Now you can very easily identify an idea, implement it, and actually become an international company within 3 to 4 years or 5 years. And this has never happened. This was never the case in the history of mankind. This is something that you can start now in your garage at home with a small business, two people coming together, and they set up a business, and in 5 years you become $1 billion company. This is an opportunity that's actually presented itself specifically for us in the Islamic world. This is where we get the opportunity to catch up with the advanced world, with the first world, and close this gap. And for Islamic finance, for Islamic economy, this is a great idea. So I encourage you, all of you who are listening to us today, who have an idea in your head, please go ahead and do it, and you can find yourself on the map within a few years. Now, yes, not all of them will make it. That's definite. Not all of them will come to $1 billion company, a unicorn company within 5 years. That's of course. But some of them will do, and we need these ones. We need these ones who's going to go and grow and become $1 billion company, because these are going to be the anchors for the Islamic economy in the future. And we have very good examples, on potential companies that actually can would, inshallah, make it, and including Ethis, and a brother with us here will be able to talk more about it with him. And this is basically a few examples. And recently we have a couple also from Canada, Manzil from Canada and Kardus from the UK coming also as a new interest to the Islamic fintech market. So all these potential companies actually can make it, and hopefully they will have the chance to become a very big company and affect the life of people. And Manzil, for example, they are in Canada and they're doing Islamic home mortgage finance, and this is critical for the people of Canada, because this is the first time actually an Islamic finance available for home financing. Similarly, for SMEs businesses in the UK, Kardus is doing a very good job, to help Islamic, SMEs companies in the UK to obtain Islamic finance solution, which is not available at the moment. I would like to talk more, maybe specifically about our experience about iFin, which is our Islamic fintech, which actually we designed specifically for Islamic financial institution to help them as a tool to enter into the digital world. And from our experience in the market, we thought that we need to create a solution that actually can resolve most of the problem that Islamic banking and Islamic financial institution facing in terms of how to provide finance, how to connect to people, how to reach out to the people, how can Islamic finance be available for everyone in the country, rather than actually being confined to a certain community or a certain segment of the community. So we looked at the Islamic finance currently. There is a lot of operational hassle because everything is being done manual. There's long turnaround time. So to take a credit decision, it takes ages. It takes 3 days or 4 days to take a credit decision, which make the customer, very uncomfortable. And of course, because of that, it's become uncompetitive pricing, because you have too much time, too much operation for you as an Islamic finance institution compared to what conventional banks are doing. You will find yourself ended up with uncompetitive prices. And of course, you will never be able to reach to everyone. And this is critical in terms of the development and the sustainable development. We need Islamic finance to reach everyone, whether Muslims or not Muslims, in every community. This is the right path. This is what we believe, that Islamic finance is the true way forward, because it's the way where we can link the actual economy to the finance. And this is what the professor was talking. That's one of the biggest problem of the financial crisis of 2007 and 2008. It's the segregation between the real economy of the world and the finance economy. And this is one of the things that we need to solve through Islamic finance. And we cannot do it at the moment because Islamic banking and Islamic finance institution, they're using a lot of tawarruk, and tawarruk itself is a tool to continue with the segregation of the two economies. So we thought that with IFIN, we can actually bring back this. We can get Islamic finance to operate directly on a real life transactions of a real commodities and real goods in the market. And of course, eliminate the poor customer experience that people actually facing at the moment when they go and actually try to obtain an Islamic finance. So what did we do? We created the first of its kind Islamic platform, finance platform that actually connect all types of banks and financial institutions to all types of retailers. And the idea is to make sure that we can reach out to every single customer is going to every single store in the country and be able to obtain Islamic finance, halal finance, while he is at the store, to make sure that this is available for him and he can choose any bank from the banks that's actually on the platform, which means that as a bank, you no longer need the customer to come to you. You no longer need to open branches everywhere in the country. As long as there is retailers, as long as there is customer in that area, you will be able to obtain application or receive application from that customer from that area, whether it's a small town or the largest city in the country. That linking will allow us to actually to offer two products, the consumer financing products and the SME products. So we have launched now our first product in Oman, our first country, and it has been fantastic because now for the first time in Oman, customers can walk into the store and actually be able to obtain finance within 10 minutes. Before we introduced IFIN into Oman, a consumer who wants to buy any type of goods at the moment, he will have to wait at least for 5 working days to get to this point. So moving from 5 working days for a finance, Islamic finance to be completed to a 10-minute is actually a great achievement. And that's what we want to do. And we want to do also where our second product will be a supply chain finance for SMEs, where we will be able to finance all SMEs through the supply chain finance. And this is one of the critical things that the professor was talking about earlier. So it's an enabling technology, which means that actually we're not competing with the banks. We are actually providing a tool for the banks to transfer very fast to the digital era. So instead of the banks themselves go and invest and build their own system and try to make it throughout a huge investment of money and time, we will give them a tool that actually can take them to the digital era, a complete end-to-end digitalization within 3 to 4 months. And of course, we do more than just software. We do a complete solutions for the banks. So we do onboarding of the retailers, we do the training, we do the software, we do the ongoing service. So basically the banks has to look into now focusing on how they can actually credit score the customer, provide the finance, and provide best services and best pricing. This is how it looks like. We can connect all types of car dealers, white goods, kitchen manufacturer, health providers, hospitals for operation, education, private universities, private schools, event management. And we have multiple products where it's Murabaha or Ijara or Istisna. And on the middle, there is IFIN as a platform. And on the other sides, we will have our banks and finance companies that actually can come to us. I have a short video that actually can explain how this works in terms of car financing. It is 1 minute only.
Assalamu alaikum. Meet Abdullah. Abdullah and his family want to buy a new car. They like this car, but it is over Abdullah's budget. He thinks, I can get an Islamic finance. He requests a quotation from the salesman to take it to the Islamic bank. The second day, Abdullah goes to the Islamic bank, where he waits to meet the branch staff. He finally meets the staff, who asks Abdullah to bring a few documents to start the approval process. Abdullah goes to collect the required documents, paying a visit to his office to obtain the salary confirmation. Then he goes back to his branch again. The branch staff informs Abdullah that he will get a call with the bank's decision in a few days. After 2 days, Abdullah's application is approved, so he should go back to the bank to complete the process. Abdullah goes back to the bank again, signs the required documents, and goes back to the showroom. Finally, Abdullah gets his car after a long and exhausting process. This is the typical story of a customer using the current Islamic finance process. Now let's see how the story goes using IFIN. IFIN, the fintech that links financial institutions with retailers for instant Islamic financing. Abdullah and his family want to buy a new car. They like this car, but it is over Abdullah's budget. They see the IFIN logo. Abdullah inquires about the solution and applies for a finance with his preferred Islamic bank, providing his details to the sales staff and confirming his identity with a simple finger scan, and gets his finance approved instantly. Abdullah signs the required documents and drives away with his family in their brand new, hassle-free car. IFIN. Join the future now.
So as you can see, this is a process that takes 5 days working, on a finance process.
Sorry for interrupting. We are kind of limited time. Could you please just
Sure.
wrap up in a minute?
Sure. Yes. So there's a lot of benefits we can work, to reduce the cost, and we increase the reach out. So we technically link the actual economy. So every single transaction will be related to an actual buying and selling of goods. And this is critical for Islamic finance, and critical to be available everywhere for all the customers, not only the rich, not only the one that's actually sitting next to the branch. It will become available wherever the customer is, and that will enable us to reach out and make sure that we build the sustainability of the Islamic finance. Now, of course, there is a lot of challenges related to the Sharia issues, the regulatory environment, fundraising for fintechs, all this, and of course, end user acceptance. But of course, the future is actually very bright. We need to make sure that we are available. We can get the trust of the consumer through transparency, and make sure that it's reducing the cost. So the way you design and implement your product has to be clear, has to be added value for every time. And of course, the growth is immense. You can get a huge growth if you actually can get it right. But the future is only bright. And sorry if I take more than I should. Thank you very much, and I'm open, of course, for any question that you may have.
Thank you, Dr. Shahir, for your very important presentation. We take the topic from the Islamic economics to finance and its implication especially for the Islamic financing. So is there any questions from the floor, from the audience? I guess actually time to time I'm asking in the chat box. So by far we don't have, maybe we can have at the end of the session. If you don't mind, sure. Dr. Shai, I would like to continue with Omar Munshi.
Sure, please.
So because we are narrowing it down to the Islamic fintech, so we are focused on the social impact of the financial technology. So we take the digital economy, fintechs, now we are narrowing it to social impact of the fintechs. So Omar Munshi is the social entrepreneur based on Southeast Asia. He is the co-founder of Ethis. I think most of our audience aware of the Ethis and its applications. So I would like to give the floor to you, Mr. Munshi. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. So thank you again for having me here, to all the organizers. Humbled to be among so many esteemed speakers and experts. And thank you to all the participants as well. I'm aware there's a lack of time, so inshallah I'll jump into it. Probably I'll take 10 minutes to run through some of the points and some of the insights and sharing that we have, inshallah. And then 5 minutes to give you an examples of how at our company we implement social impact investment, inshallah. Okay, is my screen visible? Yeah, I assume it is. Okay. All right. So let me start with the problem before we go into the concepts and the theories. Because I mean, if if there's no problem, then what's the point of a solution, right? In this case, the problems are very critical, and the problems are chronic as well. And especially with the COVID situation today, this has gotten worse because the need is much higher. And also there's an increasing tide of things like nationalism and so on. And so this has really probably brought us a few steps backwards in terms of assisting humanity or getting humanity to be uplifted. Yeah, so I won't read all the slides, but these are just some points that I want to highlight about how there's a huge gap in the market where a lot of, especially small businesses, high impact businesses, potentially, high impact in terms of the activities they do, high impact in terms of the people they employ and in the segments that they serve, especially micro businesses. These are largely left out or underserved by the financial markets, right? So then that is where potentially crowdfunding comes in as a solution, potentially as the solution. Because crowdfunding, I'll explain more in the next few slides, but essentially what is crowdfunding is it's a marketplace, right? And a marketplace is where business happens, right? So it's a digital marketplace, not for goods and services, specifically for fundraising and fund provision, or in this case, investment. Those who are looking for investment go to crowdfunding platforms. Those who want to provide investment capital also go to crowdfunding platforms, and that's where the marketplace will start to function and match the two sides. Of course, the crowdfunding platform, especially investment platforms, typically need to be regulated. And so it does have specific roles to play to ensure that this interaction and the matching and the transaction process are done properly, right? Another way to look at it is the second line here, platforms for decentralized fundraising. Again, same point, that match fundraisers to funders. The point decentralized here is very interesting, and this is probably one of the key unique characteristics of crowdfunding, where the platform, of course, the platform has a degree of influence because the platform is the gatekeeper. We decide which companies, which projects get listed or issued or featured on the platform. But it is not our decision on where the money goes to or how much money is raised, right? That depends on the crowd. That, in a sense, is decentralized, yeah? Now, there are many types of crowdfunding. I won't go through this in detail. I think there's probably no time, and you can just see from the slide the few different types of crowdfunding. And today we're going to focus on investment crowdfunding, which is typically divided into equity or debt. That's the conventional way of looking at it. And from the Islamic perspective, of course, we can implement any, essentially any kind of or structure or contract, from musharaka, mudarabah to murabaha, istisna, and even rental or ijara. Right? There's many models that can be implemented in crowdfunding, because essentially you're matching funds to real world projects. Right? You're not. Crowdfunding platforms are not probably considered full financial institutions. Right? We are not an institution. We don't manage the money, and we don't provide financing. We match those who provide the money, or those who invest, or those who want to give the financing to the projects. Right? So there's a very key difference. And what's the impact of this difference is, as I was saying earlier, is driven by people. It's driven by the crowd. Right? It's driven by the community, not by maybe stakeholders, internal stakeholders of the crowdfunding platform, the shareholders, the investors, or the regulators. Right? It's driven by the people. And when people interact freely, there's great, but that can also be very dangerous. Probably, most of us are familiar with bubbles and how greed and how hype and speculation can lead to a lot of unsustainable market interaction. So here is where the crowdfunding platforms will implement some controls and some mechanisms. Yeah. Now, in theory, when money goes or moves more effectively from individuals, from funders, from institutions, direct to the real economy, this is where there's an increase in the impact of capital, or in a sense, the efficiency and effectiveness of capital. The velocity of money is faster potentially because money goes straight to the economy, not necessarily in the capital markets and float around in different markets that essentially are serving investors and to a large extent speculators. Here it goes straight to the real economy, and then immediately it goes out as usually salaries and so on, and helps to push up the economy. Yeah. Right. Now, when you talk about social impact, I mean, here I mix it up with social finance as well, zakat, wakaf, and so on. But the key characteristic here is that crowdfunding is something that's very flexible, that's very malleable. It can be implemented in many different ways for many different things, right? It depends on probably two things or three things. One is, what's the regulatory framework for investment, what's allowed, what's not allowed. Right? Some countries allow anything or everything. For example, we have a P2P, which is a debt-based or financing-based license in Indonesia. Now that allows us to provide financing or lending to consumer or business or organization, institution, NGOs, and so on. We can basically match investors or lenders to any borrower or project in Indonesia. But some countries, some licenses are more limited, typically focused on SMEs, on businesses, and not on consumer or individuals. Yeah. So that's one.
Sorry for interrupting. We have just 5 minutes. Okay. I know your presentation. You have more. If you can focus on the detail that your social impact part in the last 5 minutes, I will be glad. So because today is also Friday, we have this time issue in Turkey. Sorry for interrupting. Thank you.
Yeah. So I'm talking about the impact part. So when people decide where money goes to, then the impact is where you can attract more people. Yeah, because it's driven by the people. And I only have I have a lot of slides, but the slides are not, I don't have to go through everything in detail. And the main thing I want to highlight here in these few slides is the impact part, as mentioned by Prof. So the market validation and the leverage on own community portions is where you have the public coming forward, right? Now, in terms of investors, same thing. It can go anywhere or from anywhere. When you talk about the finance industry specifically, as mentioned earlier by Dr. Haziq and others, it's complementary, right? Although over time, it can become competitive. Why I say it's complementary is because of the underserved segments is typically the natural market for crowdfunding platforms. And that includes the impact investments and the social enterprises and also SMEs and micro enterprises, right? So I won't go through this in detail. I'll just touch on briefly about what we do at ETHIS. And everything we do is based on creating impact. This is our positioning. Islamic values covers everything, but what we do is always focus on being sustainable and impactful as much as possible, inshallah. All right, and I probably don't have much time to go through in detail, but I just wanted to give, sorry, it's hanging. Yeah, just wanted to give you an idea of the kinds of projects that we have. In the next slide, okay. Yeah, so for the first one is an agri-tech startup. It's a company in Malaysia that is providing equipment and technology to small farmers to produce rice, right? To produce paddy. Baloi is also a technology company, and it provides basic necessities at lower costs, and is a very fast growth, profitable startup. So you can see these are all having a strong social element. These are from Malaysia. From Indonesia, we have many projects. This is the lending or financing projects, whereas the Malaysian one is the equity projects. And the last one is globalsedekah.com, which directly does, sedekah, wakaf, and zakat, more on the B2B side, but also definitely all of you can choose to go to any of our platforms and start getting involved to understand better about crowdfunding and impact investment, inshallah. I think the rest is just information, just pictures. So I will end on this slide. This is what we have, and how we are implementing crowdfunding is in the context of course, Sharia compliance. At the same time, not only just the compliant portion, but also the spirit and the impact of it, which is to create good for society, inshallah. Right, thank you, Prof. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you, Mr. Munshi, for your presentation and mentioning the social impact of the fintech, especially for crowdfunding. So we'll continue with another crowdfunding platform in Turkey. Before that, I just want to mention just a few words, especially on the social impact. As academics in Sakarya University, we also have Kardal Hassan-based microfinance institution. We've been trying to move this forward with matching with the fintech platform, so maybe we can increase this social impact. So we try without using financial technology, following the procedures with manually. It lowers down the social impact. Maybe in the future we'll focus these matters. Besides working as an academic, we also have an institution called ICSAR. I just want to mention after your presentation. Thank you. There's one question I want to ask Mr. Munshi before starting that. What kind of period did they experience in regulating, and what did they do about their solutions? Mr. Hakan Yıldız asking the question.
Okay. Yeah. What kind of period? I think maybe it's about the regulatory process. So for us, we spent a lot of time and effort in regulations because we started before there were regulations. So when regulators started coming in, there was a lot to do to go through all our past and to structure things so that it's compliant with the regulations and to get the new regulations as well. So for Indonesia, it took us quite some time, about 2 years. In Malaysia also took about 2 years. I think today most new licenses that are available should not take so much time, but in the early days, typically regulators are more careful. It takes a long time to get a license. So for Malaysia and Indonesia, both took quite a lot of time. And I think I guess the question is about how regulators work in our experience. So in Malaysia, it's very controlled, very systematic. Everybody apply, whoever wants to apply within a certain time, then they will shortlist a much smaller list, and from that list, then you go through the process. For Indonesia, there's 2-3 steps. You get registered, you're allowed to operate, but within certain boundaries. Then you go up to another level after reaching a lot of different requirements. So Indonesia is very, very, I would say very, very difficult and very tedious because there's so many players in such a big market. Crowdfunding in Indonesia has gone past $10 billion already. So it's quite big. Not many people outside Indonesia are aware of that. And there are hundreds of platforms in Indonesia. And there are thousands of platforms trying to get regulated as well. Yeah, so just to give you an idea. Thank you.
Is there any other questions? I guess no. So I would like to continue with Mr. Kemal Payza. So we take the crowdfunding issue. So we'll focus on the Turkish part. Mr. Kemal Payza is the manager at the Reimes feature, and he has very big. He has important experience on the field of Islamic banking and Islamic fintechs. He worked in a different position of one of the Islamic banks in Turkey in marketing, product development, innovation manager, and neo-banking, digital banking departments. Besides that, he's co-founder. He was co-founder of the Insha and the Al Baraka Garage. Currently, he's working Reimas Ventures. So floor is yours, Mr. Kemal. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you very much for this kind of opportunity. And thanks to organizing such a great event. So I know we have a time limit, so I will just try to cover up the whole topics in 10 minutes. So I will today talk about how to build a moral investment ecosystem with equity-based crowdfunding. So I will start my presentation by giving 2 important facts in global crowdfunding market. So the first one, we can see that the dramatical increase in 3 years in global crowdfunding market. The second one, US, UK, and Canada is the leaders of this market, this global market. So it's really surprising not to see a Muslim country in one of those leaders, because we believe that the crowdfunding with its structure, with its business model, is really can be a good product, can be a good platform for Islamic finance. So just 1 second. So today I will talk about how we build Fonbulucu and Reinvest in the light of building an Islamic fintech or building a fintech with moral values. So we just follow up the technical requirements of building an Islamic fintech. So we all analyzed, evaluated our operations with the compliance with Islamic finance standards. We also design our product with, again, the same standards. We just managed and contributed the development of the regulation in our country. And we work hard to understand the Islamic banking products and how it works in the beyond the scan. And we also understand the importance of open banking and APIs. So we built a really good IT infrastructure to build a sustainable crowdfunding ecosystem in Turkey. We also focused on structure and functionality and the basic terms of the crowdfunding ecosystem. The second one is really important, the mental requirements, innovation. So the Fonbulucu is a real innovation in Turkish market because it's not only a equity crowdfunding platform, but it's also offering and trying to offer interest-free equity crowdfunding system. So we're also trying to understand the different generations and their investment habits. And the third one is really important, cooperation and collaboration. We believe that this is the base of the crowdfunding business model. So dealing with challenge in 5 years, building the Fonbulucu, there was so many challenges in terms of regulation, in terms of technical. So this is another part of to build something in the fintech with moral values. So after this, we determined our concept in macroeconomic level, and so we started to build our ecosystem. In the first years, we just operating in the reward-based crowdfunding system, but in the coming this year, we started equity-based crowdfunding system. So just 1 second. So when we determined the concept and the context of Fonbulucu and Reinvest Venture Capital Investment Fund, we evaluated our model with these principles. So to try to build a system, a sustainable system with checking the features of the system with the principles. So let me go to next step. So we believe that we build a moral-based investment ecosystem. So in the heart of the ecosystem, there are entrepreneurs. So we are here to provide funds to entrepreneurs. We believe that we are democratizing the investment ecosystem, and it's not belong to a part of the community. So a good idea can be everywhere, and everyone can contribute the good idea. So with this motivation, we built our very detailed crowdfunding platform. On the other side, not only building a marketplace and calling all entrepreneurs to start a campaign and just waiting for investors, we also build an angel investor network, and we are also inviting the angel investors or candidates to our system. So it will directly or indirectly helping to entrepreneurs to be successful in their campaign. On the other hand, we launched a venture capital investment fund focusing on only the crowdfunding companies. So with this fund, we're planning to invest so many companies in early stage startups in Turkey. So we started in May, but we see the quick results. We believe that is a validation of the market. It is the validation of our product. So the first campaign just funded 170% in just a few days. So the demanding for funding just reached approximately $200 million. So it's really, really important for our market to know that we are a significant indicator for the new coming players. It was not easy to build such a big ecosystem integrated with the regulation, integrated with investor ecosystem, integrated with entrepreneurship ecosystem. This was not easy, but with the motivation to building new generation investment ecosystem, we put our platform to how can I say, the heart of the system, and we worked with so many stakeholders to build and help to entrepreneurs to how can I say, to raise funds for their ideas. So as you see, there are so many stakeholders. It's like crowdfunding, helping people to the projects of the entrepreneurs, the different stakeholders helping us, and we're also helping them to providing financing to startups and entrepreneurs. So thank you very much. As I mentioned, I tried to cover in just 10 minutes, and I just tried to give the main insight about what we are doing and why we are working hard to build a new generation investment ecosystem in Turkey as Fonbulucu, as Reinvest, and with our partner Makasit.
Thank you, Mr. Kemal, for your presentation. Actually, I'm aware of how, and also I saw the question was from Hakan Yıldız just now. You ask about especially regulation period, and I know how much this group of people struggle for developing the regulation, and they deal with, I don't know, maybe more than 2 years almost, I guess. Now currently it's good to hear that we are having crowdfunding platforms and actively working in Turkey, and it's very good news for our fintech ecosystem in Turkey. Thank you for your presentation. So from the beginning of the panel, we were talking about the digital economy. We narrow it down to the fintech ecosystem. Then we focus on the social impacts with Mr. Umar Munshi. When we are talking about the financial technology, but we have a question whether these platforms are secure. So what will have issues about cybersecurity? So maybe Mr. Sami Poyraz will not take this topic in general, but maybe narrow it down some specific point of the cybersecurity. It's the issue for the financial technology. So I would like to give the words to Mr. Sami Poyraz. Sami Poyraz is working in the architect, holds in a bachelor degree in economics and master's in the Islamic finance. He worked is one of the Islamic banks in Turkey, Kuwait Turk, and currently working in the architect as a product manager. So floor is yours, Mr. Sami. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum and Juma Mubarak. First of all, I would like to thank all of those who put their effort to make this event, and especially to Professor Hakan Aslan and all participants, and also to all other panelists for their very interesting presentations. I strongly believe that this Congress strengthens the bond between academia and industry. After having said that, we all know that fintechs are cheaper, better, and provides many benefits to its users. However, there are some cybersecurity issues and risks come into picture. One of them is data breach, and data breach, average cost of a data breach is 3.8 million globally, according to the Panamanian Institute, and it increased 10% in last 8 years. If fintechs take some required and necessary actions, there are we don't need to really consider about those risks. We can mitigate it, we can manage it. In order to deal with data breach, it is the root cause is malicious attacks and compromised credentials. So in order to deal with it, one of the best or most efficient way to deal with that kind of attacks or risk is multi-factor authentication, which is also known as strong customer authentication in Europe. According to the regulations, based on some regulations, it is mandatory, but still some countries, most of the countries don't have such a regulations, at least for fintechs. So using multi-factor authentication will be one of the most efficient ways. And when we look at let me say what is multi-factor authentication. Basically, it adds additional layer of security in addition to customer or users username and their password. It asks additional information about the users. It could be something they have, something they are, such as biometry, their fingerprint or face ID, or it could be soft OTP, one-time password, or something they know, such as secret question. You might think that it might add friction while adding some additional layer of security. There are some solutions in the market that provides seamless and frictionless customer experience while adding additional layer of security. Here, I would like to also mention another challenge when it is adaptation or implementation of multi-factor authentication solutions, which is cost. It adds additional cost. Fintechs can develop it in-house, or they can just outsource it. IT capital, human source is expensive, and building or developing such a solution requires expertise. And I would like to here mention our experience and story as architect. We are aware of the cost of that kind of solutions, and we develop a product which is called Power Factor. Actually, it is more than a multi-factor authentication. I will detail it later on, but our solution is we aware of it is solutions cost, and we came up with pay-as-you-go approach. So our users can adapt, implement our software development kit, and they just pay based on their usage, so that even at the early stage, they can protect their customers, their users, as well as their business. Yes, we know there are very much success stories in the field of Islamic fintech, but in order for Islamic fintechs to continue to grow, they need to protect their business and their customer, because data breach costs not only it doesn't only cost in monetary base, it also cost there are operational costs, legal costs, and there are also reputational costs came into picture when the case of data breach. And here there is another very common cyber attacks comes to the mobile application. When we look at the statistics, the people are spending 88% of time on their phone on mobile applications. And fintechs also provide their services through mobile application, most of them. So in addition to multi-factor authentication, in-app security is another important thing that fintechs need to consider. So if there is any, because of the time constraint, if there is any question, I'm happy to answer.
Mr. Sami, I would like to ask about the cost part. I'm actually really concerned on this issue, which when you mentioned, so we were talking about the financial technology. Actually, in the first presentation, Dr. Hazik Mohammed was mentioning how digitalization affects our life, financial and economic life, and decrease the costs. But besides that, as you mentioned, there's also, we have cybersecurity issues, like there's a privacy issues. There are a lot of people's data will be in this technology. And so what kind of, you said there's a multi-factor authentication, and it has also cost for itself. So I want to know, are these costs actually making financial technology more expensive or cheaper? So what kind of solution, that's whether in your company or in the other companies, that they have any other solution towards that?
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Hakan. So what kind of solution we are providing is, we are providing usage-based pricing, so that even early stage fintechs are not bear with high prices. They just pay based on their users, so that they don't have to pay a lot more. So when they are at the early stage, basically they do have less users, and during their growth, they are gaining customers and more transactions. So their payments increase according to increase in their usage, so that they get high security, high cyber security that big players adopt. So the cyber security can also democratize in that way.
Okay, thank you for your answer. Is there any other question for Mr. Sami? I guess we don't have at the moment, but I have actually several questions for all our panelists. I want to take the topic from another perspective. Actually, Mr. Hazik and Dr. Shahir and Dr. Hazik mentioned about the digital economy and financial technology and the use of the technology. So we are mentioning this. So I want to ask, actually, I'm aware of that the new generation is coming, Generation Z, it's called. So they are very adaptive with the technology. But at the moment, as we know, the generations, they are making their money, and they don't have for money to invest and using this technology for purposes. But are this, so other generation X, Generation Y, and the older generations, whether they are adapted with this technology and use of the technology for their purposes? Dr. Hazik, I can ask you for, especially you take the field for the other economic products, and also Dr. Shahir, after him, maybe you can answer from the financial product parts. Are the people ready for this technology, are adaptive, especially like middle-aged and older generations? Thank you.
Excellent question. I think technology has taken over our lives, and you know, in a larger sphere, and also at an immense speed. I think even for the older folks, you know, whether it's from my generation or the baby boomers before me, they are adept in using technology because you don't have to queue up when you want to check your bank balances. In the old days, they are used to queuing up just to check their bank balance and all that stuff. And then they proceeded to using the ATMs. And then now it's even better, they can just check it on their mobile phones at home. So I think it's just a matter of adaptation, and the human mind is a wonderful thing. Whether we're young or old, we just need to be shown how to do it. I don't see it as a problem. But of course, when we talk about digital technology, the millennials and the Gen Zs it's natural to them, right? Because they grew up with iPads, and to keep them quiet when they are babies, you put an iPad in front of them. So they grew up with, it's only natural for them. So for them, it's much easier to adapt. But for the older people, I don't think it's going to be much of an impediment as well. Dr. Shahid?
Well, I think, thank you, Dr. Hazik. I think it's a very important question. And from my point of view, I mean, look at our generation. I'm on my 50s. And I think, if you look at us, we are adopting to, we are maybe, I do remember the first time I used the machine in the UK, it was at HSBC Bank branch, and I wanted to deposit a check. And that's, I think, around 2004, 2005. And it was manual. Basically, I had to write a slip, on the back of the check, put it in an envelope, and just drop it into a box, which is a metal machine. That was the first time actually I'm depositing a check, not directly at the cashier, right? And then this is moved. The next time I went there was 8 machines in the store, and that's maybe 2009, 10, something like this, maybe before even, maybe 8, 9. And there was, no more staff at HSBC branch, and there is only machines. And they had one person who actually guiding the people to the machine and take you to the machine and then show you how to do it. So we were actually, our generation, that's before generation, basically the millennial, if you want, right? We were the first adopter of technology. And if you look at our Muslims communities, let's look at, forget the European and the US, right? Our Muslim community, we're talking about 70 to 80% of the population, right? This is talking about whether the people now in our Muslim community are adopting the technology. I can tell you that's 95% of the population. People 80 years and older, yes, might not do that, right? My mom maybe have a problem, which she's, mashallah, she's over 80, 83 now. My dad, rahmatullah alayhi, he had a problem maybe with the mobile phones and the technology, but other than that, everybody else, right? Even my older brother and sisters, they are using it, right? So this is there and it's happening. And from 2 years old, babies who are using the mobile phone now until the 60s, I think, who are 60 years old, who's technically the active people in purchasing. But again, who are we providing finance to and who we're talking to? The people in their 30s, 40s, 50s, right? This is the people who's actually maybe doing the most of the purchases, most of the whether they are investing or whether they're buying houses, cars, whatever it is. This is their lives. Everybody else is almost a pensioner now. So this is where the actual real economy is, and this is where we need to focus. And they have the technology, they have the knowledge, and if they don't know it, it's easy for them. And this is part of what is your fintech. What are you trying to do? It has to be simple, 3 clicks. And the process has completed. This is what we were trying to design, right? And this is where we get to the people, whether they know technology or not, it's simple. The more simple you made it, the more successful you are. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shairi. You really pointed an important point. The issue is here, either you can make it easier for a user or not. That's the main issue, I guess. So I want to take this when we talk about especially user experiences. I want to turn to Mr. Kemal because crowdfunding platforms are very new in Turkey. So I wanted to know, how is the reaction from the field? Like, people are interested on the crowdfunding platforms, are they investing? And also, how was the user experience in this field? Please.
Okay, thanks for this my question. So as a product professional previously, I can say that the product design and user experience is the really very important part of the system. So we built the onboarding system, investment page, and redesign them again and again. So while how can I say, before building or launching something, it's just an assumption how consumers behave while using your product. So it's really important to analyzing the data of the user data on the system to optimize and redesign the product and the process of the product. So our investor number passed 2,000, so it's increasing day by day. So we are also changing our platform day by day, in adding new features, adding new steps to stage to the processes like onboarding, know your customer, and investment page, crowdfunding campaign page. So user experience, again, the first day we should know this, even you are a crowdfunding company, even you're a digital bank, you're a fintech. So the financial technologies is a little bit harder than other technologies, or ordering a meal or renting a bike can be easier than we expected. But the financial technologies need a financial literacy before using it. So you should also add some features and how-to videos to your product to leverage the user experience for your customers. So user experience, again, is very, very important. Product design is, again, very, very important. Even you build a really, really good backend, but with a diverse product in terms of the design or user experience, probably will fail, because the most important, the only in digital products, the only touch point with your audience is your digital products. So this is really, really important part of the not only crowdfunding ecosystem, but also how can I say, in all fintech areas. So not only a web-based system, we are also adding a mobile application to Fonbulucu crowdfunding platform, because we know that 70% of the crowdfunding payments made by mobile devices. So we believe that this number will increase in the coming years. So we're trying to offer our customers an omni-channel experience in terms of investing to startups.
Okay, thank you for your points, Mr. Kemal. So lastly, I want to ask Mr. Umar, like not change the theme of the question, but slightly adjusting for you, whether the interest for the people, is it changing when you put the social impact for the investment? What kind of reactions that you have, maybe because previously, if you compare with the other platforms and other applications, implementations? Thank you.
Sure. I guess the first point I can say is that it depends on the investors. There are many types of investors with different interests, with different priorities. So for us, what we see is the reality is that it seems from our data, from our interaction, that most investors will still have returns first, because when they come to the website, when they come to our platform, their objective is to make profits, to make money, to get income. So for the majority, from our understanding and our interaction, the profits come first, but at the same time, what attracts them to go for the investment as a secondary priority is the impact, the social impact. We have had cases where there are two projects or two opportunities with similar commercial benefit or commercial parameters, but one has higher social impact or more obvious social impact. So that will be more attractive and attract more funds. So definitely impact has an important role to play in attracting investors. And the thing is, it's getting more and more important. More and more investors today are getting more familiar and more conscious about where their money goes to. But this also, we realize, it's a combination of not just what the investors want, but also educating the investors to give them the right content, right information, so they can start to think and analyze and decide that, oh, I would like to do more impact investments. I would like my money to do more good. I would like to not just make money, but also help people, also help society, also have benefit in akhirah, because you're doing not only halal, but also you're doing something good, right? So I think that will be my short answer. Definitely there is an impact. And there's also a smaller group of investors who go for impact first, right? Some of them are very wealthy individuals. They just want to make, do more good, do have more impact, and they already give charity. So now they want to give investment that creates good. Yeah. So I think it's a very critical component, but the education part, it's something that is a continuous process. I think a lot more education is required across the board in general. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Actually, you came to my point that, like, I was wanted to mention the part of the education, especially when we develop these technologies. We need to educate and we need to increase the fintech literacy in the world. And because we are the Friday prayers about to start here, the Adhan about to be called, and also I know our audience also from Turkey, there are needs for Friday prayer. I haven't seen open dialogue. Because I asked for the several times. Dr. Ramazan Yildirim asked whether we can open a dialogue. I really wanted to have this panel continue more, but seriously, I have to go. Thank you, Dr. Ramazan Yildirim. Just if you have just, and if it is very short, I can take it. Otherwise, I have to leave it as well. Otherwise, it's really fruitful discussion. I really want to continue, and I really, if you have,
okay.
Take it. Please.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. You can already see brother Dr. Hazik has a big smile when he heard my name and open dialogue. So he actually knows what is coming up. So anyways, my question would have been more to what is the security that you're providing to the end user? So what we are talking about is here, well, everything depends on the user experience, right? So you want the users to use your platforms, fintech, etc. And we know that fintech is an enabler. But the question is, when it comes to the investment, I'm sitting here in Bahrain, I'm German national, I'm Turkish background, I have bank accounts in the US, and I want to transfer, for example, money to ICISEF. Just as an example, I know Omar personally from Malaysia. So why should I do that? How can I trust ICISEF or any other platform in terms of, I mean, if in the best case scenario, yes, I will get my profit, etc. But is it backed up by regulatory, any regulation? Is it really backed up? What about in the case if something happens, another disruptive and a blockchain? How am I, where is the law, which law applies? How am I going to get the security? Do they have a takaful insurance for their own platform? Like these kind of security, where is the security for the end user at the end? So we are talking about fintech. Even Dr. Shah mentioned about all these beautiful scenarios, but it's always in the best case scenario, right? And we all know that we are exposed to risks, whether it's exogenous, whether it's endogenous, lead driven. So the question is, what guarantee do you give me that I should be motivated enough to invest in these platforms? As an alternative, you might say, what guarantee do you have with a bank in your country, whether conventional or Islamic? Well, I agree. That is also another debate, but at least I have the central bank and there are the laws that protect it. But for me as a foreign investor, where is my guarantee? Where is my protection? That would be a question. I know it's an open dialogue and it would probably boost the time. So sorry for the interruption, but that's probably something that next time, whenever we have a seminar like that, we should also speak about, in the case of a worst case scenario, where is the benefit for the end user using these platforms? Please take this as an action item. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ramazan. I think if Omar, if you allow me, just very briefly, because this is very important. I like the international background that you have, and the question, the way you put the question, and maybe we'll have a discussion if you want offline about this. But there's two important things. First, that's if you're looking from an investment point of view, for an investor, for an individual investor, then you have to look at regulated crowdfunding, right? So they have to be regulated, and that's give you the first, if you want, background of ensuring that this is a regulated entity. They do check background, and the more or better regulated, that I don't want to say more regulation, better regulation framework for crowdfunding will mean it's a good growth and give you more confidence. One interesting thing, and I hope that this is for you crowdfunders, when you look at the UK experience, and this is very interesting and very important. The government and the way the government actually have held investment into small SMEs and new companies coming in is through specific schemes, special investment schemes. And these special investment schemes have actually provided, if you want, tax relief for the normal people, right? So if imagine now I am a normal taxpayer in the UK, I am actually allowed to invest up to £20,000 of my investment, and I can get up to 75% tax relief on my investment. So if I have the choice, either I pay 20,000, let's say, tax to my government, or invest that amount and deduct 15,000 out of it as actually my tax relief. So imagine, so basically, one of the figures we saw earlier about, I think in the presentation of Kamal, the UK is putting at 11% of the total investment, and I think this is 2018. If you look now, I think the UK, in one of the studies I looked at, actually they overcome the US in terms of how much investment going into crowdfunding. And this is crazy because the amount of money going into crowdfunding because of the tax policy of the government has actually made a lot of change in the UK. And two important things. Yes, maybe the government in the UK have lost a revenue of maybe 5 or 10 billion pounds because of this. But for them, that was an investment in the future, because if the government has now 5 billion pounds and they want to create 50,000 jobs, they will never be able to do it. They cannot do it in their way, but these new companies have actually created 50,000 jobs. And this is what we need to look at. Invest in a way, so security by regulation and by providing support for these new fintechs and new solutions that are going to take the economy. I remember the UK economy is all a service economy, right? And the government is looking that they want to make sure that the next big 20, 30 companies that's going to rule the world is going to come from the UK. And that's why they're doing this. They want thousands of companies to be set up, invest in it, people invest in it, and then you become the shareholder of the next Google or the next, whatever it is going to come out from there. And this is what we need to do ourselves to make sure that we get the investments, we get the security, and we get our companies to be invested and become a world class.
Dr. Shaikh, I'm very sorry, but it's Friday time. Otherwise, I'm gonna miss it. I really want to have longer discussion. Maybe we can do another time, another panel, focus on the fintech, maybe more detailed time. Thank you very much for your valuable contributions to the conference. I have to end the session. Have a nice day. Have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you. Right. Assalamualaikum.
Jazakumullah khair, everyone. Assalamu alaikum, and thank you all for the opportunity. It's lovely, and hopefully we can talk again, inshallah.
Inshallah.
Assalamu alaikum, Umar.
Waalaikumsalam.
MashaAllah.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
How are you, brother?
Alhamdulillah, fine.
So, can we start the presentation or not yet?
Sorry.
Dr. Ömer?
Yes.
Yes.
We can start.
Start the session.
Okay.
Floor is yours, please.
Okay, just 1 minute. Let me just get the details of the conference. Okay, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. So I would like to welcome all of you to the International Conference of Islamic Economic and Finance that organized by Zakaria University. So in this session, we will have 3 presenters. The first presenter will be, let me just read the name of the presenter here. So the title of this session actually is Takaful and Waqf. And then we have 3, there is 3 papers that will be presented in this session. The first paper, which entitled The Development of Insurance and Takaful Travel Products, a Comparative Analysis. And the presenter will be Brother Asmak Abdurrahman and Rahim Binti Nasir. And the second paper will be presented by Mokles Rahmanto, and the title of his paper will be Waqf Management Based on Islamic Mass Organization, Case Study of Muhammadiyah Indonesia. The third paper will be presented by Brother Sibgat Ulak Khan. The title of his paper is The Impact of Digital Technology Platforms on the Takaful Industry. So each presenter will give 20 minutes, 15 minutes, and 5 minutes will be for question and answer after each presentation. So now I would like to invite Brother Asmak and Rahima Binti Nasir to present your paper. Yeah, please.
Okay, Assalamualaikum. Did you hear my voice?
Yes.
Okay. So wait a minute, let me share the screen. Can you see my screen clearly?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Very good evening to everyone. Actually, currently in Malaysia is Maghrib time, so I'm going to make it fast. Okay. So I am Raihan Binti Nasir. Dr. Asma is my supervisor. So I'm from University of Malaya. So today I'm going to present on the development of insurance and takaful travel product in Malaysia, a comparative analysis. Okay, the first one, let's go to research question and purpose. Okay, research questions. Does takaful operator and insurance operator in Malaysia offer similar coverage protection for traveling risk? And the purpose for the the study aims to propose comprehensive comparison between travel insurance and travel takaful development in Malaysia in terms of product offered and also coverage, which make it easier for customer to make a decision making. Before we go further, let's take a look. What is travel insurance and travel takaful? Okay, it is a kind of protection that designed to help travelers mitigate financial risks and losses during traveling that might caused by accidents, violence, terrorism, or any bad incidents. Okay, in Malaysia, we have dual system. So travel takaful are specifically designed for these two purposes. The first one is pilgrimage purpose, which is for Haji and Umrah. And the second one is for general purpose, is for holiday, for work, for business, which is exactly the same function as travel insurance. Okay. Let's take a look at the conceptual comparison. Okay, travel insurance is a type of contract that is buying the policy, the customer buying the policy from company to get the protection. Okay, different from travel takaful. Travel takaful use the contract of hybrid model of tabarruk and wakalah fees. Tabarruk is a donation and also wakalah fees is an agent fees, which is a very different contract from travel insurance. It includes donation pool and also the agent fees. Okay, and the next one is claim. Travel insurance in Malaysia use reimbursement basis and also credit card. Travel takaful in Malaysia added the guarantee letter, which is the cashless claim. The customer can just show the letter to the hospitals maybe, and then they will got admitted immediately. Okay, the payment, the type of payment, travel insurance call it premium, and travel takaful call it contribution, which is a payment, joint payment for donation pool to help others, like a brotherhood conceptual. Okay, from the view of investment, travel insurance and travel takaful is actually fall under the general insurance and takaful streamline. So they have a short-term basic contract, but they also have investment. Okay, the investment in travel insurance is non-Sharia investment, which in Islam is very impermissible for Muslim to actually subscribe it. Okay, for travel takaful, investment is Sharia investment, which is the money in contribution pool will be invested Sharia compliant in Sharia compliant unit trust, and the money generated from the investment will be put in the nation risk fund pool for use to pay any claim and compensation made within agreement period of trade. Okay, so that is the comparison on the conceptual. So let's take a look on the history, the development of history on travel insurance from before centuries till 19th centuries and until now. Okay, before centuries, basically travel insurance are more known as usual insurance that involving commercial line, which is for trade, merchants, that involving ship accident, pirates, freight or cargo, something like that. And then they have insurance cover called loan of bottomry, for example, which is loan of bottomry is kind of agreement that is made by Babylonians. And in 19th century, it's developed into marine insurance and also Sukara agreement, which also covered its same risk. And in 20th centuries, it is developed into more diversified coverage, which cover more risks such as maritime liabilities in sea or air perils, which as we know in 20th centuries, we not only have sea transportation, we also have air transportation, also land transportation for business and so on. So we have insurance cover that called cargo insurance, freight insurance, marine insurance, aviation insurance, rail insurance, commercial vehicle policy insurance for bus and also for taxi. That is the basic of the commercial insurance. So before centuries, also in 19th centuries, there is not really the coverage, insurance coverage that actually covered the souls or the human safety. they are going on good loss or damages of the property and belonging during the trade. So in 20th centuries nowadays, especially in Malaysia, we really looks at the crimes and also health issues, weather and also travel inconvenience, medical repatriations, personal liabilities, and also adventurous activities such as we know millennials nowadays like to go hiking and also skydiving. So that kind of risk, some of the travel insurance are actually covered. Okay, and then the insurance cover we called, in Malaysia we have travel insurance and travel takaful, which covered personal accidents, permanent disabilities, travel inconvenience, emergency medical evacuation, sports coverage, badal haji for Muslim, personal liabilities, reparation for non-Muslim, and faraid for Muslim. And also the newest risk nowadays is COVID-19. Okay. So to further study, we do the framework based on Prisparek in 2018. The framework that we choose is the first one is data collection. Where we have a keyword search of travel protection plan and also product disclosure sheet terms and synonyms. By the latest is August 2021. Okay, and then we go to eligibility and exclusions of the product disclosure sheet. We have we check the reference, whether it is originally sheets from company operator website and not from blog or social media sources. And it must be an updated version of product disclosure sheet. And then we have selection keyword, travel insurance, travel protection, travel takaful, travel risk protection, extensive risks, and so on. And finally, we screening the sheet. We exclude the sheet that have brochure sheet involving promotion and also consent form, and excluding the sheet with before year 2019 date. Okay. Coding. Last stage we have coding. Coding on categories. We do deductive and inductive method. The deductive we analyze the price, claim, protection method, period, maximum coverage, type of plan, additional service, and so on. And then we put all of it into inductive, where we compare between these two into travel insurance and also travel takaful. We make it teams. Okay, this is our result. Okay, travel insurance and travel takaful plan in Malaysia market. As we can see, we have 19 travel operator that actually operating the travel protection plan. Insurance, we have 62 plan. Third, for takaful, it is very low. We have 14 plan only. So it is indicating a very big significant. Okay, the next one is we put the plan on the main risk and also extensive risk. Main risks such as personal accident, travel inconvenience, and so on are basically travel insurance and takaful operating in Malaysia have the coverage of it. An additional service, some might have, some might not. So, okay, this is type of coverage, main coverage, personal accident, travel inconvenience. The sub-risk under is we have for example, personal accident, we have sudden death, permanent disabilities, travel inconvenience, anything that involving flight disruptions, medical assistance, and also emergency medical evacuation, and personal liabilities. Okay, let's take a look one by one. Okay, in Malaysia, based on the analysis, we sort that travel takaful and travel insurance plans on personal accident coverage, the first main coverage. Personal accident coverage is accident happen during travel that cause death or permanent disabilities, such as loss of limb, hearing, or maybe eyesight. So we can see that takaful coverage plan has only 14 plan. Insurance cover has 62 plan, which is indicating a very big gap in Malaysia. Okay, the next one is travel inconvenience coverage. Travel inconvenience coverage is any coverage that involving flight disruptions and loss of belongings due to theft and robbery, and also maybe sometime flight cancellation, flight delay, baggage loss or damage, and hijacking of the terrorism or something. But for takaful, unfortunately, not exceed than 10 plan and also 13 plan, very low. So in travel insurance, we have a very high number of plan existed in the market. Okay, and also for medical assistant coverage, maybe for when we're traveling, sometimes maybe got into the accident and we need a surgical or maybe accident that need to be hospitalized for what admittance and follow up, and also hospital allowance. Also, takaful coverage plan has very low plan, but since takaful plan has only 14 in Malaysia, so all 14 plan has actually reached the highest capability of them to cover for every traveler that goes to travel but having a bad incident. So they want to what that means. So 14 of them have the admission to it. Okay. The next one is medical repatriation. Medical repatriation is an evacuation due to terrorism or maybe dead bodies of the result of the accident, road accident maybe, need to be sent to Malaysia homeland. And also personal liabilities coverage. Personal liabilities coverage is a reparation for non-Muslim. And for Muslim, the reparation must be divided into faraid after the death of the body of the person who subscribed. Okay. So as you can see, takaful in repatriation, we have 14 maximum capability, and insurance we have 54. In terrorism, not many company cover it, and also for reparation and faraid, mostly in takaful, company that for pilgrimage, the person who goes to Haji and Umrah, mostly they covered for the reparation for Muslim. And the next one is additional service. Okay. The above is our main service. This is an additional service of coverage in Malaysia for extensive risk. Okay. The first one, as we can see, sport activities. Many people goes to travel to have like extreme sport, to try something new, especially millennials. They travel insurance actually have a highest coverage on it. And for wedding insurance also, maybe for extreme insurance coverage. So the insurance also has a high coverage. On cruise also. So for Badal Haji, Wakaf and Kurban, fortunately for takaful, we have total of the coverage, whereas insurance has 9 of them because it's for Muslims. And then for COVID-19, for newest risk, anything that causing death from COVID-19 are not covered, but only the period of the quarantine are covered by the takaful and also insurance plan so far. Okay, the next one is coverage of group age and destination from Malaysia. As we can see, also insurance are the top dominating the market. And then next one is type of claim for travel protection plan. In Malaysia, we have 3 types of claim: credit card, reimbursement, and also guarantee letters. Okay, most of the travel insurance use credit card and reimbursement, and for guarantee letter is for takaful company. Okay, last but not least, in subscribing channel, we have 6 of it, where traveler can have an access of information. So the first one is travel agent. In Malaysia, we have Tourism Act and MATA guidelines that actually make it compulsory for every travel agent to promote to the travelers regarding the travel protection plan, but it is up to the traveler whether they want to purchase it or not. And the second one is insurance agent that working under insurance company operator. The third one is bank credit card. Bank cooperates with insurance and takaful operator. Okay, let's take a look on the subscribing channel credit card. In Malaysia, we have 10 travel insurance and travel takaful operator that actually cooperating with bank institutional to make their own credit card travel insurance product.
So Rayhan, I think the time is up.
Okay, this is the last one.
4 minutes to conclude.
Okay, so this is for airlines. We have 4. And then the conclusions is the study finds that travel takaful plan have very big gap in terms of number of plan coverage rather than travel insurance plan in current Malaysia market. So travel insurance coverage also varies and are designed to specifically meet the need of Malaysian, but not for Malaysian Muslim. So Malaysian Muslim have to opt for it, even though it is sometimes awareness. We have awareness that it is not allowable, but we have no option. Okay, so travel takaful has actually covered very important part of Muslim, actually, especially for a pilgrim's purpose, which is vital in the halal tourism nowadays. Okay, last but not least, the study contributes to the body of knowledge, especially for the Muslim travelers. That I hope this paper may help them in helping your decision to subscribe to Travel Takaful. Okay, that's all from me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Sister Raihan. And I would like to invite the audience for any questions to Sister Raihan.
Yeah, can we speak, Mr. Othman?
Yes, please.
Okay. Jazakallah khair.
Please, you can ask.
Jazakallah khair. Assalamu alaikum. My question is, sister, look, you were comparing the number of plans from takaful institutions to, let's say, insurance operators. And now, there are two questions. One is, I want to understand the reason you did that, because in my mind, the number of plans is simply a function of the number of operators in the country, right? That is my thought. And isn't this also a function of the business model? Because insurance is risk transfer, whereas takaful is risk sharing in a pure sense. So what's your view on that?
Sorry, can you repeat the second question?
The second question is that, again, the number could be because of the business model of takaful versus business model of the insurance companies. Insurance companies focus on risk transfer, whereas takaful as a concept is risk sharing in its purest form, isn't it?
Yeah. Okay. Okay. The first question is actually because like as we know, Malaysia very famous on their dual types of streamline. We have takaful and also insurance in bank, and we hope that maybe insurance operator can have their duality in their products. So, for example, in Malaysia we have banks, maybe Maybank. They have dual products. Every products every bank in Malaysia have dual products. And we also hope that a travel operator in Malaysia, insurance operator in Malaysia, can have a dual product also, which can help for Muslim travelers, because majority of the Malaysian is Muslims. So when they are Muslims, the demand is there. When the demand is there, if the 14 takaful product doesn't meet the need of the travelers, Muslim travelers, they have to opt for the insurance, which is, we don't want that to happen actually. So is that answering your question?
Yes, it does. But my question was, isn't this the number of policies or number of offerings, isn't this directly related to the number of takaful operators versus the number of insurance operators in the country? It's proportional, isn't it?
Yes, because right now, currently in Malaysia, insurance and takaful in Malaysia also have a big gap in the numbers. So, like as we can see, in my analysis, that only 4 of them is takaful operator, which is almost 80 of them is travel insurance operator, but 3 of them are they have duality on the insurance coverage, which they have insurance and also takaful, and the rest still have not the takaful product offered in terms of travel. On the other plan, such as life and also medical plan, they already have it. But for travel plan, it's still limited in Malaysia.
Okay, so what you're saying is takaful operators themselves have not launched, not all takaful operators have launched travel takaful plans. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yes.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Thank you, brother. Thank you very much. Sister, I have another questions, because when I see here in your presentation, you compare the coverage ratio for both Islamic and conventional insurance, right? So I realized that like the coverage ratio in Islamic is 14% compared to the 65, I think, in conventional. So does this limitation or lack of coverage because of the Sharia restriction or because of a lack of operating, a lack of operation in Islamic takaful?
Okay. My answer is it's not about the lack of Sharia. Sharia. What we call the
I mean, it's not most of the products is not Sharia.
Yes, because what we want to focus on travel insurance and travel takaful is travel part in Malaysia itself still not as established as others plan. For example, motor takaful and also house takaful, which have fire takaful and so on. In Malaysia, almost all people, all the person who work can buy their own house, so they need to have their own takaful, house takaful, fire takaful on the house. But not everyone in Malaysia are traveling. The trend nowadays, since that millennials or young travelers in Malaysia like to go to overseas, and the what we call the subscriptions of the travel takaful and insurance itself is very low, even though they are traveling like almost have very like big numbers every year. So basically on that's why I proposing this comparison, why Muslim millennials actually opt for the insurance rather than takaful. So as the analysis is come out that the takaful product actually has very low penetration rather than insurance. So that's why they got the insurance rather than takaful. And also takaful mostly covered for Haji and Umrah. And for outbound, for holidays and for works, also not really. Me, myself, when I want to travel, I choose takaful, but has very limited product. So I keep choosing the same product, the same coverage. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Sister Rehan. Actually, it's very interesting research, and I think there is, I mean, it's very rich area to be developed by the researchers. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, now we would like to invite Brother Mokles Rahmanto to present his paper, which entitled Work Management Based on Islamic Mass Organizations, Case Study of Muhammadiyah Indonesia. Please.
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Can you see my share presentation?
Yes, yes. Yes, please.
Okay. I would like present my paper. Actually, this is my ongoing research with my supervisor, Professor Asma and Dr. Muhammad Zaidi. My paper is economic valuation analysis of Muhammadiyah Wakaf land in Indonesia, especially in Yogyakarta, and some notes on Wakaf management based on Islamic mass organization. This is the map of Indonesia, and Yogyakarta is located in the center of Java Island and have several regions. Okay, this is the pictures of Wakaf activities of Muhammadiyah Indonesia. There are hospital, there are university, and there are orphanage, and etc. Also, this is some adverse assessment of Wakaf activities of Muhammadiyah Indonesia. So I go to the introduction, the main part of Wakaf management is the system and administration that raise some agencies, namely states with Ministry of Awqaf and or State Islamic Religious Council, like in Malaysia. Also, there is corporate, NGO, until personal agencies or Nazir, as mentioned in Indonesian Wakaf Act, 2004. And these Wakaf agencies can be mapped into several contexts, namely traditional, semi-professional, and professional. And quite is been much practiced among Muslim countries, and Singapore represented professional Wakaf management in non-Muslim countries. And at the level corporate and NGO, there are many representatives that succeed in managing Wakaf. For instance, Hamdard Laboratories, Wakaf An-Nur in Malaysia, and also Dompet Duafa in Indonesia. However, these Wakaf agencies still face some challenge, namely from legal form, management efficiency, gaining trust of the founder and the government interference. And in Indonesian context, many Islamic faith-based organizations as representative of civil society component plays a significant role in managing Wakaf. One of these organizations is Muhammadiyah, that established in 1912, that has gone beyond a century in 2010, with claims to have more than 30 million members. Yes. So my research objective and question is aims to analyze economic valuation of Wakaf properties of Muhammadiyah that reflect the Wakaf management based on Islamic mass organization. And there are two research questions. First is how much economic valuation of Muhammadiyah Wakaf land in Jakarta. Then what is the reflection from the calculation that related to Wakaf management based on Islamic mass organization? And methodology applied both qualitative and quantitative approach to collect and to analyze the data that source from two information management system of Wakaf asset that belong to Muhammadiyah. We call it SIMAM, and from Ministry of Religious Affairs, Indonesia, we call it SIWAP. Also, there is an interview conducted with Muhammadiyah Wakaf Board. From literature review, Professor Nakamura observed that existence of this organization, Muhammadiyah, during century, supported by good property management, that Wakaf properties became basic foothold of social, feeding, schooling, and healing, and economic activities. And the form of Wakaf management in Muhammadiyah centralized within the body of Majlis Wakaf and Kehartaan in Bahasa, or Board of Wakaf and Properties in each organization level that represent the central board of Muhammadiyah as the legal trustee, and it is function as registrar, or recorder and supervisor. So the factual of Muhammadiyah Wakaf management decentralized over level structure Muhammadiyah from provincial, regional, and district, that each level has social business. We call it in Bahasa amal usaha. Ranging from education, health, economic, business, and social institution. Actually, there are research that noticed Muhammadiyah should pay priority in functioning its Wakaf asset through many social business unit with a holding and company corporate governance model in order to develop and utilize Wakaf properties, also strengthening the managerial capacity of Nazir. I will like explain some brief introduction of Muhammadiyah. Muhammadiyah is modernist Islamic movement in Indonesia, founded by Ahmad Dahlan in Yogyakarta on November 1912, and it was partly inspired by the Islamic reform movement in Egypt led by Muhammad Abduh and Rashid Ridha. And it has successfully implemented the Islamic reform into practice by achieving enormous success in 3 areas: education, healthcare, and philanthropic activities. In achieving its objective, namely pursuing the truly Islamic society, Muhammadiyah built social business units known as Amal Usaha that is very essential and strategic because it embodies a series of activities in accordance with the spares and need of the society. And the social business unit of Muhammadiyah cannot separate from the support of Wakaf properties and other source of Islamic philanthropy. And this organization is the structural, with the hierarchy of leadership spread over Indonesia and consists of central board, until sub-district board. This is the list of social business unit of Muhammadiyah from kindergarten, preschool. There are around 22,000. University, there are 164. Hospital, orphanage, mosque, Islamic boarding school. We call it in Indonesia pesantren, and there is Islamic Rural Bank and also Islamic Microfinance. Okay, the total is around 49,000 units. Okay, we go to discussion. But of Wakaf system information, so amount of Wakaf land that the endowers entrust to Muhammadiyah as Nazir, Mutawali, or Wakaf agency in Jakarta is on area 641,000, or 64 acre, which spread in 2,262 locations. You can see in the table show that in case of properties valuation, we cannot separate from model land of value that according to Kaplan, market value is the purchase and sale price in certain time. Okay, the result of Muhammadiyah Wakaf asset valuation is has a total 9.16 billion. It is same with 64 million US dollar, and this total amount is not include valuation of building asset that established on the land. You can see from the table 3, there is a data of Wakaf land used in Provincial Board Muhammad in Jakarta, ranging from mosque, education, school, university, social service, health, cemetery, public service, office, business, agriculture, plantation, and etc. Okay, based on the table, Wakaf land of Muhammadiyah Jakarta dominate 65% for religious sector, then following 24% for education, and 11% spread into several uses, ranging from health until Muhammadiyah office. Thus, it means the utilization of Wakaf land in Muhammadiyah is still dominated by religious interests, which reflect the endowment's intention, which most of them still priorities in religious purpose. In table 3, it is assumed that number of endower representing Muhammadiyah members and sympathizers, or MES, around 2,267 people. However, this is because the perception that has been deeply rooted in Wakaf tradition, especially in Indonesia, that Wakaf for religious purpose is tend to be more appropriate or afdal. And this is in line with the interview result that most endowers are still declared the Wakaf properties for religious purpose, especially building mosques, because it has been guaranteed directly in terms of Jariyah, estate in hadith, compared to the declare for productive wakaf in business or investment that has many high rise. However, this also indicates that the potential quantity of endowers, because Muhammadiyah is an Islamic mass-based organization, does not correlate with the quality and utilization of wakaf property. And we think the same condition and context are faced by the same agency like the state. Moreover, we can reflect from previous data that the form of wakaf management by Muhammadiyah is semi-professional. And for conclusion, to sum up, yes, Provincial Board of Muhammadiyah Jakarta has entrusted wakaf land which an area 641,000, or 64 acre, that spread in 2,000 location, and the economic valuation of this wakaf minus 10% of depreciation cost is around 6.7 billion. And this wakaf land dominate for religious sector of 65%, yes, and then following education sector. And the form of Muhammadiyah Wakaf Management as one of wakaf agency, based on Islamic mass organization, is centralized at the top of management within the body of central board, and decentralized in terms of factual management over the bottom structure within the body of social business unit. Moreover, we can reflect from previous data that the form of wakaf management by Muhammadiyah is semi-professional. I think that's my presentation. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikum assalam warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Thank you, brother, for this excellent presentation. Now I would like to invite the audience for any questions. Hello, is there any question, please? For Brother Mukhlis, any question? Okay, I think there is no questions. Alhamdulillah, the presentation was clear. The idea also was very interesting. So I would like to thank you, Brother Mukhlis, for your time and for your presentation. So now I would like to invite the third presenter. Her name, let me check. Okay, I would like to welcome Brother Sibgat Ola Khan to present his paper, which entitled "The Impact of Digital Technology Platforms on the Cable Industry." So, Brother Sibgat, you are welcome to start your presentation.
All right, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, yes.
I'm sorry, I think there's some issue with my video. So is it okay if I'm not able to turn on the...
Yeah, no problem, no problem.
Okay, Jazakallah khair.
Yeah, inshallah.
Shukran. So thank you so much, brother, for giving me this opportunity. My name is Sibghatullah Khan. I am an IT professional. I've been in the industry for over 20 years now. I work with a large American technology company. I'm based out of Riyadh in Saudi Arabia. I am from India originally, but I've been living in Europe and Middle East for the last 10 years, working for various companies. I have a keen interest in Islamic finance, and that led me to completing a master's course at ICISEF last year. Alhamdulillah. I think COVID for me was a blessing in disguise, because ICISEF launched an online course in Islamic finance, and alhamdulillah, I was able to complete. And then I wanted to continue my quest for knowledge, because I find this subject extremely fascinating. It's got so much that it can give to the world. I decided to apply for a PhD and got selected. So I'm currently a PhD student at ICISEF. And the paper that I'm presenting now, it was my research work for my master's for the Executive Masters in Islamic Finance course. Right now, during the next 20 minutes, hopefully I'll give you an overview of the research we've conducted, why this study is important, and what are the factors that are driving this change in the industry. We look at Industry 4.0, how is digital impacting the insurance industry and the takaful industry in particular, and what's the impact of Islamic fintechs in this whole mix. And then, some of the key elements from our research, my research, which I'm going to cover. So the research was focused on how digital technology or platforms are impacting the takaful industry in particular, right? We've heard of a lot of impact of technology on travel, tourism, retail, but there was very little research that I found on specifically focused around takaful. So within that domain, I think I was looking to understand what's the impact of digital on the top line of takaful companies, the bottom line of takaful companies in terms of cost of claims. So top line measured by revenue, bottom line we were looking at, has digital really impacted the cost of claims for takaful companies? And has there been any impact on the customer satisfaction or net promoter score for some of these takaful companies? Now, my supervisor on this research project was Mr. Azam Shah Ismail from INSEAD. I just want to talk a little about why this study is important. If you look at this innovation curve, right, whenever there's a new technology that's launched or there is an innovation that happens, this innovation curve comes into play. In the market, you will find, a certain segment of the population which are innovators. These are typically risk-taking people, and they represent about 2.5% of the population. So they are your earliest, customers. And then there are early adopters, which are about 13.5%. There is an early majority of 34%, and there's a late majority of 34%, and then the laggards, who basically, are very slow to adopt any new technology or innovation. Now, because of COVID, because of other factors, this whole curve shifted downwards. And if you see, insurance companies or takaful companies really need to go digital immediately, and they need to accelerate their digital plans by almost 2 years just to continue to remain in business. That's the kind of impact that COVID had. And I think that really accelerated adoption of digital across industries, and definitely for takaful as well, right? The other important trend that kind of really, pushed the takaful industry to go digital was the proliferation of what we call Industry 4.0, or the fourth industrial revolution that we're in, right? Now, this is, the famous president and CEO of Siemens said that the fourth industrial revolution is not about technology or business, but it's about society. The whole society has changed, and you can see that. Technologies like augmented reality, big data, Internet of Things, autonomous robots, cloud computing have really transformed the way that we are living and doing business. So the whole society is in a transition. And like I mentioned, there is a blending of the physical and the virtual world, and people's habits have changed, right? And we've all been witness to that in the last year and a half or two. And also, there has been a major, issue in the overall insurance industry itself. If you look at, so there was a survey conducted by a company in UK called Cicerio Research, and they looked at how do different verticals between, let's say, digital retailers, entertainment companies, communications companies, airlines, high street retailers, and insurance companies, how do they rank on the quality of online and digital services and innovation? Insurance was at the bottom of the stack, right? And takaful is simply today in its current form is, borrowing a lot from the insurance company. And the digital innovation and digital adoption in takaful is way behind some of the big, large insurance majors around the world. So when insurance themselves are behind, takaful would be really behind. So it makes this study all the more important, right? Now, one of the interesting things that came up was the the impact of Islamic fintechs. There are lots of Islamic fintechs already. I mean, not as many as fintechs in the world, but certainly for a niche segment of Islamic fintech, there's been an explosion. They've been, whether it's peer-to-peer finance or trading and investment, payments and remittances, blockchain and crypto, and even in, what they call takaful tech, there are a few companies. It's early days, but I think there is a lot of action happening, and I think this will go a long way in, in increasing digital adoption overall in the takaful industry. I don't want to spend too much of time on these two slides, just a market overview. I just want to highlight that of the entire global Islamic finance assets distribution, takaful is just 2%. And that just goes to show that there is significant potential in the takaful industry, which everybody, I'm sure many of the speakers today and in the previous days during this conference have highlighted that. And I think going digital for takaful companies will really help increase that from 2% to maybe 4, 5, 6, I don't know, bigger percentages in the future, right? Again, in terms of markets, Saudi, Iran, Malaysia, UAE, Indonesia, Qatar, Turkey, these are large markets. Pakistan is one of the fastest growing markets. Maldives also. So, and of course now with the CIS countries opening up, there could be a lot of opportunity. And if digital is adopted, then Canada and US and maybe even UK, large parts of UK could be potential big markets. Now, let me talk about our research, right? Now, typically, excuse me, just give me a minute. Right. So, based on our research, we saw that, during COVID, and this is the data from Malaysia, the bars on the right are data from Malaysia. So there was a sudden increase in the adoption of online channel for, buying, for shopping. And this went across markets, right? Whether it's, Southeast Asian markets, across the markets, there was an increase. And takaful companies which had better online presence, will survive and thrive. Because customers suddenly expected a contactless method of operations, and online was the only way to do that. A huge number of Malaysian, people have access to smartphones, and there are companies like iBanding that help in education of takaful. They do a yearly survey on consumer perception, and then they give out awards. And because of which, a lot of takaful companies are also trying to create more products. Now, during our research, during interviews, most takaful operators agreed that there was a positive impact of digital on their net new revenue, let's say. So companies that had digital products were able to do more business, and companies that did not are now looking to go digital very quickly. Now, because of the impact of I wouldn't say COVID, partly COVID and digital, a new model of doing business has emerged, which is around experience-led engagement. So you are no longer looking at a product-centric view, which has been the mainstay of the takaful industry so far. And now it's very important because the customer has a choice. The customer wants the right offer through the right channel and at the right time, especially the millennials and the Gen Z. They are extremely interested in customized products, in fact hyper personalized products, not just customized. Then it needs to be personalized to my context, right? And I think one of the sisters spoke about the travel takaful, and I think it's probably clear from her research also that the young population really needs a hyper personalized engagement model, which is based around experience, right? And there has to be continuous assessment and improvement of the product, right? Also, during our research, most of the respondents agreed that this is the way of the future. The second element that we wanted to measure was whether digital impacted customer satisfaction in some way, and how was that? Now, one of the interesting things that have happened in Malaysia in particular is that the Malaysian Takaful Association, along with the General Insurance Association and the Life Insurance Association with Bank Negara Malaysia, have rolled out the Enhanced Customer Service Charter in 2018. That charter has 4 pillars. Pillar 1 is, how do you make Takaful accessible? The second one is around knowing your customer. Pillar 3 is around, timely and transparent and efficient service. And the 4th pillar is how do you create a fair, timely and transparent claim settlement process. So that is one of the big, big initiatives, and I think it will really gel with the way digital can impact customer service. And the results of our interviews also clearly suggested that although it's not very clear, CSAT is a very soft metric, but both customers and operators agreed that the fact that there is availability of information online about the product and the claim information to a certain extent gives them a sense of better quality, but there's a lot that needs to be done, right? So around areas like automated claims, there is a lot of stuff that can be done. Currently, companies are using bots, to deliver some quality service, but those bots are primarily using structured conversations, and that's it. And they're also centered around products, so it's not a regular conversation that you have with a human being. So the next frontier possibly is a conversational bot that can engage with customer and really deliver customer satisfaction and fulfill their needs, right? So that's a good thing. Again, this is I've just highlighted some scores from the from one of the surveys that was conducted. I think overall, Takaful companies have a better customer satisfaction score than their insurance counterparts, at least in Malaysia. But then the overall customer satisfaction is at 65, which is okay, but there's a huge scope of improvement. Right now, the very important third part is did digital impact claims, right, on the cost of claims. Now, digital technology can be leveraged to reduce the cost of claims. You could use robotics, machine learning, cognitive computing, all of those things. And if you look on the left hand side with the circle where my cursor is pointing, this is the current focus area for most insurance companies, let alone Takaful, right? Takaful maybe only few of them are really aligned to what the insurance companies are doing. They're still trying to explore this area. So most insurance companies are still looking at the structured electronic conversations. That's the first stage. That's where most insurance Takaful companies are, which is rule-based, what we call rule-based learning. Then there is AI learning, which is centered around machine learning, where unstructured conversations people are trying to automate that. People are trying to capture that and create bots that are self-learning. Right, they learn over a period of time, just like a child learns from his parents and through experiences, right? What we call machine learning. The final frontier, of course, is cognitive computing, which is completely unstructured, free form speech, like you and me are speaking. I speak, you understand. The bot should be able to speak and understand your language, process it, and then give back the right response. So these are some of the technologies that can help. And specifically with respect to the collection of data, with everybody going online, people having Facebook accounts, using social media like Twitter, Instagram, a whole host of other things, there's an explosion in data, and data is the new oil. You must have heard of this term. Now, in terms of cost of claims, there is a significant potential between 14 to 18%, right, of improvement that can be done in claims if you can use data correctly. Right. So just in claims cost, you could have a reduction of 14 to 18% over a 5-year period. You could have a reduction of 26 to 30% in customer acquisition costs. Cumulatively, across these categories, you could look at a 15 to 20% saving for a Takaful company over a 5-year period if they can utilize the data that they have existing and the data that they get in future regarding claims. And there is a significant opportunity for fintechs in this space. Very few companies are working on it. There are some fintechs that are working, let's say, on automated claims. And again, when it comes to motor claims, the process and there are too many stakeholders. It's quite complicated, but there is a lot of work that is happening in this area. From our research and conclusion, I would like to present these findings. I think overall, the Takaful industry in particular is aware of the impact of digital technologies, and they are taking positive steps. Most senior management team members of the Takaful companies that we interviewed said that, look, there has been an impact on net new revenue for sure. Cost of claims still work in progress. Customer satisfaction, and lot needs to be done, is being done. It's work in progress. Customer satisfaction, again, like I said, it's a soft topic. It's an ongoing thing. Some companies are ahead. Some companies don't even have basic processes. They're still very manual. They do customer satisfaction surveys once a year, or some don't even do it in 2 years. Depends, right? So that's where it is. Then there are digital solutions that if that target distribution and customer engagement, those will be the critical factors to success. So fintechs creating digital solutions around distribution, customer engagement will really help Takaful companies. And most Takaful companies are happy to collaborate with fintechs. They don't, I think initially there was this perception that fintechs might take away the role of a Takaful operator. But I think that is not the case anymore, because they both have a clear niche and a clear, core competence, if you will. And I think there is realization that collaboration is a better model for Takaful companies than just building up their own large IT teams or trying to compete with fintechs. The fourth point is that the government and regulators definitely will play a critical role in the success either by making sure that the draft regulations are clear, sandboxes, of course, which Dr. Nafis in the earlier session also alluded to, and I think those are critical and they will help. Right. So overall, I think it's an interesting time. A lot of work is happening. Digital is impacting the industry in a very strong manner, and I think it's exciting times ahead for the Takaful industry.
Okay, thank you very much, brother Sibgat, and it was actually excellent presentation. And now I would like to invite the audience for any question. Any question for brother Sibgat? Okay, if there is no question, I would like to ask, just here in your, if you go back to the title of your research paper, is the impact of digital technology on Takaful industry. I think the title, it looks like it is quantitative. So is there any possibility to measure the impact in a quantitative aspect?
Okay, so thank you for the question. Good question. I think if I understand your question correctly, you're asking if there's a way to measure this quantitatively. Is that correct?
Yeah, because we want to see how the digital technology can influence the performance of the insurance or Takaful industry.
So like I said, we looked at 3 metrics, right? One was did digital impact new business revenue, and the answer was yes, by 20 to 30%. Again, it's a number that came from the management teams.
Yeah, it's come from the management, but from your side as a researcher, You have to find the data and then you run the regression or
sure.
Yeah, then it will be like you will investigate whether it has a positive impact or negative impact on the industry. It's not enough. It's not enough just to report to cite the report from the such company, because it's not. As a researcher, you have to investigate by yourself.
Sure.
And also, I would like also to include the impact of smart contract, because now most of the platform of the insurance company, they use the smart contract. Handle the issue of the insurance policy between the client and the insurance providers. Yes. So now I think most of the company, they are using the smart contract using the blockchain technology.
Yes, there have been some companies that have started. You're right.
Yeah, if you can also, I mean, expand your your research and include, I mean, get such, I mean, such idea about the impact of smart contracts or blockchain technology on insurance industry.
Certainly. Thank you so much. Sure. And I've made a note of that.
Okay, thank you very much. So any other question for him?
Yes, I have a question.
Yes, please, Sister Rahma.
Okay, you said about customer satisfaction, right? I mean, sometimes, right, like you said, the digital and database is there, and also the product that we make, like Takaful, is there. But how can we actually raise the customer satisfaction towards the usability of Takaful in the digital itself? Because sometimes some of the Takaful product, they prefer to go offline. For example, like Takaful, they prefer to like going personally to the Takaful agent rather than going to website reading any information. So they want to have rich information. So how can we actually reach the customer satisfaction through digital? Okay, that's my question.
Sure. So let me attempt to answer that question. I think before I give you an answer to that, customer satisfaction is a function of two things, right? One is, what is the customer's expectation towards the product or service? Two, on the other side, what is the company currently delivering, not just from a product perspective, but the end-to-end customer experience? Meaning, if I want to buy a product, what are the channels for me to buy? Once I buy it, and if there is, with Takaful or insurance, the proof of the pudding is when there is an event, when there is an issue. If it's a travel policy, if I have fallen sick, when I fall sick, that is when there is an opportunity for the customer to give feedback, good or bad. Now, how is that experience handled is a major determinant of the end customer satisfaction. So it's not just one element of a form or a good website, that will help. It's the entire process and the customer journey that has to be looked at and modeled in a manner which is seamless and easy for the customer to use. I'll give you an example. Today, most of us have shopped on Amazon.com. It's a classic example, right? Now, when I buy something on Amazon, it's so easy to buy, first of all. It's very easy to order, very easy to pay. And when there is a problem and I want to cancel, it's very easy to cancel, very easy to get a refund, right? Now, this whole process makes the customer service experience that much more good for me. So companies will have to start looking at this from a different context. So in my view, if they don't look at it end to end, you can never improve customer experience. It's not done in pockets. It's not about the website. It's not about just a call center. It's not about an individual. It is the sum of all of these things. So you have to take the entire customer journey into picture, model it, and then build your customer service strategy and tools. So it's a combination of this, right? So it's a combination of strategy, process, tools, and people. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, brother. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Sister Rahma and Brother Sibgat. So if there is no any more questions, so then we are going to close our session. So on behalf of the International Conference on Islamic Economy and Finance, held by Zakaria University, I would like to thank all the presenters for their excellent presentation. And again, also thanks to all the audience. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh.
Alaikum assalam wa
Wa barakatuh. Thank you, Dr. Enver, and many thanks to the presenters. Dear participants, the session ended earlier than planned. So we have around 30 minutes break. See you in the next session.
Okay, salam alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum to everyone. Session 13 will be chaired by Dr. Mustafa Sancar. He is currently an expert in Advisory Board of Participation Banks Association of Turkey. The screen is yours, Dr. Mustafa.
Thank you very much, Ismail Bey. Well, we are actually at the 13th session of the conference, Thinking the Development Role of Islamic Economy and Finance. And I believe Islamic social finance is a very critical instrument in realizing Islamic economics, because it is directly touching to the people, to the grassroots, where poverty is unfortunately common, especially in Islamic world. So, so it is a very critical part of the whole Islamic finance. And today we have three very distinguished speakers, inshallah, who will talk about the different parts of the Islamic social finance. So first we will start with Erika Hanım, Erika Takida. I hope I am pronouncing it right. She is from the Faculty of Economics in Universitas Negeri Jakarta, Indonesia. And she is going to present us the integrated Islamic financial technology for halal value chain in Indonesia, a conceptual paper, which was prepared with Selina Kasım Hanım from Malaysia, from IIUM. So, Erika Hanım, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Mustafa. Do you hear my voice clearly?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So I can share my screen, right?
Please.
Okay, please. Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Dr. Mustafa Sancar, for the moderator for this session. I'm very pleased to be speaking here, because this is, I know this is the prestigious congress in Turkey, right? And let me introduce myself. My name is Erika Takida. I come from Indonesia, Faculty of Economics, Universitas Negeri Jakarta. But I also PhD student in Institute of Islamic Banking and Finance, International Islamic University, Malaysia. My paper is under supervised Professor Selina Kasım from Institute of Islamic Banking and Finance, International Islamic University, Malaysia. My paper title is Integrated Islamic Financial Technology for Halal Value Chains in Indonesia. All right, let's go to, okay. This is the outline of our paper. Start from introduction, literature review, methodology, discussion, and conclusion. Okay. This is the background of our research. As we know that Muslim globally, Muslim have to consume the halal products, and it's take around $2 trillion Muslim globally spend for halal products in 2018, and almost 2.2 trillion USD for Islamic finance sector asset. And then Indonesia have a vision on 2024. This is Indonesia, my country, in the red area. Indonesia vision to be the global halal center in the world. Okay, and our Vice President Kiai Haji Ma'ruf Amin really supports to make the Indonesia has a global halal center in the world. But we can see on this table show us the importers and exporters of halal food and beverage. We can see Indonesia is the #1, the importer of halal food and beverage. It's about 169.7 billion. But on the contrary, Indonesia not the exporter. So can see here that Indonesia cannot accommodate halal demand or halal product on the own country. This is the big challenge for us, for Indonesia, to provide halal product for our society, Muslim society especially. As you know that Indonesia, the biggest population Muslim country, population Muslim in the world. Okay, this is the data from Global Islamic Economic Indicators. This Indonesia still at the place of Indonesia only on the 5th place for Islamic Economy Indicator scores, for Islamic Finance number 5. But for halal food and pharmaceutical and cosmetic, there's no Indonesia there. Okay, Muslim-friendly travel, modest fashion, Indonesia at the maybe at the number 4, number 3. This is media recreation. Is no Indonesia. Okay, this is the big picture of where Indonesia position in the Islamic economic sector, especially in halal sector. Okay, this is because this is the conceptual paper, so I try to make a network visualization of halal research. We can see that the halal research still discussing all about halal tourism or purchase intention, Muslim, halal meat laboratoriums, about lot of things that's the haram product. And the data is from Scopus database, and the data visualization by Force Viewer. The keyword for this is halal. And network visualization for Islamic fintech, because we will discuss about integrated in Islamic fintechs in with the halal value chain. So I try to find how the research in Islamic financial technology or fintech, there's only day discussion also only in the finance, investment, Islamic banking, literacy, and etc. The source is only 192 documents from Scopus database. So we don't find any halal discussion here. Then we can see the research gap of integrated Islamic fintech and halal value chains. Based on the previous studies, it's notable that more studies focus on halal awareness, halal lifestyle, halal risk, halal supply chain, halal logistic. However, some study interest in Islamic finance field only, but only for financing halal industry like Muhammad and Tomo. Yeah. Moreover, almost no study focus the specific financing for halal value chain that's supporting by financial technology. Okay, this is empirical gap, halal value chains and Islamic digital technology, whereas in Islamic finance, Islamic financial technology, and Islamic social finance here. We believe that halal value chains can supported by Islamic digital economy. Okay, this is the Islamic fintech service landscape. You can see that Islamic fintech services divided in three parts for customer. First, give and protect, like social finance and insurance. Save and interest, like wealth management and deposit and lending. And also the last is finance, because the fintech is financial technology, right? Raising fund, payment, capital market, digital asset, and alternative finance. Okay, the research question, how to integrate the business model of Islamic fintech within the framework of halal value chains. And the second question, how to adopt the halal value chain concept for the halal industry in Indonesia. Okay, we move to literature review. If we talking about value chains, we will remember to the Porter. This is framework of halal value chains, value chain from Porters for activities, primary activities, support activities, firm infrastructure, human resources, technology development, and procurement. Also for primary activities in both logistic, operation, outbound, marketing and sales, and also service. These value chains, the objective of the value chains for the business is the margin for the business. Okay, let's move to value chains in primary activities. Inbound logistic is involved receiving and storing raw materials and their usage in manufacturing as the necessity arises. Operation relate to processes of the transforming raw materials into finished goods. For business operating in service sector, operation relate to process of providing the service. Outbound logistic is associated with warehousing and distribution of finished product. Marketing and sales refer to choice and implementation of marketing strategy to communicate the marketing message to target customer segment and generating of sales. And the last, service related to support the provided to customer after the sale. And the value chains support activities can see from the infrastructure of the company comprise its organizational structure, its department and committee organization culture. Human resources management involve a wide range of activities related to employee recruitment and selection, training, development, appraisal, motivation, and compensation. Procurement related to the purchasing practices, raw material, tools, and equipment. And the last, technology development, use the technology, increase the effectiveness of primary activities in terms of value creation. Okay, let's move generally to the financial technology Indonesia. Financial technology Indonesia, we have a sandbox and fintech regulation, OJK, Authority Financial Authority Services. We have regulation about peer-to-peer lending, digital financial innovation, and equity crowdfunding. And the last, Syariah Board, MUI, Majelis Ulama Indonesia, also have a fatwa about fintechs number 117. Okay. Talking about Islamic fintech, we can see that some of the research you can see that the network visualization, right? The Islamic fintech research still a lack of research for the Islamic fintechs, but I try to expand this about Islamic crowdfunding. First, Islamic crowdfunding describes the use of small amount of money obtained from a large number of individual or organization to fund a project, business, or personal loan, and other needs through online web-based platform according with Sharia principle. And the equity crowdfunding is the same principle with Islamic. Yeah, this is the case in Malaysia. The guidelines have not specified type the Sharia compliant equity crowdfunding platform, but can be utilized by halal SME, small medium enterprise, who need to raise startup capital through the Sharia compliant. So the Islamic crowdfunding can support the halal industry. Second one, Islamic peer-to-peer lending. This is a credit model without interest in conventional banking. For the investment and credit process to Islamic, there is a product of financing to trade physical goods and services with the base of profit-loss partnership. Also, transaction should not be completed before funding. There's no be trade agreement based on the power to attorney. Islamic peer-to-peer lending have a big impact to the halal, especially for SME who produce, or SME industry who produce the halal product. Then we move to takaful. Yeah, if we're talking about SME, so the insurance can support the halal industry in SME. I think the micro takaful will suitable for the industry. Micro takaful insurance is considered an important incentive for the protection and financing of micro enterprise and low income family. Therefore, encourages bank to finance these micro enterprises. So micro takaful insurance mainly support the protecting micro enterprise by using micro takaful insurance, and hopefully result with higher return, investment, and growth in developing country. The idea of integrating halal industry and Islamic finance, Muhammad said that the collaboration of the industry can lead to the harmonious system that can support other. In this case, the Islamic financial system through the Islamic banking or capital market instrument with channel with long-term funding to other halal industry. And Hassan argued that there's still lack of nexus between the two industries. There's a need to create awareness among the various stakeholders, including public entrepreneur and Islamic financial institution, to use Islamic financing as the capital to halal production and goods and services. Okay, the methodology, because this is the conceptual paper. So the step of methodology, conduct literature review to list as many external and internal influencers as possible. Reflective analysis to add influences not found in literature. Analysis of influence, grouping into them factor, integration to factor to a conceptual model, showing internal and external factor, analysis the role of instructional design and technology for the overall model and inclusion revised figure, and development recommendation for practice. We start with discussion. The discussion, the fintech, Islamic fintech to support halal value chain. This is, we can see the collaboration of Islamic fintech to support halal value chains. Islamic crowdfunding for investing the fund for halal industry, especially in SMEs. Islamic peer-to-peer lending for financing scheme, and for insurance scheme, Islamic takaful or Islamic micro takaful, and the last for payment, Islamic payment system or Islamic payment services, or e-wallet in Islamic banking product. Okay, halal value chains. At the literature review, we can see that the halal only value chain from Porter, but the halal value chain is theory from ASA. It's divided in 3 clusters. First cluster is the halal value chain of consumption activities. defined as condition regarding space and time about all activities spending or using the value of goods or services that have halal value, as well as activities that utilize the value of usefulness of existing goods to be more beneficial to human needs in terms of material and moral. Halal. Yeah, maybe moral is like Islamic value. The second cluster is halal value chain of distribution activities is defined as a condition in involving space and time about all activities resulting in the transfer or migration of goods or services that have halal value, as well as activities that maintain the value or usefulness of existing goods to be more stable in terms in material and moral. And the last cluster is halal value chain of production activities is defined as the condition regarding space and time about all activities producing goods or services that have halal value, as well as activities that add value or usability of existing good or higher value both in terms of material and moral. And okay, this is the model that we try to develop about Islamic financial technology for halal value chains. Okay, we start from this big picture, Islamic halal technology, and then halal value chains has a whole dedicated network with Islamic fintech. Halal value chain here, and this is a network. The first, we start from investor side. Investor will invest in Islamic fintech provider, of course, with the contract or Sharia compliance contract, right? And then Islamic fintech provider will give to the fund to the entrepreneur or borrower who have halal industry or halal product, and they proceed the industry here, the halal value chains, from the halal supplier, halal manufacturing, halal distribution and sell, halal trade and consumers as the outbound. And after that, we can see that the product will distribute to retailer or e-commerce or to the customer. So this is the Islamic fintech payment system or Islamic peer-to-peer lending can involve in the transaction here. And then the last takaful technology or takaful or micro takaful can give the insurance services for the halal industry or for the entrepreneur or for the investor. Okay, and this is the halal value chains about inbound logistic operation, outbound logistic, marketing and sales, and also services. The most important is the Sharia compliance, all of the activities, and economic of scale, just-in-time supply chains management, and etc. And halal product, of course, and also Islamic value that I mentioned before, moral value in Islamic perspective. Okay, and this is the firm infrastructure, human resources management, technology development, and procurement, value-added strategies, and also have a halal value-added, like Sharia compliance, halal product, and Islamic value. Okay, for the conclusion, first, the halal value chain of economic and financial activities, especially in Indonesia, is a set of value that not only good or noble this eye of human, but also form the Sharia compliance through the creation of halal value chain, starting from the uninterrupted production, distribution, and consumption process, but it's series that intact before the cycle of Islamic economic and Islamic finance. The second conclusion, halal value chain can be supported by opening access to financing and payment integrated with Islamic financial technology, namely Islamic crowdfunding, Islamic peer-to-peer lending, Islamic insurance, and Islamic payment services. The recommendation for the authority, especially Government of Indonesia, Majelis Ulama Indonesia, Financial Service Authority, Otoritas Jasa Keuangan, Badan Penyelenggara Jaminan Produk Halal, Komite Nasional Ekonomi Syariah, to strengthening the regulation for support the halal value chain, seriously make every effort and endeavor that with the ease of obtaining halal value chain in every economic activity is better established in Indonesia. The recommendation for Islamic fintech provider and Islamic social financial institution, create new financial product and innovation to support the halal industry to the halal value chains. And the last recommendation for halal industry or SMEs, continue to produce halal products supported by halal Islamic financing through the innovation of Islamic financial technology to realize a robust halal value chains in Indonesia. Okay, thank you very much. That's all from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sister Erika. Actually, we can continue with the question and answers. And we have from Asip Maulana. Assalamu alaikum, Sister Erika. Based on your research, what are the way forward that must be taken for the halal industry? She asks.
Okay, thank you, Brother Asep Maulana. You asked me about a way forward for must be taken for the halal industry, right? The most important is the goodwill for every element in the halal ecosystem. Yeah, all government support, dedicated asset, information technology, human resources, halal regulation, halal traceability. So I think we cannot reach our dream, like vision Indonesia to be a halal hub in 2024 if we not have a goodwill. We just separate. This is Islamic finance. This is a halal industry. We cannot. We have to collaborate and collaborating. The key word is collaborate.
Actually, I would like to add another question on your presentation. I saw that, of course, the biggest importers are all of our Muslim countries, which is very normal. But when we look at the exporters of halal industry, I saw only the 5th country, I believe, was Sudan. But the first 4 were not Muslim countries, which is very interesting, actually. So yes. based on this data, I think it might be, can we conclude that the bigger companies were more integrated to conventional business and conventional finance, and the SMEs probably are more concerned with the halal production? But as you mentioned, of course, there is a big gap for them to receive finance. And definitely Islamic fintechs can be, a vehicle for that, because it is more on individual base, and for smaller businesses, it's much, I think, easier to access to finance who are also, concerned to be in the halal realm. So that's, of course, directs us to the need for more number of fintech companies, right? Yes. So what do you suggest to increase the halal fintech companies to increase their number? What should be done in this picture?
Okay, in the context of Indonesia, right? Islamic, if we see the Islamic banking in Indonesia is still, or the asset is still under 10%. the asset of Islamic banking in Indonesia, and also fintech, Islamic fintech in Indonesia is only maybe lower than 5%. So I think the awareness, the most important, the awareness, because Indonesia is the population of Muslim is very high, but the awareness of the user of Islamic banking or Islamic financial technology is still in the low number. So awareness and socialization, literacy also.
So
also from the government, I think.
So as academicians, I think that the big role is upon us to give this consciousness to the general public, I believe, and also of course for the people who are in business or fintech side. So thank you very much for this presentation. So I think we'll ready to move to Alti Pericoli, I believe. I don't know if it's the right pronunciation. Thank you very much, Sister Erika.
Thank you, Dr. Mustafa.
Thank you too. Alti Pericoli is a PhD candidate in Catholic University of Sacred Hearts, Italy. And also she's involved with Durham University Business School from United Kingdom. And her presentation will be on the use of Zakat in the pandemic response, the case of Islamic relief and business in Indonesia, the organization. So the floor is yours, Alti.
Thank you, Dr. Mustafa. I share my screen. Okay, so I'm Altea Pericoli, and I'm a PhD candidate at Catholic University in Italy and visiting researcher at Durham University Business School. And the aim of this study is to analyze how a non-governmental organization such as Islamic Relief and a national-based organization such as Basnas in Indonesia collect and distribute zakat for implementing development and humanitarian projects. Moreover, the pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic has provoked a mobilization of funds from different donors and actors across the world. Islamic tools such as zakat, waqf, and other Islamic financial instruments represent resources that have been deployed for responding to the needs of vulnerable communities. Regarding the methodology of this research, the study is based on qualitative and quantitative data and interviews conducted with these two institutions. And interviews are built on common criteria in order to collect and compare data. I compare data on resources and funds employed for financing project, sector of project financed, strategies and value of these two different organizations, and methods of collection and distribution of zakat and other religious funds, and change in programming during the COVID-19 crisis, considering impact, effectiveness in response, and targeted communities. Before starting with the case study of Basnas and Islamic Relief, I want to observe the importance of Islamic institutions for poverty alleviation, zakat and waqf, that are important instruments to enhance the welfare of the poor. In assessing the potential of zakat in alleviating poverty, the Ahmed theory in 2004 has pointed out some crucial elements. According to this theory, the focus should be to use funds to increase the productive capacity of the poor. And this approach will affect the poverty alleviation scheme positively in the long run. Being productive and able to generate income, the household will not only get rid out of poverty, but will eventually be able to pay zakat in the future and contribute to wealth redistribution for a larger percentage of the poor. I think that it is a crucial element to consider when we analyze the strategy and the policy of a national or non-governmental organization in implement project with those funds. So going through the the managing of the role of state and CSO in managing zakat and waqf, recent development in zakat management have seen the proliferation of modern Islamic philanthropic institution or charity faith-based organization. This major trend of institutionalization in Islamic charity and philanthropy led to a growing number of actors that investing simultaneously zakat funds to assist the poor. And I think that one of the main issues that might emerge is the coordination between different players, governmental and non-governmental actors on field. In context where they coexist and operate simultaneously. And the second issue, I think, is represented by policies and strategies that governmental and non-governmental organizations implement in the allocation of funds, and in which way this allocation could have a great impact at micro and macro level. So go through the Indonesian case. According to the law of zakat management in 1999, zakat in Indonesia is distributed both by non-governmental and semi-governmental organizations. Since the Act number 23 of 2011, zakat management in Indonesia started to be coordinated by the National Board of Zakat. That is currently appointed as a non-structural institution that is responsible for national zakat management coordination. Regarding the case of Islamic Relief, I decided to focus on Islamic Relief UK to observe the case of during the COVID-19 crisis, and registered faith-based charities operating in UK are registered by Charity Commission, but Muslim charity organizations in the UK play an important role in providing a medium for Muslim to channel their charitable donation to take the form of sadaqah, waqf, and zakat. Because there are only general guidelines for recording and reporting of transaction, no legal obligation upon the Muslim charity organization to have their accounts religiously audited. The onus is on the charity themselves to explain how they have managed the various donation and activities. So this is related to the concept of accountability that is a key element in the collection and distribution of zakat and other funds. The specific case of Badnas. Badnas is mandated to coordinate the collection and distribution of zakat across the country, in addition to coordinating at least 33 provincial zakat institutions and 18 national non-governmental zakat institutions. As a coordination, with this coordination duty, Badnas is also expected to optimize the zakat potential, and I will focus on this point later. The potential of zakat collection in Indonesia is enormous. However, the total zakat collection is far from reaching the potential, as Indonesia adopts the zakat regulation where zakat act exists, but the implementation is still voluntary. Looking at the zakat collection, observing the trend in the first figure, zakat collection from 2002 to 2018, the growth of zakat began to increase from 2015. The growth has a relationship with the effort of government and other zakat stakeholders, including Badnas, in making improvements in all sides of administration, both from regulation and zakat institution governance framework. From 2015 to 2018, there was a significant increase in zakat collection of 122%. Regarding the trend of national zakat fund distribution from 2015 to 2018 in the second figure, it is possible also in the distribution to observe a significant increase from year to year with an average of growing of 45%. But how we can measure this distribution? In order to measure the distribution in the country, Badnas uses the allocation to collection ratio that represents the effectiveness of zakat funds distribution by institution. It measures the effectiveness of distribution of zakat funds compared to the total fund collected. Regarding the according to a Badnas study, before going to the impact of COVID, according to the BADSNA study, zakat can be allocated to two methods, consumptive and productive. Consumptive zakat allocation aims to assist beneficiaries in fulfill their daily needs, while productive zakat in the long run could assist them in overcoming poverty and change their status into donators and not beneficiaries. And this is in line with the Hamed theory. Unlike consumptive zakat, which is short-term in nature, productive zakat allocation requires a considerable amount of time to achieve in purpose. Okay, go to the impact of COVID-19 crisis. In regards to the crisis, BADSNA and LANS implemented digitalization even before the pandemic started. However, with the pandemic, they further optimized and developed zakat collection through various channels. And this is an important point that caused also an increase in donation. From March to June 2020, zakat, infaq, and sadaqah collection increased by 69% relative to the previous year in the same period. A similar funding was found on a group of 19 non-governmental organizations in Indonesia, which collect 33% more zakat than the previous years. And these organizations that have collected more funds implemented specific strategy during the pandemic regarding the awareness or digitalization and other effort in this sense. Observing the programs and the allocation of funds, BADSNA specifically has two zakat distribution strategy during the COVID-19 pandemic. Specific distribution program and programs to secure the pre-existing program. In specific distribution program, BADSNA is prioritizing on health emergency programs, consisting of health programs and curative programs. Another type of programs regards the socio-economic emergency programs consist of food security programs and empowering people purchasing power. So in this last section, BADSNA integrated, embedded the long-term perspective in an emergency response. Regarding the Islamic relief worldwide, analyzing data on annual reports, it is possible to observe that Islamic relief worldwide income is growing gradually starting from 1984 to 2019. In total, the charity's income increased by 2.3%. And although income from institutions fell, as did in-kind donation, this was more than compensated by the voluntary donation, driven by a significant increase in funds from Islamic relief partners to unprecedented level. And among voluntary donation, there are also religious funds such as sadaqah and zakat. I tried to describe the funding mechanism of the organization and before described the zakat collection. And regarding resources for financing project, all fundraising partners collect religious and non-religious funds. Hence, zakat collection is a task carried out by each fundraising partner in an independent way. Zakat is collected by fundraising partners and allocated in specific activities in project implemented by Islamic relief offices. This is a passive income gathered to a fund collection process rather than the fundraising active process, which stem from the intention of Muslim believers to donate their zakat or sadaqah to the organization, and which does not require a particular effort by the organization and the fundraising activity. This is also an income that does not have to follow the donor conditionality, but has to respect the eligibility criteria established in the Quran. According to Aaron Cash, who is the program funding and partnership manager in Islamic Relief Worldwide, there is today a huge gap between the great potential of zakat and in general other Islamic financing mechanism and the direct impact it can produce on social and economic development. Moreover, the collection and distribution of zakat today from different organizations the collection and distribution of zakat from different organizations are put in place, and there is not a national coordination in same context where these organizations operate, and this fact could jeopardize the impact of the funds. So maybe the decentralization of collection and distribution of funds compared to the centralization of these two operations, such as for Badnas in Indonesia, could represent a weakness of the potential of this process. Go through the zakat collection. In particular, I look at the Islamic Relief UK and its effort in collecting and distributing zakat in the UK and worldwide through the field offices. Regarding the collection and distribution of zakat, any money received as zakat online and offline as a general zakat fund allocation instead of the fundraising campaign, which have a specific geographical and sectorial allocation. Every activity financed is eligible for zakat, and funds received are allocated for the activity designated within a project. In order to understand, so zakat funds received contribute to a portion of a project implemented by Islamic Relief Field Office in a budget line eligible for zakat. According to the head of fundraising of Islamic Relief UK, a positive correlation could be pointed out between the increase in zakat collection and people in need who benefit from those funds. The Islamic Relief has a score based on poverty threshold to create a priority list in order to choose and reach more people, but also to be more efficient with funds available. One of the weaknesses in this field could be a lack of coordination between all organizations that collect zakat in the UK, and also a lack of coordination with other organization, Muslim and non-Muslim organization, which funds project on field. For instance, UNHCR or Oxfam collect zakat and implement project with those funds, but there is not a coordination and a strategy of coordination regarding this project. On the impact of COVID-19 crisis, observing this crisis, strategies and programming drastically change, focusing on new areas in a geographic and thematic sense. And also in the case of UK, Islamic Relief UK, there is more attention and funds to Muslim communities in the country. As a light for Badnas, also Islamic Relief UK registered an increase in zakat donation between 2019 and 2021. Donation increased about 28% until June 2021 compared to June 2020, and about 50% compared to the 2019. Moreover, the last things I want to highlight is that the study consider also the microfinance business unit as a part of Islamic Relief Worldwide, established 25 years ago. It used some Islamic tools for financing activities with microcredit purposes. Data of this section are collected through interviews, and the first source of income in terms of percentage stems from the individual donors through fundraising appeals for livelihoods, entrepreneurship, and microfinance. And this kind of income includes non-religious and religious funds, including also Sadaqah. The second source is represented by institutional grants, and the third is debt finance. Islamic Relief borrows free of charge loans from the Islamic Development Bank and the Kuwaiti Zakat Institution. And the fourth one regarding is the microfinance unit work as a social enterprise that uses resources obtained by Mudaraba and Murabaha contracts for financing microcredit activities. Okay, just main funding and conclusion about this study. To summarize all the points, regarding Baznas, we can say that zakat collection and distribution across Indonesia is centralized and managed by Baznas, which has also the aim to coordinate non-governmental organizations in the country. But is working to execute an efficient strategy to raise zakat awareness and improve digitalization mechanism. Collection and distribution of zakat have seen growth starting from 2015, also thanks to a stronger relationship between government and zakat institution. During the COVID-19 crisis, Baznas has registered an increase in zakat donation, and in the first period of the pandemic, zakat funds were allocated for recovery and economic development of vulnerable communities in Indonesia, embedded a long-term perspective in responding to the crisis. Looking at Islamic relief, zakat collection and distribution are managed in a decentralized way by the organization, and there is not a coordination with the other organization. Funds are allocated to specific activities eligible for zakat within project implemented, but donors cannot choose which activities wants to finance with zakat. And there is a positive correlation between the amount of zakat collected and the number of beneficiaries and activity finance. Islamic Relief UK also has registered an increase in zakat donation during the COVID-19 pandemic. There is a shift in the resource allocation. And the last point is that a large part of zakat is invested in emergency response. Considering data on the increase in zakat donation, in particular during the COVID-19 crisis, maybe it could be necessary to elaborate a strategic plan to invest zakat with a long-term perspective in order to enhance its potential. Using zakat for financing relief activities means reducing maybe the positive effect that it should have if invested in a sustainable and development project. And the limit remains the legitimacy and eligible criteria for using zakat in terms of beneficiaries and kind of activities financed. Anyway, other funds without restriction, such as Sadaqah and Waqf, can compensate the long-term activities and projects financed by Islamic Relief, making Islamic social finance instrument crucial in the aid and charity. So thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Alti. All right. All right. Now my voice is coming straight, I believe. Thank you very much. I mean, it was, of course, very nice to see how zakat and wakf is, collected and distributed into different schemes, into different models. And of course, I believe that there's definitely a need for this kind of coordination, and also, to have electronic devices to have, to be adapted in the system would make it much easier. And we see that Baznas is doing that, I believe, and they have a great success in the recent years in collection of the funds. Of course, in Turkey too, and in many different parts of the world, we see a similar situation like Britain, where Islamic Relief and other organizations are collecting them, but they each act individually, and which, of course, leaves big gaps in the system. So it was a great example to compare the two. Thank you very much. So we can have any questions or any ideas on the issue. I mean, please put on the chat part of the program. But before that, I would like to actually ask a question on Baznas. So you said there organizations, so any organization can take part in Baznas organization, or for example, any NGO. I mean, by individual, they can just go and say that, okay, we would like to cooperate with you. So is there any preconditions to be admitted to the Baznas program for an NGO?
Yes, the point in Indonesia is that there is this national organization, this BADNAS, that coordinate all national and non-governmental organization. But a non-governmental organization can operate in the country, but they have to coordinate to BADNAS organization. So LADNAS, that are non-governmental organization, can collect funds and distribute funds, but there is a central coordination that I think could be a strength for the distribution of funds, because, for instance, in Islamic relief there is not this centralization. You have all fundraising partners, for instance, Islamic Relief UK, Islamic Relief US, Islamic Relief Canada, which collect funds and then implement project and finance activities, but there is not a dialogue in this sense. So you can operate as non-governmental organization, but you have to refer to the central organization. Maybe if there is some Indonesian colleague can explain better, but I think this is the point.
No, thank you very much. Is there, for example, as you said, I mean, definitely BADNAS has a very important role. Are they also giving like policy advices? For example, as you said, maybe thousands of different NGOs, organizations are, acting under BADNAS, and they are collecting the funds. But of course, one of the, I think, main benefits of this kind of an organization is to allocate the resources where they are most necessary, right? Because otherwise, in big cities, for example, we have many organizations and where the big companies and rich people are located. But then these funds might be too much focused on one area, but also in other rural parts of the country, you might not have sufficient funds for a very necessary humanistic need. So are there any policy advices for these NGOs that is given by BADNAS? For example, instead of using this money here, maybe it might be better, there's more need in this field.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah, and
such policy?
I think that another positive thing is that BADNAS during this crisis highlights that, for instance, BADNAS leave this crisis and collection and distribution of zakat in an active perspective, because they said to improve digitalization, to improve methods of collection, improve also awareness with people with the Indonesian diaspora. Instead, Islamic Relief leave this zakat collection as a passive form of income, and so okay, we are here if you want to donate. We have accountability. We operate in this sector, but it's your choice. Instead, I think that BADNAS did a good job in this form of collection and awareness of zakat, I think.
All right, thank you very much, Alti, for this very actually meaningful research on how to manage Islamic social funds, different organization types. So if there are no further questions, I would like to continue with Murat Yash. Dr. Murat. Yes, the floor is Alaikum Salam. Murat Yash is actually a professor at Marmara University at the moment, who has also a great deal of work in Malaysia. Actually, I know him from Malaysia, so it will be great to hear from him on Islamic microfinance institution performance in Indonesia, a critical survey of literature. So the floor is yours, Dr. Murat. Yes.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mustafa. Assalamu alaikum, everybody. So my topic is Islamic microfinance performance in Indonesia, a critical survey of literature. So I am from Marmara University in Turkey. So it is a pleasure to join this conference, first of all. So let me continue with the content of my presentation. First, I will start with introduction section, and then I will discuss the determinants of microfinance performance in Indonesia. So I will focus on the literature and what are the findings. I will present the findings in the literature. And then I will critically evaluate the literature. What are the limitations so far? And then I will end up with the conclusion. So still, we have 1.7 billion financially excluded adults worldwide. And 700 million people, more than 700 people still live in extreme poverty. So when we look at Indonesia, we see a notable achievement that the headcount ratio decreased from 27.4% of the population in 2006 to 4.6% in 2018. So in these 12 years, Indonesia had a successful record of fighting against poverty. So in this poverty alleviation success story, there has been a critical role of microfinance institutions. So if you look at the table, we see the number of microfinance institutions in Indonesia, financial institutions in Indonesia. So if you notice, they have more than 7,000 microfinance institutions in Indonesia as working as cooperatives. So they have a special role in this achievement. So when we consider Indonesia, we should highlight that it is the largest Muslim country in the world, and they have distinguished microfinance practices. So Beitul Mal ve Tenvil is one of those institutions which is acting as Beitul Mal. That means they are distributing zakah and sadaqah. So they have social financing. And plus, it's a Beitul Tenvil, that is a traditional financing institution at the same time. So these institutions potentially played an important role in poverty alleviation. But of course, their financial sustainability is also very important to continue this poverty alleviation. So the number of studies on financial performance of MFIs in Indonesia increased in the last 2 decades. So that is why I will focus on this literature. So what are my research questions? First, I want to investigate what did previous studies discover so far regarding the determinants of MFI performance in Indonesia. Then I want to highlight what are the findings in the literature and are they consistent or not. And then I want to discuss what are the limitations of those studies. Okay. So let me first of all discuss the determinants of the MFI performance in Indonesia. So first of all, human resource management is important. Many studies show the link that human resource management is positively associated with the MFI performance. So unlike Islamic commercial banks and rural banks, human resources working in the BMTs are relatively less professional, usually high school graduates. So BMTs are significantly differentiating from the rural banks and conventional Islamic banks, commercial Islamic banks. So in that sense, this study is important. So another issue is that BMTs fail to attract highly skilled and educated employees due to paying low salary and an unfavorable human resource recruitment system. So sometimes they recruit based on their network. Sometimes these networks can be a religious community. Sometimes it can be another factor. Another study showed that there is a positive relation between salary and financial performance of BMTs. So if the BMTs pay higher, they might perform better. But some studies find an opposite result, that it doesn't affect the efficiency. It affects the efficiency actually negatively. But some researchers argue that if the payment is based on the performance, it will affect the performance positively. So there are different findings regarding the salary and regarding the relation between salary of employees and the financial performance of the BMTs. So they are also different in terms of microfinancing techniques, and it can also affect the financial performance of BMTs. So many studies documented that asset quality is very important for financial performance of BMTs. So BMTs evaluate the economic and business feasibility of their clients. More precisely, they require membership credibility tests, honesty, business skills, business experience, and they ask collaterals to minimize their probability of default. But of course, it is a bit different from the clients of the commercial banks or rural banks, because these poor people, they have almost no collateral, and they don't have a traditional accounting system, so they are just micro entrepreneurs, micro business entrepreneurs. So in that sense, BMTs use different unique techniques to evaluate those collaterals and credibility, etc. So in case of facing difficulty to collect debts, BMTs sometimes use spiritual approach, such as reminding Quran verses about debt or religious obligation that needs to be fulfilled. That usually traditional banks, Islamic banks, or rural banks, Islamic rural banks, they don't use this kind of things usually. And other studies show that high frequency of meetings can affect the non-performing financing. So as you know, some of you know that BMTs regularly meet with the groups, okay, member of the groups. It is different from clients of the banks. Usually clients come to banks, but in the case of BMTs, Islamic microfinance institutions in Indonesia, the managers and employees visit the clients. So if the number of frequency increases, meetings increases with the clients, it affects the non-performing financing negatively. So other studies show that implementing some incentive mechanisms for good payment can improve asset quality. For example, some microfinance institutions, they promise that if the clients or members make payment in time, next time they can get a higher amount of financing for their business. So this kind of incentives can improve the asset quality as well. So as you know, microfinancing is also famous with targeting women members, women clients, because many studies show that women are more disciplined in terms of making their payment. So I want to show some findings in Indonesia regarding this issue. Some studies show that it really doesn't empower women in Indonesia, but the studies show that usually women make higher repayment rates. So in terms of repayment, they are more successful than men, but in terms of poverty alleviation, still studies show mixed results. So linkage programs are very important because microfinance institution needs cooperation than competition. So there are many types of cooperation for BMTs in Indonesia. So one of the purpose for linkage program is improving human resource development. As I mentioned before, BMTs are suffering from qualified employees. So they are also not good at training those employees usually. So there are some unions and agencies for BMTs in Indonesia, like Pimbuk and Apsindo. These are playing important role for improving human resource development. And sometimes commercial banks, Islamic commercial banks or rural banks, they are also supporting BMTs for human resource management. And in many BMTs also suffer from lack of funding. I mean, they don't have enough capital. because their members are poor and they are not collecting enough funds from these people to fund them again. So they need some external source of funding. So in that sense, Islamic banks can play important role. And also Islamic banks cannot get access to poor people in rural area, and they are not very professional at evaluating their credibility, credit score. So in that sense, their cooperation with microfinance institution can play an important role for the performance of BMTs. And then also BM teams do not have good management information system, so they are not using computer accounting. They are having a manual accounting system. They have some notebooks and they write all the credits and debits in those small notebooks, and it is not very efficient. And in terms of the service they provide, if they have some mobile applications for making some payment, so providing some payment services and etc., it can help to BM teams. So in that sense, Pinbook provides some of those IT services to BMTs. And another determinant of BMT performance, financial performance, is cost efficiency. So managing the cost and revenue is very important for BMTs, because usually their cost of financing is high, because they try to get access to rural areas. So they are, just to get access to people, they are going for tens of kilometers sometimes. It is increasing the cost of funding, and then this is kind of making microfinance institutions to make profit more difficult, because their margin is getting smaller. And many studies also show this relationship. If the cost efficiency is higher for BMTs, they can have higher profit. So some BMTs, they target local markets. So local markets have many people, many businessmen and businesswomen. So they can easily get access to many clients in a short time. So it is increasing the efficiency of BMTs. But if they try to get access to rural areas, this is increasing the cost. Another determinant is the frequency of meeting. So if the frequency of meeting is high, it is increasing the cost. If it is low, it is decreasing the cost. Depends on the distance of the client, right? Another issue is the using some fintech ecosystem can highly secure digital payment services that can reduce the geographical distance. So if the clients can use some mobile apps for payments or receiving funding, or it can decrease the cost of the transportation for BMTs as well. So this technology can also play important role. So competition is important for BMT's performance. If there is a high competition, they need to decrease the cost of financing for the clients, for the members, and it can affect the performance of the BMTs negatively. So many studies show that competition is one of the most important challenge for BMTs, especially not, the competition is not among just BMTs, but also nowadays Islamic commercial banks and Islamic rural banks also increasing their microfinancing in Indonesia. So BMTs are also having great challenge to compete with these big Islamic banks. So maintaining adequate spread between profit sharing rate and finance rate, as well as reasonable operation costs, become critical to the sustainability and profitability of the BMTs. So in that sense, the linkage programs will play an important role, because as I mentioned before, BMTs need more cooperation than competition. So regulation and supervision is another factor that determines the profitability of BMTs. So many scholars argue that lack of tighter regulation and supervision for financial activities of BMTs has been key challenge for their performance, because many BMTs are actually already bankrupted, but due to tax lax controls of the Minister of Cooperatives in Indonesia, they are continue their activity as zombie BMT. But some of the studies also argue that these tight regulations can limit the flexible or unique activities of BMTs, because they use unique products and they provide unique services. Sometimes they invest in real estate or they establish their own business. They can be car dealership at the same time. So they are not just financing their own members, but sometimes BMTs also can establish their own business as well. So they have very distinguished practices than commercial and rural banks. So this tight regulation can be challenged also for BMTs. So they need to find a solution between these two extremes. So funding structure. So many researchers argue that adequate capital is the primary concern for BMT for covering their operational costs and bear the loss at the infancy stage. So after interviewing 44 BMTs, Adnan 2003 explored that 29 BMTs feel that their capital is not adequate. So it is an important problem for BMTs. Another study showed that BMTs can raise initial capital through special cooperation with government, non-government, private parties, and company social responsibility funds. So this kind of cooperation is really important for raising initial funds for BMTs. And again, this study also showed that capital structure and performance of BMTs have a positive correlation. So another study also investigated 102 BMTs, and they concluded that high debt to equity ratio positively affect the profitability of BMTs. So this is also interesting. So if BMTs have higher debt ratio, so some BMTs are aggressive. They are aggressively approaching to other commercial banks, Islamic commercial bank, Islamic rural banks for external source of funding to compete more and to get access more people. But I think this can also end up with the bankruptcy of BMTs if they don't manage their funds efficiently. So another factor is management information systems. So many qualitative and quantitative studies show that BMTs usually do not have adequate management information systems. So this affects their performance negatively. So they are, as I said before, they are relying on manual paper-based systems to record history of transactions. And in other words, field workers capture all disbursements of the funds and collection of prepayment manually on paper notebooks. And sometimes these notebooks can disappear or lost. So it can cause great problems later in terms of management. So another study used sample of 100 BMTs in Indonesia found that use of accounting information systems affect performance of BMTs positively. And another study highlighted that developing robust and secure mobile application play an important role in BMTs reaching the poor. So my discussion on data and methodologies in the literature, and the limitations in the literature. So this research area is very important. Indonesia is a very important country in BMT practices, in microfinance practices, and they also had a great achievement in terms of poverty alleviation, but the number of studies are very few. And they are not published in high-ranked journals. Usually they are published in low-ranked journals. Because another challenge is that the data availability is limited, and there are many distinguished microfinance practices. So there are so many factors which can affect microfinance practices, but these factors can be unique to that microfinance institution. Some microfinance institutions are successful because that is my opinion, but there can be some religious community behind. Some of microfinance institutions can be successful because they have a sustainable external source of funding from a foreign NGO. Other microfinance institutions can be successful because they have a very professional partner from commercial banks or from other financial institutions. So there can be many other unique factors for the achievement of for better performance of PMTs, but it is difficult to record all those data for all microfinance institutions. So as conclusion, we explored that the literature so far suggests that linkage programs, cost efficiencies, IT infrastructure, innovation of Islamic microfinance institutions have significant association with their performance. MFIs, governments, regulatory and supervisory bodies, partners of MFIs such as NGOs, commercial banks, or banks must pay this factor to improve the performance of Islamic MFIs. There are several challenges in data and methodology of Islamic MFI research in Indonesia. So I suggest that Islamic MFIs, OJK, the regulatory bodies in Indonesia, and the cooperatives ministries in Indonesia, microfinance associations such as APSINDO and Perhimpunan Islamic MFI, they can play a crucial role to facilitate this academic research if they collect and share their data on microfinance institutions, as well as sponsoring those research. So these are my conclusions. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Murat. Actually, thanks for identifying the key issues and challenges and explore the best practices for improving MFI performance in Indonesia. Actually, I would like to open the floor for question and answers. And actually, I can ask the first question. It's, of course, Indonesia is very critical on Islamic microfinance because it actually constitutes more than half of the whole Islamic microfinance institutions in the world. So I think that's their success is not only limited with Indonesia, but it will be a huge indicator for the whole Islamic microfinance in the world. So we can see from your presentation that we can see that they are lacking actually many crucial technological tools due to their, of course, scale, which is very understandable. But I think that brings us to the cooperatives or the organizations. Yeah, I mean MFI organization, the umbrella organizations, to provide these tools. Since I mean most of the organizational structure is quite similar in these MFIs. So do you think that these umbrella organizations are doing sufficient to provide these technological bases and instruments, or they can do more? What would you suggest on this?
Central Bank of Indonesia is also promoting these linkage programs because they also know that these linkage programs can improve the performance of PMTs. So, and also the Islamic microfinance associations, they are increasing their activities in terms of providing IT infrastructure, etc. But still it is limited because Indonesia is a huge country. Like there is more than 200 million, 230 million population, and there are many areas which is remote. There are many remote areas. It is not easy to get access by regulatory bodies or other institutions. So it is still a challenge, but there is of course an improvement in terms of providing these IT infrastructure and other training activities for BMTs. So I can say there is an improvement as far as I know.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions on this topic? If not, I have a second question,
Okay.
which is actually we can see that, of course, for Islamic MFIs or BMTs, specifically in Indonesia, the income generation is one of the fundamental problems. And if it is costly, then the whole operation might collapse. I mean, in order to meet that, you have to increase the prices, which is also affecting the fundamental goal of helping the poor. So I believe Vakıf mentality might be contributing to this problem a lot, because if you have a Vakıf kind of cash put at the very beginning of the organization, which it's a free cost, income or free cost of cash for the organization, it might be a great, of course, cushion for the organization. So what would you think, and do you see any kind of this kind of application on the floor or in in real life applications?
Okay, actually I should also discuss on this issue. As I mentioned, there are more than 7,000 Islamic microfinance institutions in Indonesia, and not all have same targets. Some of microfinance institutions, they target poverty alleviation. Okay, that is why they are providing Karza Hasen, for example. 80%. Some of microfinance institutions, they are 80% providing Karza Hasen, 90%, and just 10% business financing to cover their operational activities, operational costs. But on the other hand, some BMTs are acting like a profit-oriented organization. They are charging 30%, while commercial banks charge 15%. Okay, so some of them are aggressively getting external source of funding to make more profit and to increase their profit. So each microfinance institution have different targets, but as I mentioned, these institutions are called Beitul Mal and Tenvil. That means they are distributing zakah and sadaqah as well. If there are extremely poor people, or if the members cannot pay their debt, they can maybe deduct this debt from the zakah or sadaqah for that member. So some BMTs focus on business financing, some BMTs focus on health financing or education financing. So I can say that they have different targets. So some of them are not making profit at all, but some of them are making huge profit and growing very fast.
All right, thank you very much. Well, I would like to conclude our session with thanking to Sister Erika, Sister LT, and Dr. Murat. I believe, Islamic, as I mentioned earlier, Islamic social finance is a very important interface between the general economy and the poverty. And of course, when we are thinking of development, definitely income distribution is one of the main factors that we really need to look out, because that is becoming a huge, huge problem in the world economy today. We see new China walls between like Mexico, United States, Europe, Asia, and lots of human suffering, unfortunately, comes out of this uneven income distribution. And social finance, but particularly Islamic social finance, can play a great role in this. So thank you very much for your contributions. And I would like to leave the floor for Hakan Bey or Ismail Bey at this moment. And thank you for the audience to follow us. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Mustafa, for your chairing the session. We'll continue the next session in 10 minutes. We are giving 10 minutes break. I would like to inform all our audience, next session will be Turkish language. Thank you for joining our session. Thank you for presentation for this session. So we'll have 10 minutes break.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Değerli katılımcılar, ICISEF 2021 Kongresi'nin son oturumuna hepiniz hoş geldiniz. Bu oturum Türkçe olarak gerçekleştirilecektir. Oturuma başkanlık edecek olan hocamız Sercan Karadoğan. Kendileri hali hazırda İKAM'da direktör olarak görev yapmaktadır. Ben sözü kendilerine devredeyim. Buyurun hocam.
Teşekkür ediyorum. Uluslararası İslam Ekonomisi ve Finansı Kongresi Sakarya Üniversitesi'nin ev sahipliğinde düzenlenen kongrenin 14. ve son oturumuna hoş geldiniz. Herkese selamlıyorum. Bugün son oturumda 3 sunum var. Bu sunum konusu, bu sunuma dair isimler bana tevdi edildiği zaman ilk tepkim bir ölüm grubu tepkisi oldu gerçekten. 3 Darhum Üniversitesi'nden doktorası olan hocamız, çok kıymetli hocamız sunum yapacaklar. Benim çok ilgimi çekti. Üçünü birlikte dinlemek. Dolayısıyla çok memnuniyetle kabul ettim. Bu anlamda aslında şöyle bir tarafı da var bence. Bu 3 sunumu birlikte dinlemenin ve ben zaten soru cevap kısmında aslında bu 3 sunumun tamamlandıktan sonra yapılmasını uygun görüyorum. Ortaklığı şeyi görebilmek açısından, yani İslam moral ekonomisi ekolünün bir tür temsilcisi olan bu 3 hocamızın sunumlarını birlikte dinledikten sonra soru cevap kısmını yapmayı uygun gördüm. Dolayısıyla bütünlüklü olarak aslında kendilerinin üçünde de bir şekilde ortak çıkış noktası olan şeyi de hem ayrı ayrı metinlerinde görmek hem de bir bütün halinde tartışmak da bence mümkün olacak. Bu açıdan güzel bir oturum olacağına inanıyorum. Sözü fazla uzatmadan ilk sunum yapmak üzere İsa hocamız buradaysa, benim sıralamamda o şekilde görünüyor çünkü. Değilse Erhan Hoca ile de başlayabiliriz. Daha sanki. Erhan Hocam sizle başlayalım isterseniz mümkünse. İsa Hoca herhalde şu an müsait değil.
Nasıl uygun görürseniz uygundur benim için.
Erhan Akkaş hocamız Darhum Üniversitesi'nde hali hazırda şu an misafir araştırmacı olarak görev alıyor. Normalde Ağrı İbrahim Çeçen Üniversitesi'nde öğretim görevlisi. Sunumunun başlığı finansal yeniliğin ekonomik büyüme ve sürdürülebilir kalkınma ile ilişkisi, eleştirel bir yaklaşım. Erhan hocam 20 dakika süremiz var. Başlamadan kısaca da isterseniz kendinize çok kısa bahsederseniz sonra söz sizde.
Sergen Hocam çok teşekkür ederim. 3 darımlı dedin bu oturumda ama bence 4 darımlıyız. Sen de burada 1 yıl bulunmuştun. Burada güzel vakit geçirdik. O yüzden 4 darımlıyı birleştirmiş Sakarya. Teşekkür ederiz bunun için. Ben Erhan Akkaş. Master'ımı Sussex Üniversitesi'nde yaptım. Politik iktisat üzerine. Doktoramı Darhum Üniversitesi'nde Mehmet Hoca ile İslami finans ve Müslüman Arap ülkelerinin politik iktisadı üzerinden bu İslami finansal kurumların ortaya çıkışı konusunda yaptım. Şimdi de yine burada postdoktora çalışmalarımda bulunuyorum. Aynı zamanda 2 yıl önce de Ağrı İbrahim Çeçen Üniversitesi'nde göreve başladım. İnşallah yaklaşık 6-7 ay sonra tekrardan Türkiye'ye döneceğim. Şimdilik görünen bu şekilde. Genel olarak çalışmalarımda bu Orta Doğu, Arap bölgesinin ekonomik kalkınması, İslam finansal gelişimi, politik iktisadı bu konular üzerine çalışıyorum. Bugün de finansal yeniliğin ekonomik büyüme ve sürdürülebilir kalkınma ile ilişkisi üzerine konuşacağım. Açıkçası finansal yeniliklerin aslında ekonomik büyüme üzerinde etkili olduğunu ancak kalkınma politikalarında finansal yeniliklere oldukça fazla rol biçildiğine yönelik çıkarımlarda bulunacağım. Bunu yaparken de büyüme ve kalkınma kavramları arasındaki temel farklara, İslam ekonomisi bağlamında kalkınmanın temel prensiplerine ve İslam İşbirliği Teşkilatı ülkelerinin ekonomik büyüme, İslam finansal gelişimi ve kalkınma üçgeninde nerede bulunduklarına değineceğim. İlk olarak finansal sistemin basit bir tanımını yaparak sunumuma başlamak istiyorum. Finansal sistem, borç verenler, yatırımcılar ve borç alanlar arasında fon alışverişini sağlamaktadır. Finansal sistem parasal motivasyon yoluyla tüm uğraşları ve kaynakları yönlendirir ve insanları ticarete teşvik eder. Şöyle ticarette karşılaştırmalı üstünlük ve uzmanlaşmayı ödüllendirerek üretkenlik ve verimlilik artışına da katkı sağlamaktadır. Buraya kadar yapılan tanım da finansal sistemin tamamen ekonomik büyüme ile olan ilişkisi ön plana çıkmaktadır. Yani kalkınma ile herhangi bir ilişkisi bulunmamaktadır. Aslında finansal sistem ve sürdürülebilir kalkınma üzerine yapılan çalışmaları incelendiğinde Kahire ekseriyeti finansal sistem ile sürdürülebilir kalkınma arasındaki ilişkiyi ortaya koymaktadır. Aslında bu çalışmaları dolaylı olarak daha çok ekonomik büyüme ile ilişkilendirmek mümkündür. Normal şartlarda adil bir toplumda zaten ekonomik büyüme, kalkınma gerekliliklerini doğal olarak yerine getirecektir. Hafta sonu İKAM tarafından organize edilen çok faydalı bu çalıştayda da genel olarak bu meselelere değinilmişti. Ve özellikle bazı sunumlarda kalkınma ve ekonomik büyümenin hala kavramsal olarak birbirinin ikamesi olarak kullandığına şahit olduk. Finansal yenilik ve büyüme ilişkisine bakıldığında bize Schumpeter finansal sistemin firmalara ve girişimcilere ekonomik büyümeyi teşvik eden fonlar sağlayarak finansal yeniliklere yardımcı olduğunu belirtmektedir. Dolayısıyla finansal sistem yatırım kararlarında, teknolojik süreçte ve yenilikte önemli bir rol oynamakta ve bu nedenle uzun vadede ekonomik büyüme olumlu katkıda bulunmaktadır. Finansal gelişim teknolojik ve finansal yenilikleri ve yatırım fırsatlarını iyileştirmektedir. Dolayısıyla finansal gelişimin sermaye birikimi ve teknolojik değişim yoluyla ekonomik büyümeye yol açması beklenmektedir. Buradan yola çıkarak finansal kurumların rekabette öncü olmak için finansal piyasada yeni ürünler ve süreçler sunmak amacıyla yeni teknolojileri finanse etmeye odaklandığını belirtmek mümkündür. Pekala, finansal sistemin ve yeniliğin kalkınma boyutu burada nerede durmaktadır? Ya da kalkınmaya nasıl bir katkı sağlamaktadır sorusunu sorarak kalkınma kavramını tartışmaya başlayabiliriz. Sürdürülebilir kalkınma toplum olarak karşılaştığımız çevresel, sosyal ve ekonomik sınırlamalara karşı ihtiyaçları dengelemeye çalışan bir kalkınma yaklaşımıdır. Kalkınma açısından bakıldığında finansal hizmetler sistemin en önemli rolü. Finansal hizmetler sistemin en önemli rolü finansal sermayenin farklı ekonomik faaliyetler arasında tahsis edilmesidir. Yani etkinlik ve çeşitlilik sunmaktadır. Bu açıdan kalkınma etkisinin olduğunu söylemek pek mümkündür. Ancak buradaki sorun sermayeyi elinde bulunduranların bu tahsis üzerinden faiz geliri elde etmesi ve toplumdaki dezavantajlı kesimden gelir elde etmesidir. Bu açıdan bakıldığında toplumsal sorunlara çözüm olacak gibi görülmemektedir. Literatüre bakıldığında Birleşmiş Milletler'in 2016'da yayınladığı bir rapora göre finansal sistemin sürdürülebilir kalkınmaya katkıda bulunup bulunmadığını belirleyen 4 temel unsur vardır. 1. Uzun dönemli yatırımın teşvik edilmesi. 2. Risk unsurunu azaltması. 3. Gelişme ve büyümenin teşvik edilmesi. Yani burada aslında raporda development kelimesi kullanılmaktaydı. Ancak raporun geneline bakıldığında development eşittir kalkınmadan ziyade development eşittir gelişme olarak anladım ve burada da o yüzden gelişme ve büyümenin teşvik edilmesi olarak sunumuma aldım. Dördüncü olarak da krizlere karşı dayanıklılık. Finansal sistem üzerinden bu 4 kriter sağlandığı takdirde rapora göre yoksulluğun ortadan kalkacağına, sağlıklı yaşamın sağlanacağına, eğitim kalitesinin geliştirileceğine, istihdamın oluşturulacağına dair sürdürülebilir kalkınma hedefleri doğrultusunda bazı şartların yerine getirileceği iddia edilmektedir. Pekala, kalkınma ve ekonomik büyüme arasındaki kavramsal olarak temel farklar nelerdir?
Erhan Hocam, sunumun var mıydı? Ekran göremiyoruz ama.
Yok, sunumum yok.
Tamam hocam.
Sunumum yok. Ya çünkü şöyle, ampirik bir çalışma olmadığı için sayılar vesaire onlar yok. O yüzden biraz da böyle içi boş slide yansıtmak istemedim açıkçası.
Böyle daha
Teşekkür
hoş
ederim.
oluyor.
Kolay gelsin. Sağ olun hocam.
Ee, Ben teşekkür ederim Hakan Hocam. Kalkınma, insanların sosyal, ekonomik ve siyasi tercihlerin çeşitlilik göstererek genişlemesini sağlarken büyüme, mal ve hizmetlerin nicel çıktılarını öncelemektedir. Yani daha çok bir outcome'a bakmaktadır. Kalkınmada kurumsal düzenlemelerde hakkaniyet yani ve adalet ön plandayken büyümede fayda temel unsurdur. Yani buradaki faydayı çıkar olarak da düşünebiliriz. Kalkınmada toplum yararı ön plandayken büyümede bireysel kaygılar ön plandadır. Daha çok bencil bir toplumun oluşmasına neden olabilecek bir zararı dezavantajı olarak söyleyebiliriz. Kalkınmada gelir ve kaynaklar toplumsal fayda için önemliyken büyümede hedefe götüren bir araç olarak görülüyor bu kaynaklar. Kalkınmada insan mutluluğu esasken büyümede insan büyüme hedeflerinin gerçekleşmesine yardımcı olan araç olarak görülmektedir. Aralarında ciddi farklılıkların oluştuğu bu iki kavramın İslam ekonomisi ve finans alanına da dahil çoğu çalışmalarda birbirinin ikamesi olarak kullanılması muhtemelen bizim bu top-down politikalara hapsolduğumuzu göstermektedir. Burada top-down politikalara da ayrıca parantez açmak istiyorum. Bu top-down politikalar nedir? Merkezi olarak dayatılan politikalar ve genelde dayatılan ülkelerin iyiliği için yapılan müdahalelerdir. Ya da iyiliği tırnak içerisinde de söyleyebilirim. Sürdürülebilir kalkınma hedeflerini buna örnek verebilirim. Ortada tek bir doğru var ve bu doğrular genelde merkezi kararlar neticesinde tüm dünyaya mutluluk saçacağı idealiyle ortaya çıkarlar. Genelde bu merkez de genelde Eurocentrik olur. Ancak mutluluk yıllardır hepimizin de gözlemlediği üzere yıllardır dünyanın doğusuna doğru gidildikçe azalmaktadır. Yani bu ölçülebilen mutluluktan bahsediyorum. Yoksa bireysel mikro bazdaki mutluluktan bahsetmiyorum. Neticede her toplumun ihtiyaçları birbirinden farklılık göstermektedir. Merkezi bir model dünyanın geri kalan tüm bölgelerine aynı şekilde uygulanamaz. Bu bahsettiklerim finansal yenilikler için de geçerli. Yani batı merkezli bir ürün batıda iş görüyor ya da batı için karlı diye aynısını olduğu gibi doğuya uyguladığımızda aynı şekilde iş görmeyebilir. Ya da bunun tam tersi doğuda işlerliği olan bir uygulama aynı şekilde batıda işlerlik gösteremeyebilir. Belli bir filtreden yani bunun işlerlik gösterebilmesi için belirli bir filtreden geçmesi gerekir. Artık buna toplumsal değerler filtresi, inanç filtresi, kültür filtresi, ekonomik yapı, economic structure filtresi vesaire ne filtresi dersek o artık isimlendirmeye kalmış. Ama neticede bir filtreden geçmek olunduğu gibi alındığı takdirde bir toplum için çok iyi çalışan bir uygulama diğer bir toplumda tam tersi bir sonuç verebilir. Örnek olarak da şunu vermek isterim. Sosyal etki girişim sermayelerinden bahsetmek istiyorum. X sosyal girişim sermayesi. İngiltere'de kedisine bakamayan yaşlılara yönelik bir proje yapabilirken Y sermayesi örnek vermek gerekirse Ebola salgını sırasında Liberya'da elektrik erişimi gibi en temel hakkı olmayan insanlara güneş enerjisiyle çalışan lambalar gönderebiliyor. Mesela nasıl bir sosyal etki yansıtmış ama bunun İngiltere'de hiçbir karşılığı yok. Ya da diğer taraftan teknolojik gelişim denilince akla ilk gelen firmalardan birinin stok fazlası ürünleri piyasa dengesini bozmaması için tamamen imha etmesi. Yani tutup bunu yani stok fazlasını toplum içerisinde dağıtıp ya da daha fakir ülkelere göndermek yerine tamamen artık ya yakarak ya parçalayarak bir şekilde imha ediliyor. Geçenlerde habere çıktı. İstediğimiz kadar teknoloji ve kalkınma ilişkisini kuran çalışmalar yapalım ama yani bu durumu neyle açıklayacağız? Yani bunun tamamen yapılan bu ampirik çalışmalardan çok daha farklı. Tamamen artık sosyolojik bir şekilde mi açıklanır ya da hangi alanla açıklanır? O tabii ayrı bir çalışma konusu. Şimdi tekrardan kalkınma ve ekonomik büyüme ilişkisine dönersek, ICISEF'in bu konferansında da bir sunumda kıymetli hocalarımızdan biri kalkınma için önceliğin ekonomik büyüme olması gerektiğine dair çıkarımlardan bulundu. Yani çıkarımı doğru ya da yanlış o anlamda bahsetmiyorum. Sadece hocanın bulunduğu çıkarımı burada çıkarıma değinmek istedim. Ancak bu yaklaşımda Polanyi'nin double movement yani çifte hareket çıkmazına girmemiz çok muhtemeldir bu yaklaşımda. Yani neoliberal politikalar çerçevesinde gerçekleşen ekonomik büyüme için gerekli altyapının sağlanması neticesinde bozulan dengeler tekrardan kalkınma politikaları çerçevesinde düzeltilmeye çalışılıyor. Yani önce ekonomik büyüme, neoliberal politikalarla toplum dengesi bozuluyor. Daha sonra kalkınma politikalarıyla bu bozulan denge tekrardan eski haline getirilmeye çalışılıyor. Şimdi bu dengesizliklerin yaşanmaması için rahmetli Sabri Orman hocamızın çokça belirttiği üzere kalkınma politikalarının ekonomik büyümeden bağımsız bir şekilde toplumsal denge gözetilerek alınması önem arz etmektedir. Yani top-down politikalar yerine tarihsel ve toplumsal değerlerin, inançların ve geleneklerin analizinin yapılması gerekmektedir. Artık İslami açıdan tartışmaya geçecek olursak, Cidde'de 2002 yılında yapılan bir deklarasyonda yoksulluk, ekonomik ve sosyal koşulların bozulması, nüfus artışı ve mevcut doğal kaynaklar arasındaki dengesizlik, teknik yeteneklerin zayıflığı ve çevre yönetiminde uzmanlık ve beceri eksikliği gibi konular ele alınmıştı. Aslında bu dünya geneline bakıldığında sorunlar aşağı yukarı birbirine benzerdir. Yani bunu İslam İşbirliği Teşkilatı da alsa, Dünya Bankası da alsa, IMF de alsa hepsi birbirine aşağı yukarı benzerdir. Ancak her bir toplumda çözümler farklı olabilmektedir. Yani aynı soruna farklı bir şekilde çözüm bulunabilir. Burada da toplumların dini, kültürel, sosyal yaşantıları devreye girebilmektedir. Dolayısıyla İslam ekonomisi ve finansı da bu bağlamdan değerlendirilmeli ve bu tür sorunlara çözüm önerilerinde bulunmalıdır. Benim burada dikkat çekmek istediğim husus, İslam ekonomisi ve İslam ekonomisi ontolojisine dayalı uygulamaların takip edilerek çözüm üretilmesidir. Yani tüm sorumluluğu bankacılık ya da finans sektörüne yüklemek karıncaya taşıyamayacağı bir yük vermekten öteye gidemez. Biraz yani iddialı gibi oluyor ama burada yani teşbihte hata olmaz. Çünkü bankacılık sektörünün kurumsal mantığı sistemik olarak toplumsal kalkınma petinde değil. Yani ekonomik büyüme hızlandırıcısı olarak hareket etmektedir. Yani burası çok önemli. Yani bankacılık kurumunun kurumsal mantığından bahsediyorum. Yani yoksa yani sistemik bir oluşumdan bahsediyorum. Ayrıca ortaya çıkış süreci de ister konvansiyonel banka olsun, ister İslami banka olsun, yani kapitalist mantıkla hareket etmektedir. O yüzden bizim bütün sorumluluğu, yani şimdi Türkiye'de genelde katılım bankaları, işte İslam bankacılık eleştirilirken ya işte topluma katkısının olmadığına yönelik eleştiri almaktadır. Yani bunlar bana biraz sığ tartışma olarak geliyor. Ya çünkü banka en nihayetinde belli bir kar güdüsünde hareket etmektedir. Yani bankadan bir vakıf davranışında bulunmasını beklemek bence çok fazla bir sorumluluk yüklemektir. Tamam, İslami oluşuyla belli bir takım hassasiyetlerin olması çok muhtemeldir. Ancak İslami bankaların tüm toplumsal sorunları çözeceğine dair iddialarda bulunanlarla karşılaşabiliyoruz. Yani benim buradaki açıklamak istediğim, yani bankacılığı, İslam ekonomisini, kalkınmayı, büyümeyi, bu tür kavramları net bir şekilde yapmaktır. Şimdi buradan yola çıkarak İslam ekonomisi tartışmalarına geçmek istiyorum. Kalkınmanın temeli insanların refahıdır. İslam ekonomisi bireylerin bu dünyada ve ahirette felaha erişmesini amaçlamaktadır. Yani bireysel kurtuluşun ötesinde toplumsal hedefler ihsani sosyal sermayenin genişletilmesi yoluyla belirlenir. Yani bu sayede ihsan birbirine bağlı ve birbirine bağımlı toplumlarımızda bir denge mekanizması olarak çalışmaktadır. Bu nedenle insan refahı İslami perspektifte merkezi bir konuma sahiptir. Dolayısıyla bunu söylememiz için herhangi bir top-down politikasına ihtiyacımız yok. Yani bu açıdan bakıldığında sürdürülebilir kalkınma hedeflerinin gereğinden fazla abartıldığını düşünüyorum. Yani aslında zaten sürdürülebilir kalkınma hedeflerinin açıklanmadan önce de bizim İslam ekonomisi bunu çok net bir şekilde söylüyordu. Yani şimdi sürdürülebilir kalkınma hedeflerini işte İslam ekonomisiyle ilişkilendirerek çalışmalar yapmak vesaire, yani biraz bana abartıldığını düşünüyorum. Yani daha doğrusu yani Amerika'yı tekrardan keşfetmek gibi bir şey oluyor. Şimdi buraya kadar tartıştığımız meseleyi İslam İşbirliği Teşkilatı üyesi ülkelerden yola çıkarak örneklendirmek istiyorum. Yani bu zamana kadar işte büyüme, kalkınma, işte İslami finans gibi konulara değindim. İslam İşbirliği ülkelerinin ekonomik büyümesine baktığımızda 2010 yılından itibaren bu ülkelerin büyüme oranlarında istikrar ve küresel krizler dışında artış görülmektedir. Yani bunu ister petrol zengin Arap ülkelerin katkısının çok olduğunu düşünürsek veya daha başka işte Malezya'daki finansal gelişim vesaire, bunları da eklersek bunların etkisinin olduğunu söyleyebiliriz. Ancak nihayetinde bir ekonomik büyüme ortada, nicel olarak bir başarı olarak ortada duruyor. İslami finans gelişimine bakıldığında ise aynı şekilde 2008 yılından bu yana ciddi bir gelişme söz konusu, hepimiz bildiğimiz üzere. Ancak kalkınma endekslerine bakıldığında gerek refah endeksi, gerekse insani gelişim endeksleri sıralamasında bu ülkeler ilk iki unsurda saydığım başarıyı gösterememişler ve dünya genellemesinde oldukça gerideyiz. Yani bu arada bir parantez açmak istiyorum. Bu insani gelişim endeksleri, refah endeksleri, bunlar da tabii ki ayrı bir tartışma konusu. Bu çünkü az önce yukarıda top-down politikaları eleştirdim, o empoze edilen eleştirileri. Bunlar da aslında bu tür endekslerde ayrıca bir top-down top-down müdahaleleri diyelim. O yüzden ama maalesef başka bir şekilde ölçecek bir endeksimiz olmadığı için ve literatürde de tamamen bu endeksler kullanılmış, ben de sunumuma yer verdim. Her ne kadar tasvip etmesem de diye bir parantezi kapatayım. Şimdi bu insani gelişim endekslerinden bahsettim. Bu İslam İşbirliği Teşkilatı ülkelerin arasında baktığımızda Birleşik Arap Emirlikleri 31. sırada. Yani en başarılı ülkemiz İslam İşbirliği üyesi ülke, 31. sıradaki Birleşik Arap Emirlikleri. Refah haritasına bakıldığında ise bu refah haritası var. Renklendirerek görselleştirmişler. Bu ülkelerin bulunduğu bölgeler düşük seviyeyi gösteren turuncu ve kırmızı renkte. Yani İslam İşbirliği üyesi ülkelere baktığımızda haritanın o bölgesi tamamen turuncu ve kırmızıdan oluşan çok sıcak, iklimi gibi sıcağı gösteren bir görselle karşılaşıyoruz yani. Netice itibariyle ekonomik büyüme gerçekleşmiş, finansal yenilik ile ilişkilendirdiğimiz takdirde İslami finansta da ciddi bir gelişim gösterilmiş, ancak bu ülkelerde kalkınma endeksleri maalesef hala oldukça geride görülmektedir. Yani bu şekilde burayı da söyledikten sonra pekala çözüm ne? Bizim en zorlandığımız kısım çözüm üretmek. İktisat teorisindeki güncel gelişmeler doğrultusunda İslami perspektiften bir ekonomik kalkınma teorisi oluşturmaya yönelik yeni bir girişim önem arz etmektedir. Bu teori, İslami bankacılık ve finans sektörün mevcut ilgili başarısını kendi içinde kullanmanın yanı sıra ekonomilerde verimliliği ve etkinliği teşvik edebilecek bir şekilde teknoloji ve insan sermayesi gelişimini içselleştirmelidir. Yani teknoloji ve beşeri sermayenin gelişimine odaklanan bir model, teori, artık nasıl isimlendirirsek bunun bir içselleştirilmesi gerekmektedir. Bu da İslam ontolojisine dayalı otantik ya da organik uygulamalar ve kurumlarla mümkündür. Toparlayacak olursam, kalkınma hedefleri doğrultusunda neoliberal saikler çerçevesinde ekonomik büyümeye odaklanmak toplumsal bazı dengeleri bozmaktadır. Bozulan bu dengeler top-down politikalarla düzeltilmeye çalışılmaktadır. Finansal yeniliklerin toplumdaki eşitsizlik makasının daha da açılmasına neden olacak uygulamalar yerine topluma olumlu etkisi olacak uygulamalara yönlendirilmesi önemlidir. Ayrıca bu yeniliklerin her bir toplumun tarihsel, kültürel ve dini anlayışına göre oluşturulmasının ve merkezi olmamasının topluma daha faydalı olabileceğini belirtmek isterim diyerek sunumuma burada nihayet erdirmek istiyorum. Beni dinlediğiniz için teşekkür ederim.
Teşekkürler Erhan Hocam, güzel sunumunuzdan dolayı. Mehmet Hocam da hoş geldiniz. Mehmet Hoca da. Mehmet Hoca'nın da dahil olmasıyla aslında Darımlı sayısı Sakaryalı sayısında geçmiş oldu.
Teşekkürler. Her ne kadar yabancıları kaybetmiş olsak da en azından Dharma is shaking the world again. Okay, good to see you.
Yalnız herhalde evet. Hoş geldiniz hocam.
Hoş bulduk, teşekkürler.
Hocam başta da ben bir aslında şey yaptım. İlk başta bana bu sunum, bu oturumun başkanlığı tevdi edilince dedim bu tam bir ölüm grubu olmuş. Herhalde dedim son oturumda böyle biraz etki yaratmak istedi arkadaşlar. Kalıcı bir etki.
Zaten biz bize kalmışız gibi Sakarya ve Darım.
Dolayısıyla güzel bir inşallah şey olacak. Erhan Hocam teşekkür ediyorum tekrardan.
Teşekkür
Uzatmadan
ederim.
İsa hocamıza geçelim. İsa Yılmaz hocamıza. İstanbul Medeniyet Üniversitesi Doktor Öğretim Üyesi İsa Yılmaz hocamız küresel kalkınmanın sorunları, İslami ve Katolik eleştirel yaklaşımların karşılaştırması adlı sunumunu yapacak. İsa hocam 20 dakikalık süreniz var. Kısaca başta biraz kendinizden de bahsederseniz sonra sunumuza başlayabilirsiniz. Teşekkürler.
Evet, selamünaleyküm. Eyvallah Sercan Hocam, teşekkür ederim. Böyle güzel bir ekibe, tanıdık bir ekibe daha doğrusu sunum yapmanın vermiş olduğu hem rahatlık hem belki nasıl söyleyelim, işte rahatlık diyelim genel olarak neyse, rahatlıkla başlayalım. Bugünkü sunumda, ben kendimi tanıtayım önce, pardon. İsa Yılmaz, İstanbul Medeniyet Üniversitesi. Çoğu kişi tanıyordur zaten, hızlıca söylüyorum. İstanbul Medeniyet Üniversitesi'nin İktisat Bölümünde öğretim üyesiyim. İşte yüksek lisans ve doktorayı İngiltere'de Mehmet Hocamızın, şu an programda olan, katılımcı olan Mehmet Hocamızın yanında yaptık. Harun Hoca, Erhan Hoca ile sınıf arkadaşıyız tabiri caizse. Diğer Sakarya'daki hocalarımızı da çok seviyoruz. Sağ olsunlar, onları da yakinen tanıyoruz. Moderatör Sercan Hocam aynı şekilde seviyoruz yani. Böyle bir arada bir güzel program olur inşallah. Hemen başlayayım. Benim bir slaytım var. Slayt hazırlamıştım. Hemen onu sizinle paylaşayım. Sonrasında başlayalım. Evet, sanırım ekranda görüyorsunuz değil mi slaytı? Şu an görüyoruz lazım. Eyvallah.
Görüyorum.
Bu sunumun başlığı küresel kalkınma politikaları, İslam ve Katolik eleştirel yaklaşımların bir karşılaştırmalı, mukayeseli bir değerlendirmesi. Ne yapmaya çalışacağım sunum boyunca? Onu da anlatayım kısaca. Anlatmaya çalışacağım şey şu. Şu an mevcut cari ekonomik sistemde, küresel ekonomik sistemde belli kalkınma politikaları var. Bu politikalar genellikle hem içinde yaşadığımız küresel toplumu daha ileri bir seviyeye götürme, hem de aynı zamanda karşılaştığımız işte sorunları, bunlar lokal sorunlar olduğu kadar daha çok uluslararası sorunlar ya da hepimizi ilgilendiren, küresel toplumu ilgilendiren sorunlar. Dolayısıyla bu sorunların, bu problemlerin ortadan kaldırılması amacıyla ve genelde de kalkınma eksenli bakış açısıyla acaba neler sunulabilir, neler sunulmuş daha doğrusu özellikle uluslararası kurumlar tarafından bunların bir değerlendirmesi ve bunun karşısında da ya da bunlara alternatif olarak hem İslami hem de Katolik eleştirel yaklaşımların, burada eleştirel kavramını biraz özellikle vurguluyorum çünkü mevcut kalkınma politikalarına, küresel kalkınma politikalarına karşı bilhassa çevre meselesi, ekoloji meselesinden dolayı eleştirel yaklaşım geliştiriliyor. Bunu biraz sonra bahsedeceğim. Özellikle Papa Francis'in 2015'teki meşhur o genelge diyoruz sanırım ona, papalık genelgesi diyoruz Türkçe'de. Bu genelgesinde ortaya çıkan, Birleşmiş Milletler'de de kendisinin konuştuğu yaptığı bir konuşma var. Bu konuşma bağlamında işte çok ses getirmişti. Dolayısıyla hem Katolik eleştirel yaklaşımların bir değerlendirmesi, hem de bu anlamda İslami ekonomik kalkınma ya da iktisadi kalkınma bağlamında acaba mevcut sistemde, küresel kapitalist sistem diyebiliriz, işte ya da küresel sistem diyebiliriz, kalkınma politikası, Avrupa merkezci kalkınma politikası diyebiliriz, bunu çeşitlendirebiliriz isimlerini. Bunlara karşı İslami yaklaşım nasıl olmuş pratikte, özellikle İslam iktisadı çevrelerince nasıl bir yaklaşım geliştirilmiş ve bunun ötesinde acaba neler yapabiliriz, ne tür söylemler ve politikalar geliştirebiliriz? Biraz burada bahsetmeye çalışacağım ben. Dolayısıyla anlatacağım sunum kısaca bunlardan ibaret olacak. Peki, evet, küresel kalkınmadan başlayalım. Öncelikle şunu söylemek gerekiyor. Kalkınma dediğimiz şey, kalkınma kavramı çok fazla gündemimizde. Neden çok fazla gündemimizde? Aslında çok doğal olarak gündemimizde ama belki işte bundan bir 100-200 yıl, belki 200 yıl öncesine kadar gittiğimizde bu kavram bu kadar da merkezi bir kavram mıydı acaba? Özellikle iktisadi politikalar bağlamında bu kadar merkezi bir kavram mıydı? Buna dair böyle belli soru işaretleri olduğunu düşünüyorum. Çünkü kalkınma dediğimiz kavramın kendisi hızlıca böyle geriye gidersek işte 17. yüzyıllarda falan özellikle biyolojide, yani doğa bilimleri içerisinde kullanılan bir kavram ve genellikle işte belli türlerin olması, hangi türse onun mükemmelliğe ulaşmasıyla alakalı bir içerikte kullanılıyor kalkınma. Dolayısıyla o olgunluğa erişme diyelim ya kemalat diyelim ya da Türkçe'de artık nasıl kullanıyorsak onunla alakalı kullanılıyor. Daha sonra özellikle bu Darwinci düşünce, sosyal Darwinizm, yani nasıl ki biyolojik türlerin gelişimi için geçerli olan bu süreç varsa, evrim varsa aynı şekilde işte toplumlar içinde bu yaygınlaştırılabilir düşüncesiyle birlikte bir anda sosyal bilimlere, yani bir anda diyorum ama o belli bir aşama alıyor, onu da söylemek gerekiyor. Sosyal bilimlere taşınmış oluyor bu kalkınma meselesi. Biz sosyal bilimlerde de görüyoruz beraberinde. Dolayısıyla işte özellikle sanayi devriminden itibaren işte yaklaşık 200 yıllık süreç içerisinde biz küresel olarak bir problemle karşı karşıyayız. Reelde belki karşı karşıya değiliz ama bir şekilde söylem olarak karşı karşıyayız. O da işte kalkınmamız gerektiği, yüksek refah üretmemiz gerektiği, işte maddi olarak ilerleme kaydetmemiz gerektiği meselesi. Bunlar işte özellikle 19. yüzyıldan itibaren küresel olarak bir söylem haline gelmiş iddialar. Bunu ilk başaranlar tabii ki işte batılı ülkeler. Özellikle sanayileşmenin gerçekleştiği çevrelere baktığımızda sanayileşmenin beraberinde getirdiği, özellikle teknolojik ilerlemeyle beraberinde getirdiği bir maddi refah var, yüksek refah var. Bu yüksek refah da beraberinde kalkınmayı daha da ön plana çıkarıyor. İktisadi politikalarda özellikle kalkınmayı çok daha ön plana çıkarıyor. Fakat biz özellikle İkinci Dünya Savaşı'na kadar kalkınmayı politika bağlamında söylüyorum. Belki entelektüel tartışma bağlamında bu 18. yüzyıldan beri vardı. Çok zannetmiyorum ama olabilir. Ama politika bağlamında bu kadar çok gündeme gelen, bu kadar çok hayati bir mesele haline gelmesi zannediyorum İkinci Dünya Savaşı'ndan itibaren ortaya çıkıyor. Özellikle dönemin ABD Başkanı Harry Truman var. Kendisinin Truman Deklarasyonu ya da doktrini şeklinde bilinen bir konuşma içeriği var. Bu konuşma içeriğini buraya da alabilirdim ama kısaca özetleyeyim. Ne dediğini kısaca özetleyeyim. Kendisi şöyle bir şey söylüyor. İkinci Dünya Savaşı olmuş, bitmiş ve artık sömürge dönemi sona ermiş. Sömürgeci devletler mevcut klasik ya da sömürge sistemini devam ettirmiyorlar. Bunun yerine ne yapıyorlar? Diyorlar ki artık sömürge dönemi bitti. Bütün dünya özgür. Kendi kendini iktisadi olarak da, siyasi olarak da, kültürel olarak da yönetebilecek kabiliyete geldiler. Bunun için bir assistance dediğimiz işte şey gerekiyor. Uluslararası kurumların artık yardımları gerekiyor. Onların rehberliği gerekiyor sadece. Bunun öncesinde hemen Truman meşhur bir deklarasyonda şunu söylüyor. Diyor ki artık sömürge çağı bitti. Kısaca söylüyorum. Bundan sonra bizim amacımız ülkeleri geliştirmektir, kalkındırmaktır söylüyor. Buradaki kavram development kavramını kullanıyor ve çok merkezi bir konuşma içerisinde çok merkezi bir yerde duruyor. Ve dolayısıyla kullandığı birkaç kavramda underdevelopment, development, developing gibi kavramlar kullanıyor. Dolayısıyla bir anda hiç beklemediğiniz bir şekilde eğer gelişmekte olan bir ülkedeyseniz veya işte fakir bir ülkedeyseniz hemen şunu fark ediyorsunuz bu deklarasyondan sonra. Yaklaşık o dönem zannediyorum dünyada 2 milyar insan bir anda kendini gelişememiş kategorisinde buluyor. Çünkü Truman doktrini ile birlikte artık yeni küresel düzen bunun üzerine ilerleyecek. Yani bu kalkınma söylemi üzerine ilerleyecek. Dolayısıyla tabiri caizse beyaz adamın yeni yükü olarak karşımıza çıkıyor bu kalkınma meselesi. Yani beyaz adam eskiden sömürge altına aldığı topraklarda onları medenileştirmek isterken artık bu sömürge başka bir kılıfta, başka bir söylemde, belki kalkınma söyleminde tekrar karşımıza çıkıyor. Dolayısıyla beyaz adamın yeni yükü artık gelişmemiş olan ülkeleri geliştirmek. Tıpkı hani nasıl ki biyolojik perspektiften bakınca herhangi bir bitkiyi, bir canlıyı geliştirmek problem veya bir amaç haline gelmişse toplumları da geliştirmek, kalkındırmak böylece yeni politika olarak karşımıza çıkıyor ve bu zamandan sonra zannediyorum artık kalkınma küreselleşiyor. Yani kalkınma küresel bir problem haline gelmeye başlıyor. Dolayısıyla ne vaat ediyorlar peki? Diyorlar ki işte küresel kalkınmayla birlikte artık siz de gelişmiş ülkeler gibi yüksek refah seviyesine ulaşabilirsiniz. Bunun için yapılması gereken şeyler bellidir. Kocaman bir sanayileşme tecrübesi var. Sanayileşmeci bir kalkınmanın dışında bir alternatif zaten sunmuyorlar. Bu bağlamda sıralarsak belki burada aldığım notlar bağlamında önce evrenselciler. Dolayısıyla bu küresel kalkınmanın mahiyetine, içeriğine baktığımızda aslında tek tip bir kalkınma var. Belli bir tecrübeye dayalı, Batı'nın tecrübesine dayalı, özellikle sanayileşme öncesi, sonrası bu tecrübeye dayalı olan bir kalkınma söylemi var. Bu çok evrenselci bir söylem ve dünyanın neresine giderseniz gidin aynı politikaların işte benzer sonuçlar doğuracağı varsayımını beraberinde getiriyor. İşte bir Afrika ülkesinin temel problemlerine bakın, işte bir Fransa'nın temel problemlerine bakın. İkisine de aynı ilacı verdiğinizde, kalkınma ilacını verdiğinizde aynı sonucu doğuracağı varsayımına dayanıyor bu. Fakat gerçekte ne? Gerçekte aslında bu etnomerkezci, yani Avrupa merkezci bir şekilde Avrupa'nın sorunlarını, Avrupa'nın kalkınma problemlerini bütün bir dünyaya tırnak içerisinde dayattığı bir yaklaşım aslında küresel kalkınma dediğimiz şey. Böyle bir geçmişe sahibiz ve sanayileşmeci de dedim az önce. Sanayileşmeci bir kalkınma. Bugün hala öyle olduğunu düşünüyorum. Bugün hala dünya çok böyle farklı sesler var, tonlar var kalkınma bağlamında ama büyük oranda sanayileşmeci kalkınmanın ötesinde aynı zamanda birikimci, sermaye birikimini merkeze alan bir ötesinde bir söylem çok fazla geliştiremedi. Yani mutlaka iddialar vardır fakat belli bir büyüklüğe ulaşmadı. Güç olarak, söylem olarak en azından söyleyelim. Böyle büyüklüğe ulaşmadığını düşünüyorum. Benzer şekilde piyasa temelli bu kalkınma söylemi büyük oranda piyasanın insafına bırakıyor tüm kalkınma sürecini. Daha doğrusu fiyat mekanizmasına bırakıyor. Fiyat mekanizması burada adaleti temelde sağlayıcı bir unsur olarak karşımıza çıkıyor. Ve bu sistemin devamlılığı içinde hayati olan 2 tane kurum var, 3 tane kurum var belki. Bunlardan bir tanesi Dünya Ticaret Örgütü, Bretton Woods kurumlarından diğer ikisi de IMF ve Dünya Bankası. Bunlar mevcut 1945 sonrası dünyada, küresel dünyada temel hedefleri belli kalkınma söyleminin sürdürülebilir bir şekilde devam ettirilebilmesi için kontrol edici, düzenleyici, politika yapıcı bazı meseleleri ön plana çıkarmaları ve bu özellikleriyle bilinmeleri. Dolayısıyla biz böyle bir dünya içerisinde biz kendimiz, ben şahsen söyleyeyim, yaş itibariyle böyle bir dünyaya doğduk. Bizim bir önceki neslimizde zannediyorum böyle bir dünyaya doğdu. Dolayısıyla biz aslında çok temel kalkınma problemleriyle özellikle gelişmekte olan ülkede yaşıyorsak kalkınmalıyız. Bir şekilde maddi refaha ulaşmamız lazım söylemiyle aslında büyümüş kimseler olduğumuzu düşünüyorum. Beraberinde diğer meseleye geçelim. Peki temel sorunlar neler? Yani küresel kalkınmanın aslında bir iddiası var. İşte bu iddiası da temelde aslında bir adaletsizlik. İlk başlarda zannediyorum adaletsizlik gibi böyle çok daha moral ya da ahlaki meseleleri ön plana çıkarmak yerine aslında bir zenginlik, refah üretimi, refah ortaya koyma iddiası var kalkınma meselesinde. Özellikle bu ilk kalkınma iktisadı tartışmalarına falan gelmeden önce aslında büyüme odaklı, işte ülke nasıl zenginleşir, pastayı tabiri caizse nasıl büyütebiliriz? Temelde bu endişelerle ortaya konmuş politikalar var. Daha sonrasında bu yavaş yavaş meseleleri çözmeyince, sorunları çözmeyince özellikle Farklı konular devreye giriyor. Dolayısıyla biz bugün işte eğitim konusunda özellikle bir sorun yaşıyoruz ki eğitim kalkınmanın çok temel unsurlarından biri aslında. Kalkınmayı sadece maddi ilerleme olarak bakmadığımızda, ki şu an zaten çok az kişi herhalde böyle bakıyordur ya da bu yaklaşım artık çok geride kaldı, öyle söyleyelim. Çok boyutlu bir kalkınmayı herkes zaten istiyor. Onun içerisinde de eğitim yer alıyor. Başka ne yer alıyor? Sağlık yer alıyor tabii ki. Eğitim ve sağlık. Bunların detayları da var tabii. Yani sağlık içerisinde atıyorum işte temiz suya ulaşmadan tutun da işte herhangi bir hastalığa yakalandığınızda bu hastalığın tedavisi için gerekli olan işte aşıyı, ilaçlara ulaşmanız, bunların hepsi yer alıyor. Özellikle bugün Afrika ülkelerine baktığınızda eğer işte bu Covid salgını dolayısıyla üretilen ilaçların oraya ulaşamaması aslında beraberinde başka bir problemi de ortaya çıkarıyor. Yani o asimetriyi ortaya çıkarıyor. Yani eşitsiz bir dağılımı gösteriyor. İlaçlar bağlamında en azından öyle söyleyelim. Ki hala bugün Afrika sadece Covid meselesi değil de çok temel Ebola salgınından tutun da temiz suya ulaşım, ona ulaşamamadan kaynaklanan birçok problemden dolayı aslında çok büyük sorunlar yaşıyor. Bunlar aslında küresel sorunlar. Bunların dışında açlık, fakirlik, yoksulluk, bunlar çoğu zaman vardı fakat 20. yüzyılda ve 21. yüzyılda özellikle zannediyorum çok ileri boyutlara ulaştı problemler. İşsizlik meselesi, işte gelir adaletsizliği daha genel bağlamda, düşük büyüme verileri, bunlar da çok yaygın. Fakat daha yakın zamana geldiğimizde özellikle son 20 yılın belki çok daha belirgin, çok daha çarpıcı meselelerine geldiğimizde tabii ki terör dediğimiz bir problem var. Terör ki yani hem bölgesel olarak yaşanan terör ve savaşlar hem de daha belki ulusal çapta veya uluslararası çapta genişleyebilen daha büyük problemler olarak karşımıza çıkan sorunlar var, terör, savaş. Bunlar beraberinde ne getiriyor? Göç hareketlerini getiriyor. Göç hareketlerinin kendisi zaten çok büyük bir problem. Ne açıdan çok büyük bir problem? Çünkü insanlar bir yerden bir yere geçmek zorunda kalıyor. Mevcut düzenlerini değiştirmek zorunda kalıyor. İşte barınma gibi çok temel bir ihtiyaç sahip olamıyorlar falan. Şiddet beraberinde, her türlü şiddet, psikolojik şiddet, fiziksel şiddet, bunların hepsi devam ediyor. İnsan haklarına dair özellikle insanların temel hakları, burada insan haklarından kastım işte mevcut söylem değil de çok daha normal bir ifade olarak söylüyorum. İnsan hakları, insanların sahip olması gereken temel haklar bağlamında çok ciddi sorunlar var. Bunlarla birlikte belki çevre tahribatı, biraz sonra daha spesifik olarak bahsedeceğim bir mesele. Çevre tahribatı var, iklim değişiklikleri, ekolojik denge dediğimiz problemler karşımıza çıkıyor. Dolayısıyla aslında çok fazla sorunumuz var baktığımızda. Yani küresel kalkınma politikaları bir yandan sürekli dinamik bir şekilde kendini yeniliyor. Her soruna çözüm bulmak için farklı politikalar geliştiriyor. Ama bundan bundan bağımsız değil ama bununla doğrudan aslında diğer türlü söylemiş olalım. Bununla paralel olarak diyelim, paralel olarak bütün sorunlarda, bu tarz sorunlarda giderek yaygınlaşıyor. Bugün geldiğimiz noktada belki hani bir 300-400 yıl öncesine göre bir karşılaştırmalar falan yapılabilir belki. İşte orada çok daha fazla sorun vardı. Bugün işte nasıl söyleyeyim, işte internete erişimimiz, işte temel ifade özgürlüklerimiz gibi, böyle barınma, işte yiyecek, açlıktan ölmüyoruz en azından gibi söylemler çok fazla var ama belki bu problemler bence diğer problemlerin çok daha ilerisinde önem arz ediyor diye düşünüyorum. Peki, tüm bu sorunlar var. Peki ne yapacağız bunun karşısında? Tabii küresel kalkınma politikaları var. Sorunlarımız da küresel. Dolayısıyla çözümlerinde küresel olması gerekiyor, değil mi? Böyle olduğu için de sürdürülebilir kalkınma amaçları diye belli amaçlar var. Bunlar işte Sustainable Development Goals dediğimiz hedefler. Ben hedef diye çeviriyordum ama yakın zamanda hedefi amaç diye değiştirmiş galiba Türkçe'de Birleşmiş Milletler. Dolayısıyla amaç diye düzelttim. Sürdürülebilir kalkınma amaçları. Temelde 17 tane amaç var. Hızlıca bakalım. Yani zamanı yetiştirmeye çalışacağım. Zannediyorum bir 10 dakika mı var aşağı yukarı?
Yok hocam. 4 dakika kaldı.
Öyle mi? Tamam. Tamam o zaman. Dolayısıyla küresel amaçlar neler? Birleşmiş Milletler'in öne sürdüğü ve mevcut sorunlara karşı bir tanesi yoksulluk artık bitsin, açlık bitsin, işte sağlıklı, kaliteli yaşam, eğitim, yani eğitim, sağlık demiştik zaten, fakirlik, yoksulluk demiştik, cinsiyet eşitliği meselesi, toplumsal cinsiyet dediğimiz bir kavram var, toplumsal cinsiyet eşitliği oluşsun, işte temiz su, sanitasyon, erişilebilir temiz enerji, işte insana yakışır iş, büyüme, bunları artırabiliriz. Yani bunlar az önce bahsettiklerimle aslında büyük oranda içeriyor. Dolayısıyla işte çevre diyoruz, iklim, sudaki yaşam, karasal yaşam falan, bunların tamamı buna ait. Dolayısıyla bu sorunlara karşı, yaşadığımız sorunlara karşı belli amaçlar var. Bunlara ulaşmaya çalışıyoruz. İşte açlığı sonlandırmak gibi bir sürü amaçlarımız var. Fakat bu amaçlara daha spesifik olarak baktığımızda, yani böyle biraz daha detaylandıralım, bunun içerisinde ne var acaba diye baktığımızda, özellikle internet sitesine girdiğinizde bu Birleşmiş Milletler'in işte yoksulluğa sonun üzerine tıkladığınızda size bir açıklama veriyor. Diyor ki işte problem nedir, sorun nedir? 17 hedefin, amacın tamamına dair detaylar var. Fakat biz neyi görüyoruz burada? En azından benim görebildiğimi söyleyelim. Aslında bunlar hedefler olmaktan çok teşhisler gibi. Yani bizim sorunlarımız neler sorusunun cevabı gibi aslında. Dolayısıyla bazı amaçlarda, bazı maddelerde özellikle somut şeyler var, öneriler var. Fakat genel itibariyle öneriler çok basma kalıp, çok genel geçer, çok tarihsel ve kültürel o bağlamları, ülkelerin o bağlamlarını çok dikkate almayan, herkes için dediğim gibi geçerli olabilecek çözümler olduğunu düşünen varsayımlar aslında. Ve hepsinin de ortak tarafı belki de bu teknolojik ilerlemeye bağlı olması. Yani sanki bir şekilde bu 17 problemin tamamı teknolojik olarak ilerlediğimizde, yani mevcut durumumuzdan daha iyi bir hale geldiğimizde çözülebilecek meselelermiş gibi. Yani Afrika'daki insanların su problemini temelde işte oraya ulaşmayan teknolojik altyapıya dayandırmak veya işte Afrika'nın kendi içerisinde yaşamış olduğu politik instabilite dediğimiz işte öyle diyelim o durum, bu durumlara bağlamak, ama hiçbir şekilde daha makro bir bakış açısıyla buraya neden su ulaşmamasını daha birincil olarak bir adım geriye giderek ele almayan yaklaşımlar var. İşte beslenmeyle alakalı mesela işte cevabı söyleyeyim. Burada ne diyorlar temelde? Diyorlar ki işte emzirmeyle alakalı biz eğitim verirsek Afrikalı kadınlara, bunlar daha iyi emzirirler, bebekler küçük yaşta ölmezler. İşte temel problemler bunlar mı acaba, yoksa bunun çok daha ötesinde başka türlü problemler mi var? Ben zannediyorum ki işte buradaki özellikle SDG bağlamında, yani sürdürülebilir kalkınma bağlamında güç ilişkilerini ele alan politik iktisadi bir yaklaşım aslında çok fazla yok. Dolayısıyla biz bu yaklaşımı göremiyoruz. Bunun yerine küresel sorunlara karşı çok edilgen bir dil kullanılmış. Yani sanki belli sorunlar var ve bu sorunların faillerinin kimler, yani kimlerden kastım isim olarak söylemiyorum ama daha böyle fail bir etken bir dilde etken bir dil kullanımı maalesef yok. Hep edilgen bir. Bunu aşmamız lazım, bunu çözmemiz lazım gibi şey var. Sanki küresel bir toplumuz ve küresel bir toplumda biz bunları yaptık, hadi hep beraber çözelim. Yani tek biz söylemi var. Fakat bu bizi biraz açtığımızda aslında gerçekten bu problemlerin temel kaynağı gerçekten biz miyiz tırnak içerisinde? O konuda çok emin değilim. Dolayısıyla eğer biz bu bağlamda sürdürülebilir kalkınma hedeflerini bile eğer şey yapamayacaksak, güvenemeyeceksek tırnak içerisinde, ki sürdürülebilir kalkınma şu an küresel söylemin çok merkezinde. Yani bu sürdürülebilir kalkınmayı biraz sonra geleceğim. Zannediyorum Sercan Hocam bana bir 10 dakika daha verirsin diye umuyorum. Çok problem olmayacağını düşünerek. Bu aslında Müslüman dünya tarafından da çok fazla içselleştirilmiş bir şey, sürdürülebilir kalkınma söylemi. Dolayısıyla herkesin kabul ettiği, sanki gerçekten de evrensel, objektif bir yaklaşımmış gibi sunuluyor. Hatta işte Erhan Hocam sunumunda bahsetti. Aslında bu, yani biz de bu problemler ve çözümleri aslında Kur'an'da, İslam'da, İslam iktisadında bir şekilde vardı zaten canım. Biz bunları aslında söylüyoruz. Bunlar daha sonradan bizim yerimize daha güçlü oldukları için bulabildiler gibi bir yaklaşım var. Bunların ne kadar problemli olduğunu belki biraz bahsetmek gerekiyor. Şimdi bu anlamda öncelikle Katolik düşünceye bir bakalım. Katolik düşünce ne diyor? Özellikle Papa Francis'in 2015'te yani telaffuzu doğru olmayabilir, emin değilim. Laudato Si, ekranda da görüyorsunuz. Zannediyorum şey demekmiş. Sana hamdolsun Allah'ım gibi bir şey yani. Praise to you, praise be upon you demek galiba. Oh my Lord. Dolayısıyla böyle bir anlamı var. Böyle başlıyor. Bu Laudato Si dediğimiz papalık genelgesi 2015'te Papa Francis tarafından özellikle çevre meselelerinde ne karşı bir söylem olarak yazıya dökülmüş bir halde Papa Francis tarafından yazıldı ve gerçekten çok ciddi bir şey aldı, takdir aldı tüm dünyada. ve Birleşmiş Milletler'de yanlış hatırlamıyorsam Papa Francis konuştu bunun üzerine. Ve dolayısıyla çok da beğenildi. Evet, dendi ki işte bu kapitalizme oldukça kökten bir eleştiri. Dolayısıyla hani sürdürülebilir kalkınma gibi edilgen bir dil belki çok fazla yok ama beraberinde hani kimseyi kırmadan hoşgörü perspektifinde Papa Francis'in yazmış olduğu ama sorunları da gerçekten ön plana çıkaran ve bunların sorunların en temelinde neler olduğunu belki dile getiren yaklaşımlar bunlar. Bu Papa Francis'i biraz böyle geriye gittiğimizde, Katolik düşünceyi özellikle geriye götürdüğümüzde aslında bir kurtuluş teolojisi geçmişi var, fakat burada zaman kısıtından dolayı çok fazla detaylı bahsetmeyeceğim. Bu kurtuluş teolojisine özellikle bakmamız gerekiyor. Ki Katolik düşünce içerisinde yenilikçi bir söylem olarak ve belki reformist bir söylem olarak ortaya çıkan ve kendini ayrıştıran bir dilde küresel kapitalizmin özellikle Latin Amerika'da bu gibi bölgelerde yarattığı o yıkımlardan, ortaya koymuş olduğu yıkımlardan sonra kapitalizme çok ciddi derinden gelen eleştirilerin bir karşılığı olarak görüyoruz bu papalık genelgesini. Ve genelde çevre bağlamında ele alınıyordu bunların tamamı. Dolayısıyla bu genelgenin başlığı aslında ortak evimizin bakımı üzerine. Ben böyle çevirdim. Zannediyorum da öyleydi, bir yerde gördüm. Tam olarak çevirisi buydu. Zannediyorum internette bir yerde gördüm. Ortak evimizin bakımı üzerine. Ortak evimiz dediği dünya, bakımı dediği de işte acaba bu dünyayı nasıl daha sürdürülebilir hale getirebiliriz meselesi. Dolayısıyla birçok sorundan bahsediyor bu genelge. Hava kirliliğinden, iklim değişikliğinden, temiz su kullanımından, biyoçeşitliliğin kaybolmasından, yaşam kalitesinin azalması, toplumun çöküşü, küresel eşitsizlik, tepkilerin zayıflığı, işte görüşlerin çeşitliliği, bu bağlamda bunların her biri bu arada bu genelgenin başlıkları. Bu genelgenin altına sığmış bir sürü açıklama var ve yaklaşık zannediyorum 190 sayfalık bir metin. Dolayısıyla burada çok aslında özgün yaklaşımlar görüyoruz biz. Yani o kadar özgün ki İbrahimi dinlerin ortak belki söylemleri içerisinde, belki o yüzden hani Müslümanlar olarak bize çok yakın geliyor bazı söylemler. Gerçekten de meselelerin özüne dair şeyleri konuşmuş Papa Francis. O yüzden de muhtemelen çok fazla takdir aldı. Bu bağlamda özellikle sanayileşmenin özelinde petrokimya endüstrisinin işte çevreye verdiği zarar, küresel ısınma, sera gazları, fosil yakıtlar, bunların tamamı aslında üretime dair bir şeyi vurguluyor. Yani fosil yakıtların kendisini sorgulamaktan çok belli bir üretim biçimi var, üretim tarzı var ve bu üretim tarzının ortaya koymuş olduğu fosil yakıt kullanma zorunluluğu var veya işte sera gazları var beraberinde veya petrokimya endüstrisi var. Bunların kullanımı var. Dolayısıyla bunları eleştiren bir bakış açısı içerisinde değerlendiriyor. İşte toprağın olması gereken, bize verili olan, belli bir amaca hizmet eden işte bu toprağın aslında bu amaç dışında kullanılmasından bahsediyor. Birçok şeyden ekranda da görüyorsunuz zaten, hızlıca tekrar okumakın belki anlamı yok. Birçok problemden bahsediyor. Peki bu genelgenin özgün tarafı ne? O da şu: aslında bazı yerlerde bu genelgede şunu görüyorsunuz. Yani klasik edilgen bir dil belli yerlerde var. Fakat bazı yerlerde özellikle doğrudan hedef bağlamında meselenin failleri, sorunların failleri bağlamında bazı şeyler geliştirilmiş. Mesela birkaç yerde aslında bu çok uluslu şirketlerin ülkeleri sürdürülebilir olmaktan çıkardığını, işte yeraltı kaynaklarını tahrip ettiklerini, çevreye verdikleri zararı, işsizliği ortaya çıkardıklarından falan bahsediyor. Dolayısıyla bunların temelinde daha önemli bir şekilde etik kaygıların azalmasını söylüyor beraberinde Papa Francis. Çevre tahribatı meselesi sadece çevreyi tahrip etmekle alakalı bir şey değil. Yani bunu yapan, çevreyi tahrip eden bizler belli etik kaygıları kaybettiğimiz için bunu yapıyoruz ki böyle şeyler ortaya çıkıyor. Dolayısıyla meseleyi biraz morale ve etiğe getirmiş oluyor. Tam da burada zaten çok İbrahimi dinlerin ortak bir söylemi olarak üç temel ilişkinin aslında zarar gördüğünü söylüyor. Çevre tahribatı başlı başına çevreyle alakalı bir sorun değil aslında. Bu bir yansıma. Neyin yansıması? İnsanın kendisiyle, içinde yaşadığı toplumla, doğayla ve yaratıcısıyla arasında kurmuş olduğu o ilişkinin başkalaşması sonucu ortaya çıkmış olan bir zarar aslında bu. Ya o ortaya çıkan şey ne? Mesele ne? Mesele aslında insanın yaratıcı yerine geçip doğa üzerindeki egemenlik arayışı içerisinde olması, eşya üzerine mutlak hakimiyetinin olması, hakimiyet iddiasında bulunması, halbuki bu yaratıcıya ait, yani Allah'a, Rabbimize ait olması gereken bir şey. Tüketimciliğe çok fazla vurgu var. Bu tüketimcilik ve teknokratik paradigma bağlamında özellikle edilgen bir dil gerçekten var. Fakat en azından problemi doğru teşhis etmiş. Yani tüketimcilik diye bir şey var orada ve bu tüketimcilik buna sebep oluyor. Fakat bu tüketimciliği biraz aşmamız gerekiyor meselesi var. Teknokratik paradigmada benzer şekilde her şeyin teknoloji tarafından çözülebileceği, teknolojinin nötr bir tarafının olduğu varsayımını eleştiriyor beraberinde Papa Francis ve bir yerde de aslında şeye de yaklaşıyor, ekonomik meselelere de yaklaşıyor. Teknolojik gelişmenin kar odaklı olması, finansın ekonominin önüne geçmesi, bizim bahsettiğimiz meseleler. Hatta bir öncekinde de şurada biz özellikle İslam iktisat çalışmalarında işte tevhid, rububiyet, tezkiye gibi emanet ya da emane diyelim gibi bazı aksiyomlarımız vardır. Özellikle bu alana ilgi gösterenler için söyleyelim. Bu aksiyomların karşılıklarını aslında biz burada görebiliyoruz. Özellikle şu az önce bahsettiğim şeyde veya mizan beraberinde. İşte finansallaşma diyoruz mesela. Finansallaşmayı özellikle bu şeyde görebilmemiz bile veya borç kültürü, borçlandırarak insanın esaret altına alınması, özgürleştirilmesinin ve güçlendirilmesinin önüne geçilmesi meselesini biz bu şeyde görüyoruz aslında. Papa'nın kendi genelgesinde görüyoruz. Burada biraz bu kısımları kısaca bahsettim, o yüzden geçiyorum. Çözüm önerileri neler? Çözüm önerileri bağlamında baktığımızda aslında işte fosil yakıtların yerine yenilenebilir enerji kaynaklarının kullanılması. Evet, bilimsel ve siyasi ilerlemeler bağlamında hukuki olan önemlidir. Fakat bunun bağlamında bunun ötesinde dürüstlük ve doğruluk ekseninde hareket etmemiz gerekiyor diyerek meseleyi biraz ahlak tarafına çekiyor. Karlılık tek ölçüt olmamalı. Finansal hesaplara göre hareket eden piyasaların yerine başka bir mantık ortaya çıkmalı. İşte maliyet fayda analizi değil, başka bir mantık ortada olmalı. İşte alışveriş dediğimiz şey belki en önemli şeylerden biri bu. Basit bir iktisadi davranış değil aslında, ahlaki bir davranış. Bu çok aslında derinlikli bir ifade. Bunu açmak için sanırım başka bir oturum gerekiyor. Dolayısıyla buraya çok girmeyeceğim. Alışveriş dediğimiz şey iktisadi bir mesele değil, ahlaki bir mesele aslında beraberinde. Yani yaptığımız sadece ibadi alan değil, uygulama alanında, muamelat alanında tabiri caizse. Oradaki her şeyin aslında bir iktisadilikmiş gibi özel bir alan ortaya çıkarmıyoruz. Bu bağlamda ahlaki bir davranış olduğunu görüyoruz. Buna belki küçük bir parantez açayım. Bu bağlamda mesela iş ahlakı diye bizim yabancı literatürde bir kavram var. İş ahlakı diye. Aslında bu çok, zannediyorum çok doğru bir ifade değil. Çünkü bizim ahlakımız böyle sınırlandırılabilir bir şey değil. Yani işte bir başka bir ahlak var, şurada başka bir ahlak var, şurada başka bir ahlak var gibi bir şey aslında çok geçerli değil. Dolayısıyla burada zannediyorum onu vurguluyor biraz. İnsanların farklı ahlak bagajlarıyla toplumsal alanlara, o Pierre Bourdieu'nun bahsettiği o alanlara girişini biz aslında temel bir ahlak üzerinde her yerde aynı davranan bir birey olarak, bir insan olarak görüyoruz. Bu değerlendirmeyi yaptım zaten az önce bahsettiğim şeyde. Peki biz ne yapmamız gerekiyor meselesinde? Başlangıç aşamaları olarak birkaç şey söyleyeyim. Bu biz ne yapabiliriz sorusu çok daha belki kapsamlı bir mesele. Fakat şunu söylemek gerekiyor. Biz yaklaşık 200 yıldır belli bir kalkınma söylemi içerisinde sıkışıp kaldık. Bu kalkınma söylemine özellikle sanayileşmeci kalkınma ve birikimci kalkınma, Weberyen kalkınma. Yani Weber ne diyor? İşte bazı ülkeler neden gelişti, neden kalkınabildi? Bunu da işte protestan ahlakında ve daha özelinde birikimcilikte görüyor. Biz bunu nasıl gerçekleştirebiliriz sorusunun cevabını Timur Kuranlar, Murat Cızakçılar, başka isimler tartışıyor. Fakat bu tartışmayı biz başka bir alana taşımamız gerektiği kanaatindeyim. Yani bu sermaye merkezli, birikimcilik merkezli bir kalkınmanın çok daha ötesinde kalkınma düşünmemiz gerekiyor. Kalkınma anlayışı yerleştirmemiz gerektiği kanaatindeyim. Ve kalkınmacılığı bir fetiş haline dönüştürmememiz gerekiyor. Yani bir ideoloji haline dönüştürmememiz gerekiyor. Ve Avrupa merkezci kalkınmayı bu anlamda tekrar sorgulamamız gerekiyor. Ve maddi ilerlemeye ve sermaye birikiminin özgün bir kalkınma söylemi bağlamında ön koşul olmadığı bir kalkınma ortaya koymamız gerekiyor. Ve bu bağlamda son olarak birkaç şey söyleyeyim. Onlar da şunlar. Aslında Papa Francis'te çok fazla ortak nokta var. Onlardan bir tanesi de evrendeki her şey birbiriyle bağlantılı ve birbiri üzerinde hakkı var. Çevre tahribatını bu bağlamda bizim daha öncelikli olduğumuz, çevrenin bu anlamda nesne olduğu, bizim onlar üzerinde kullanma hakkımız olduğu, doğadaki, çevreden kastım tüm doğa ve doğadaki tüm canlılar. Bunlar bağlamında çevre tahribatı yapıyorsak, bu çevre tahribatının bize vereceği zararlarla birlikte tüm doğaya vereceği zararları ve bizim yaratıcıyla kurduğumuz ilişkide çaldığımız rolü belki bu anlamda ön plana çıkarmak gerekiyor. Bu bağlamda değerlendirmek gerekiyor. Yoksa salt böyle basit bir çevre tahribatı ve ne yapabiliriz işte daha fazla çevreyi öyle bir kullanalım ki hem bitmesin yeraltı kaynakları hem de istediğimiz kadar harcayalım mantığının ötesinde düşünmemiz gerekiyor. Zannediyorum sürdürülebilir kalkınma bu mantığa hapsolmuş bir şekilde duruyor. Bunun ötesinde çok fazla düşünemiyor. Peki başka ne var? Maddi kalkınma evet bir anlamda önemli fakat bu merkezde değil. Harmonik büyüme daha fazla önemli. Yani herkesin bir şekilde kalkındığı, verimlilik ve faydacılığın aksine bir yaklaşım. Bu kalkınma peki başka neyi gerçekleştirmesi gerekiyor? İnsanı özgürleştirmesi ve güçlendirmesi ki bu konferansın, sempozyumun başında da Mehmet hocamız zaten bununla alakalı bir sunum gerçekleştirmişti. Bu özellikle insanın özgürleştirilmesi ve güçlendirilmesi ne demek sorusunun cevabı orada mevcut. Çok detaya girmeyeceğim. Mesela bu bağlamda borçlandırmayı, dünyada giderek artan borçlandırmayı, insanın sömürülmesini ama hem psikolojik hem fiziksel olarak sömürülme, belki köleleştirme değil, farklı sömürme biçimlerini ve yaşanan finansal krizler ve bunların sonunda ortaya çıkan tüm problemleri aslında insanın özgürleştirilmesi ve güçlendirilmesinin önündeki en büyük problemler olarak görmemiz gerekiyor. Bu yüzden borçlandırmayı mesela biz çok fazla konuşmuyoruz, çok fazla tartışmıyoruz. İşte borç yiğidin kamçısıdır deyip geçiyoruz. Evet borçlanmamız lazım diyoruz. Fakat bu borçlandırma insanları aslında bir şekilde hapsediyor, kısıtlıyor, hareket alanını daraltıyor. Hem fiziksel olarak hem düşünme kabiliyeti olarak daraltıyor. Bunun da bir tür esaret olduğunu belki gündeme getirmemiz gerekiyor. Ben bu Papa Francis'in özellikle bu genelgesinde gördüğüm en büyük belki belli tonlarda değindi ama çok daha ön plana çıkarabilirdi diye düşünüyorum. Çok fazla çıkarmadığı kanaatindeyim şu an. Ve bu kadar yani bunun dışında birkaç şey daha belki söylenebilir ama temelde bunları söylemiş olayım şimdilik. Zamanımda uzadı kusura bakmayın çok ayarlayamadım zannediyorum zamanı. Çok kısa geliyordu fakat biraz uzadı. Dolayısıyla son olarak şeyi söyleyeyim. Bu Papa'nın genelgesi karşısında ondan birkaç ay sonra 2015 zannediyorum Haziran 18'de Papa bu genelgeyi yayınladı. Birkaç ay sonra Aralık ayında İslam Dünyası İstanbul'da bir çevre tahribatına karşı İslami Deklarasyon diye bir deklarasyon yayınladı. Ona da bakmanızı tavsiye ederim. Ben indirmiştim. Zannediyorum ekranda görebileceksiniz şimdi. Şu İslam İklim Değişikliği Deklarasyonu. Onlar da Ağustos'ta yayınlamışlar. Pardon Aralık zannediyordum. Bu 8 sayfalık bir bildiri. Öbürü de 190 sayfalık bir bildiri ama nicelikle birlikte nitelik olarak da çok çok arasında dağlar kadar fark var. Yani Müslümanların bir iddiası, bir hedefi varsa bence illa bir mukayese yapmak zorunda değiliz ama bence bu meseleleri çok daha ön plana çıkaran, çok daha özsel olarak ön plana çıkaran kimseler olabilirdik diyerek bitirmiş olayım sunumu. Teşekkür ediyorum dinlediğiniz için.
İhsan, teşekkür ediyorum. Biraz süreyi açtık ama bana iletildiğine göre biraz daha süremiz olduğu söylendi. Dolayısıyla çok sorun teşkil etmiyor. Belki
güzel.
Sonda Erhan hocamıza da bir 5-10 dakikalık ilave süre veririz. Onun hakkını da vermiş oluruz. Sonda ben biraz daha toparlamak istiyorum. Şimdi uzatmadan Harun Hoca'ya sözü vermek istiyorum. Harun Şencal, İstanbul 29 Mayıs Üniversitesi'nde doktor öğretim görevlisi. İslam ekonomisi açısından fayda maliyet analizine dair bir değerlendirme başlıklı sunum yapacak. Harun Hocam 30 dakika süreniz var. Söz sizde. Teşekkür ediyorum.
Çok teşekkürler. Ben öncelikli olarak İsa Hocam'a ayrıca teşekkür edeyim. Çünkü benim konu başlığı direkt sürdürülebilir kalkınmaya ilişkili değil ama Papa'nın deklarasyonundaki çözüm önerilerinden birisi çevresel problemler fayda maliyet analizine indirilmemesi gerekir noktasında bir bağlantı kurabilmiş oldum. O açıdan güzel oldu. Öncelikli olarak herkese selamlar. Bugünkü şimdi konuşacağım konu fayda maliyet analiziyle ilgili. Rasyonel seçim teorisiyle alakalı. Geleneksel iktisat doktrininin en temel kabullerinden biri bireylerin karar verme sürecinde rasyonel tercihler yaptı. Rasyonel seçim teorisine göre maliyetleri aynı olduğu takdirde bir kişi her zaman daha fazla faydayı sağlayan seçeneği tercih eder. Öte yandan davranışsal iktisat alanında son zamanlarda yapılan çalışmalar bu idealesinin her zaman da doğru olmayabileceğini ve bazen predictable irrationality dedikleri öngörülebilir irrasyonelite olarak isimlendirilen bazı mantık dışı davranışlar sergilenebildiğini göstermekte. Burada mantık dışı davranış ana akım iktisadın varsaydığı rasyonel davranış kalıplarının dışında hareket etmek anlamına geliyor yalnız. Bu nokta önemli. Buna göre aynı maliyete sahip olsalar da daha az fayda sağlayan bir seçeneği tercih etmek veya aynı faydaya daha yüksek maliyet ödemek mantık dışı bir davranış olarak mantık dışı bir davranış sergilemektir. Ana akımın bu rasyonel bireyi tanımı evrensellik iddiasındadır. Bugün konuştuğumuz üzere yani kalkınma iddiaları da aynı şekilde evrensellik iddiası var bildiğiniz gibi her yerde uygulanabilme. Burada da insanın doğasıyla alakalı bir konu olduğu ve bütün insanların rasyonel davranması, bazı durumlar tabii irrasyonel davransa da bu onun için birer istisnayı temsil ettiği iddiası bulunmaktadır. Bu tür evrensellik iddiası taşıyan kabuller İslam iktisadı alanında çalışan araştırmacılar tarafından da benimsenmekte ve iktisat disiplininin ortaya koyduğu evrensel kuralların aslında İslami kaynaklar ve İslam alimleri tarafından da savunulduğu tezi ortaya konmaya çalışılmaktadır. Ana akım iktisat doktrinini evrenselliğini destekleyen ve Müslümanların da karar süreçlerinde fayda maliyet analizi yaptıklarını İslami kaynaklardan delillerle göstermeye çalışan bazı araştırmacılar ayetleri de delil olarak getirmektedirler. Genel argüman Müslümanların cehennem azabından korunmak ve cennet nimetlerine yakınlaşmak istemesi. Bunu gerçekleştirmek için de Allah'a kul olarak görev ve sorumluluklarını yerine getirmeleri gerekmekte. Araştırmacılar Allah'a kul olmanın maliyeti uzun dönemde gelecek olan faydasından daha az olduğu için bir Müslümanın ibadetleri yerine getirmesini ve Allah'ın sınırlarına uymasını rasyonel seçim teorisi bağlamında açıklayabilmektedirler. Müslüman olduğunu iddia ettiği halde Allah'ın sınırlarına riayet etmeyenlerin davranışlarını ise ya ahirette elde edilecek nimetlere yani faydalara iman noktasında bir eksiklik gibi manevi veya nefse uymak ve tövbe etme ümidi gibi arizi ve öngörülebilir irrasyonel davranışlar olarak açıklayabilirler. Hegemonya sahibi olan ana akım iktisat anlayışıyla ortak bir zeminde buluşmak araştırmacılara mutluluk verdiği için rasyonel seçim teorisinin doğruluğunu ayetlerle desteklenmekte ve yüzeysel benzerliklerden yola çıkarak Müslümanların rasyonelliği vurgulanmaktadır. Halbuki yüzeysel benzerliklerin ötesine geçip bir Müslümanın karar verme süreci ve fayda maliyet analizi arasındaki farklılıkları fayda maliyet analizi yapmanın ön kabullerine odaklanarak incelediğimizde iki farklı paradigmaya ait olduğu gerçeğiyle karşı karşıya olduğumuzu görürüz. Bu farklılıkları iki ana başlık altına toplayabiliriz. İlk farklılık, fayda maliyet analizine pozitif bir bakış açısı yerine normatif kaideler üzerinden yaklaşma gerekliliğidir. Müslüman olmayı yani Allah'a kul olmayı bir ahlak haline getirmiş mükellefin günlük davranışlarında Allah'ın rızasına uygun hareket etmeye göre tanzim etmesi beklenir. Bu yüzden karar sürecinde fayda maliyet analizi yerine Allah'ın rızasına uygunluk esastır ve hatta bu karar süreci mükellefte bir meleke haline gelmesi beklenmektedir. Peki her Müslüman bu farkındalık mıdır? Elbette hayır. Bu da bizi bireylerin modern akademik çalışmalar tarafından vurgulanan davranış kalıplarını araştırmanın yanı sıra bireylerin davranışlarının nasıl olması gerektiğini araştıran ve modern bireylerin davranışlarının bu normatif prensiplere nasıl uygun hale geleceğini ele alması bakımından aksiyoner tarafı ağır basan bir akademisyen kimliğine götürmekte. Buradaki normatif kurallar bütününü tanımlamak gerekirse Allah'ın rızasına uygun olarak yaşamak şeklinde özetleyebiliriz. İkinci nokta, fayda maliyet karar mekanizmasının öğelerinin mukayese edilebilmesi için gerekli olan nicelleştirme ve standartlaştırma sürecindeki farklılıktır. Karar mekanizmasına dahil olan her şeyi fayda maliyet analizine tabi tutabilmek için nicelleştirmemiz gerekecek ve bu zorunluluk bizi iki önemli soruya götürecektir. Her şey nicel değerler üzerinden ifade edilebilir mi? İkincisi de bir şeyi nicel olarak ifade etmek için kullandığımız parametreler objektif olabilir mi? Bu noktada karşı karşıya kaldığımız problem, örneğin 3.000 TL ödeyerek aldığımız bir telefonun karşılığında elde edeceğimiz faydanın nicelleştirilmesi değildir sadece. Bu konuyu müşteri 3.000 TL ödemeye razıysa demek ki alacağı fayda buna eşit veya bundan daha fazladır şeklinde değerlendirerek bireyin telefon ve 3.000 TL arasında fayda maliyet analizi yaptığını iddia edebiliriz. Ancak kurumsal yapılar söz konusu olduğunda fayda maliyet analizi standartlaştırıldığı için problem daha aşikar hale gelmektedir. Bu kurumlarda paha biçilmez olduğuna inandığımız bütün varlıklara ve dahası kavramlara objektif değerler biçilmektedir. En azından objektif olduğu iddiası bulunan değerler. Bu değerler biçilirken de her ne kadar objektif kriterler kullanıldığı iddia edilse de kurumun veya bu nicelleştirmeyi yapan kişilerin değer yargıları etkili olmaktadır. Bu konuyu bir dizi diyaloğu üzerinden daha rahat açıklayabiliriz. Blacklist adlı dizinin 6. sezon 6. bölümünde insanların ölüp ölmemesi gerektiğine hayatlarına biçilen değerlerin analizini yaparak karar veren Clapper isimli karakter bazı müşterilerinden belli taleplerde bulunarak yaşamlarının faydalarını artırmasını önermektedir. Bu durumda söz konusu kişi yaşadığı ve faaliyetlerine devam ettiği takdirde daha faydalı biri olacağından onun yaşamını tehlikeye atan kişiyi öldürmekte etik olacaktır. Belki fayda maliyet analizi üzerinden birilerinin ölüp ölmemesine karar vermek aşırı görülebilir. Ancak Clapper'ın da bahsettiği üzere rasyonel seçimlerde bulunacak şekilde kurulmuş modern bürokratik kurumlar bu kararı her gün vermektedir. Clapper'ın bir trafik kazasında yanlışlıkla birinin ölümüne yol açtıktan sonra kaçan, ancak kaçarken bir tarafından görülen bir iş adamı ile diyaloğu günümüz bürokratik sisteminin fayda maliyet analizi üzerinden nasıl şekillendiğini daha iyi göz önüne sermektedir. Şimdi müsaadenizle ekran paylaşımı yaparak size bu 3 dakikalık sahneyi izleteyim.
You killed someone. For that, most people would believe you belong in prison. Their belief is based on a Judeo-Christian tradition of justice. Mine is more algebraic. It's a constant and a variable. The constant is the work you do. It has value, and it will be compromised with you behind bars. The variable is what economists call the VSL, value of statistical life. In this case, the value of your life versus the value of the life of the witness whose testimony will put you behind bars.
I can make it worth her while not to say anything.
Authorities have identified her. She was walking home that night and saw what she saw. She's made a preliminary statement. At this point, a bribe has a low probability of success. I'm afraid my equation is premised on a more permanent solution.
Killing her.
If her VSL is lower than yours.
You can't put a price on a life.
Nearly every department in our government has a VSL. The EPA's is 10 million. FDA's is 7.9. Department of Transportation is 6.4. The annoying beep that goes off when the people in the front seat don't put their seatbelts on. Ever wonder why there was no beep for the people sitting in the back? It would cost the auto industry $325 million a year and save 44 lives. 325 divided by 44 is 7.4, meaning that the value of each life that would be saved is $7.4 million. But since DOT values each life at only $6.4 million, no beeps in the back.
Those are statistical models to determine the cost of a life, not to decide the value of one life over another.
Oregon recipient protocols. What a teacher makes versus a hedge fund manager. You make comparative values all the time. And I've done it for you and Miss Carter. Bus driver versus a titan of industry. Volunteer at a local boys club versus a man who employs 12,000 people. I've circled the relevant numbers.
Well, according to this, she comes out ahead.
Smaller carbon footprint. Works with at-risk youth. You give people paychecks, she gives them hope.
I'm not a murderer.
That's why you need me.
How do I tip your scales?
You're building a plant in Malaysia. I want it built in Detroit. My coefficient for America First is very high.
No, that's impossible. I've already put $100 million into that plant.
I never said killing hope would be cheap. Just ethical.
How can murder ever be ethical?
How can 44 people die each year because they weren't warned to put on their seatbelts? Some lives have more value than others. Move the plant, your life will have more value than the woman set to testify against you. It's nothing personal, it's just math.
Clapper'ın emniyet kemeri uyarısı örneğin çoğaltılabilir. Bir araba firmasının kusurlu bir aracı geri çağırma noktasındaki kararını çoğu zaman fayda maliyet analizi üzerinden kusurlu üretim dolayısıyla açılacak tazminat davaları sebebiyle karşılaşacakları maliyet ile araçları geri çağırdıkları durumda karşılaşacakları maliyetin mukayesesi neticesinde verdiği bilinmektedir. Bürokratik kurumların politika geliştirme ve uygulama noktasında karar mekanizması da benzer şekilde işlemektedir. Hatta bu konuda akademik çalışmalar da yapılmakta. Örneğin sağlık konusunda politikaların araştırılması için ekonomi disiplini altında bir araştırma alanı olarak sağlık ekonomisi alanında bulunmakta. Health economics. Örneğin mesela belli bir tedavinin yapılmasının maliyetinin bu tedavinin sağlayacağı faydadan daha az olup olmadığını araştırıyorlar bu alanda. Mesela hamile kadınların sigara kullanımını sonlandıracak veya azaltılacak bir müdahale, bu müdahaleden elde edilecek fayda ve bu müdahale tedavi süreci ve araştırmayla beraber maliyetleri düşündüğümüzde hangisi daha karlı? Mesela mukayese ediyorlar. Veya belli bir hastalığa yönelik ilaç geliştirilmesi için yapılacak Ar-Ge ve üretim maliyetlerinin üretiminden elde edilecek karı karşılayıp karşılamayacağına dair yapılan araştırmalar yine diğer örnekleri oluşturmakta. Clapper'ın diyaloğunda bizim açımızdan iki önemli husus var. Birinci husus her şeye değer biçilip biçilemeyeceği sorusu üzerine. Her şey bir değer biçilebilir mi? Yoksa yanlışlıkla birini öldüren iş adamımızın da dediği gibi örneğin hayata değer biçilmez diyebilir miyiz? Clapper pozitivist bir bakış açısıyla yetişen bir bilim adamı olarak bu soruya metafiziksel bir cevap vermek yerine insanların şu anda kullandığı ve kabul ettiği sistemin yani içinde bulunduğumuz gerçekliğin bunun üzerine kurulu olduğunu belirterek kendi pozisyonunu desteklemekte. Devletin tüm kurumlarında var bu değer biçme demişti. Ancak bir Müslüman açısından temel dayanak noktası vahiy ve vahiy ile şekillenmiş bir akıl kullanma olduğu için Batı aydınlanmasının bir kurumu olan modern bürokrasinin uyguladığı veya dayattığı pratikler meşruiyet açısından temel bir dayanak noktası olmamakta. İkinci bir husus nicelleştirme yapılırken kullanılan kriterlerin nasıl belirlendiği. Diğer bir ifadeyle bir insanın hayatının ne kadar edeceğini belirleyen ve objektif gibi gözüken parametrelerin belirlenmesindeki subjektifliktir. Bu subjektifliğin ilk işaretini devletin farklı kurumlarının insan hayatına biçtiği değerin farklı olmasında görmekteyiz. EPA 10 milyon dolar, FDA 7,9 milyon dolar, Ulaştırma Bakanlığı 6,4 milyon dolar değer biçiyordu bir insan hayatına. Clapper'ın Malezya'da kurulacak fabrikanın Amerika'da kurulması talebinin arka planda yatan sebep de bu subjektifliğin bir başka göstergesidir. Önce Amerika sayım çok yüksektir demişti hatırlarsanız. Böyle bir katsayının yüksekliği bir kenara, varlığı bile ülkeden ülkeye veya değerlendirmeyi yapan kurumun veya kişinin milliyetçi olup olmamasına göre değişebilmekte. Peki bu farklılıklar bizi nereye götürmekte? Acı bir azaptan kurtulmak isteyen veya Allah'ın rızasına uygun bir hayat yaşamayı bir ahlak haline getiren Müslüman biriyle Weber'in demir kafes olarak tanımladığı rasyonel bürokrasi bünyesinde kurumsal mantıkla karar veren veya vermek zorunda olan bireyler farklı karar mekanizmalarına sahiptir ve olmalıdır. Günümüzde bu farklılık gündelik hayatta pek ortaya çıkmayabilir. Bunun en önemli sebeplerinden biri ilkokuldan itibaren aydınlanması rasyoneliteye ve bu rasyonelitenin ürünü olan bürokratik yapıya uygun birer vatandaş olmak üzere yetiştirilen öğrenciler olarak aynı okul sıralarından ve eğitim sisteminden geçmemizdir. Aileleri de bu eğitim sisteminden geçmiş olan bireyler, belki Allah'ın bir lütfu, belki de ailelerin akışa karşı kürek çekme gayretlerinin neticesinde, ki bu da Allah'ın bir lütfu, farklı düşünme şekillerini görebilme ve uygulayabilme yahut hayat tecrübeleri neticesinde insanın fayda maliyet analizi yaparak karar veren bir makineden fazla olduğunu öğrenme imkanına sahip olabilirler. Burada bir itiraz olarak İslam hukukunda diyet bedeli belirlenmesi mevzusu getirilebilir. Örneğin bir hata sonucu kasıtsız olarak öldürülen bir kişi için diyet olarak ölüme sebep veren kişinin akilesi, yani erkek tarafından akrabaları yüzdeve öder. Demek ki İslami açıdan da bir hayata değer biçilebiliyormuş. Ancak burada önemli bir fark söz konusu. Kan diyeti, oruç diyeti veya yemin diyeti gibi kefaletler mükelleflerin yapmaması gereken bir suç işlemeleri sonrasında kulların veya Allah'ın hududunu ihlal etmenin sonucu olarak tahallük eden bir bedel olarak belirlenmişlerdir. Hatta Hanefi mezhebinde yalan yere yemin etmenin, yani yemini gamusun kefareti yoktur. Çünkü bu ihlal herhangi bir kefaretle karşılanamayacak bir suçtur. Diğer kefaretlerse kul hakları bağlamında bir nevi karşı tarafın zararını dünyevi imkanlar dahilinde karşılamak, Allah hakları bağlamında da mükelleflere caydırıcı bir önlem ve hatanın büyüklüğünü hatırlatacak bedel olmaktadır. Şu ana kadar yapılan tartışma bağlamında şunu rahatlıkla söyleyebiliriz. Müslümanın rasyonel davranışı diye bir tanım yapmak anlamlı değildir. Çünkü rasyonel davranış en başta neoklasik iktisat doktrini tarafından tanımlanmış bir davranış kalıbıdır. Bu yüzden Müslümanların davranışlarını rasyonel veya irasyonel gibi kavramsal kalıplara sığdırmak, başkasının kurduğu kavramsal paradigma içerisinde kendimizi tanımlamaya çalışmak anlamına gelmektedir. Müslümanın nasıl davrandığından ziyade belli bir zaman ve mekan bağlamında nasıl davranması gerektiği ve bu beklenen davranışları sergilemesi için toplumda hangi tarz ilişki ve kurumların oluşturulması gerektiği önemlidir. Bu bağlamda gereken pozitif bir yaklaşımdan ziyade normatif bir duruştur. Diğer önemli bir husus, İslami açıdan baktığımızda her şeyin nicelleştirilmesinin mümkün olmamasıdır. Diyet bahsinde açıklandığı üzere iş işten geçtikten sonra, yani biri öldükten veya bir zarar oluşturulduktan sonra bir nicelleştirme yapılsa dahi bu zaruri bir durum neticesinde ortaya çıkan istisnai durumu temsil eder. Öldürme fiili karşısında diyet zorunluluğu kimseye bunu ödemek kaydıyla cinayet işleme hakkı vermemektedir. Veyahut kimse havayı kirletmenin zararını nicelleştirip sonrasında bunu kendine bir hak olarak görmeyecektir ve görmemelidir. Ama bugün karbon ticareti aslında tam da sürdürülebilir kalkınmanın çözümlerinden birisi olarak sunulan şey tam da bunu yapmakta. Bunu ilk olarak doğa üzerindeki böyle bir şeyi kendimize hak olarak tanımlayıp sonra bedel belirleyip birbirimiz arasında ticaretini yapmaktayız. Bu durumlardaki nicelleştirmeler yapılması kaçınılmaz olan veya zaten vuku bulmuş olayları telafi etme amacına matuf olan nicelleştirmeler halbuki. Bu bakış açısının arka planında ontolojik bir duruş vardır. Etrafımızda olan ve kullandığımız varlıklar bize emanet olarak verilmiştir ve üzerlerinde istediğimiz gibi tasarruf etme hakkımız yoktur. Aslında bu sadece İslam dinine mahsus bir şey değildir. Modern öncesi toplumlar incelendiğinde benzer bir anlayışın var olduğu görülebilir. Örneğin Batı Hindistan'da Narmada Vadisi'nde Sardar Sarovar Barajı yapımı sonrası barajın yapıldığı bölgede yaşayan bir yerlinin yaşadığı yerden başka bir bölgeye tehcir edilmesi akabinde bölge eyaletinin devlet başkanına yazdığı mektupta şu ifadeler kullanmakta. Bu ifadeleri ilk olarak da Mehmet Hoca'nın dersinde görmüştüm. Tercümeyi de bana İsa Hoca sağladı. Onlara da ayrıca teşekkür etmek isterim bu vesileyle. Tehcir edilmemizden ötürü bize tazminat alacağımızı söylüyorsunuz. Devlet bize neyin karşılığında tazminat ödeyecek? Üzerinde yaşadığımız topraklar için mi? Otlaklarımız için mi? Yoksa otlaklarda yetiştirdiğimiz ağaçlar için mi? Yanılıyorsunuz. Biz sadece bunlarla yaşamıyoruz. Ormanlarımız için de tazminat ödeyecek misiniz? Ya muazzam nehirlerimiz için? Öyle ki bu nehirlerde yaşayan balıklar, nehirlerin suları, nehir kenarlarında yetişen sebzeler, nehir kenarında yaşamanın verdiği neşe için de tazminat verecek misiniz? Tüm bu saydıklarımın fiyatı nedir? Ayrıca bu toprakları bizim satın almadığımız düşünüldüğünde atalarımızın bir zamanlar temizleyip yerleştikleri ve zamanla bize bıraktıkları bu otlaklar karşılığında nasıl bize tazminat veriyorsunuz? Bu otlaklar ne fiyat eder? Üstelik tanrılarımız, akrabalarımızın destekleri. Onlar için ne fiyat düşünüyorsunuz? Kabile hayatımız. O ne kadar eder? Modernitenin en önemli özelliklerinden biri her şeyi nicelleştirmek, ölçmek ve sonrasında mukayese etmektir. Bu sayede Clapper'ın bahsettiği gibi insanlar arasında kimin organ nakline önce ulaşacağı kararı dahil her şey bir protokole bağlanabilmektedir. Buradaki nicelleştirme işleminin ne kadar subjektif olduğu ve nicelleştirme için kullanılan verilerin ön yargılı, taraflı olduğu ise ayrı bir yazının konusu olacak önemlidir. Eğer bu bağlamda bir nicelleştirme veya önem sıralaması yapılacaksa bu ancak İslam'ın amaçlarının öngördüğü şekilde yapılabilir. Burada önemli bir husus, İslam'ın amaçlarını modern eğitim tarafından şekillenmiş akıllarımız üzerinden belirlemek yerine mümkün olduğunca Allah'ın bildirdiği şekilde İslam'ın gayesini ortaya koyacak metotlar kullanılmasıdır. Buti'nin Maslahatın Sabiteleri ismiyle hazırladığı doktor tezinde olduğu gibi İslam alimleri bu tür gayretler ortaya koymuşlardır. ve bu alanda daha fazla çalışma yapılmasına da ihtiyaç vardır şüphesiz. Bu sunumda her ne kadar özelde bir Müslümanın fayda maliyet analizi yapmasını İslami açıdan meşruiyetini ele almış olsak da genel olarak modern zamanda birçok Müslümanın karşı karşıya kaldığı bir gerekliliğe odaklanmaya çalıştık. Yüzeysel benzerliklerden yola çıkarak modern hayatın bize öğrettiği ve hatta bazen dayattığı davranış şekillerini İslami açıdan meşruiyet kazandırmak yerine aradaki farklılıklara odaklanarak Müslümanların içinde bulunduğu dünyaya farklı bir teklifte bulunmaları gerektiğini ortaya koymak. İnşallah bu noktaya değinebilmişimdir yeteri kadar. Çok teşekkür ederim dinlediğiniz için.
Harun Hocam, ben teşekkür ediyorum. Aslında biraz daha fazla süre vermiştik ama 20 dakikada bitirmiş oldunuz. Ekstra süreyi kullanmamış oldunuz. Böylece aslında konuşmalar tamamlanmış oldu. Ben kısaca birkaç noktanın altını çizmek istiyorum. Burada öne çıkan birkaç aslında yaklaşım söz konusu ya da işte düşünme tarzı söz konusu. Bunlardan bir tanesi kalkınma politikalarının, özellikle İkinci Dünya Savaşı'nda yaygınlaşan kalkınma politikalarının başarısızlığı üzerinden bir tartışma görüyoruz. 60-70 yıllık bir süre içerisinde kalkınma odaklı bir yaklaşım yine de dünya refahı için, dünyadaki pek çok ülke ve pek çok vatandaş için olumlu sonuçlar doğurmadı. Dolayısıyla böyle bir problem var. Özellikle İsa hocamızın bunu bir tür sömürgeciliğin yeni dili olarak ifade etmesi önemli bence. Dolayısıyla orada aslında biraz daha paradigmatik, ideolojik bir yaklaşım olduğunu görüyoruz. Bir diğer nokta bağlamında işte kar, verimlilik odaklı yaklaşımların eleştirisini görebiliyoruz burada. Son olarak işte Harun hocamızın her şeye bir fiyat biçilebilir mi, değer biçilebilir mi üzerinden, yani niceliklik üzerinden yaptığı vurgular önemli. Dolayısıyla burada işte piyasanın satın alamayacağı şeyler, paranın satın alamayacağı şeyler var mıdır noktasında aslında tartışmayı genişletebiliriz. Son olarak burada belki Erhan hocamızın şeylerini de vurgulamak gerekiyor. Yani çözüm olarak neler olabilir? İşte özcü, işte otantik, İslami çeşitli yaklaşımları ve işte özcü yaklaşımları önemseyen kurumlar ve politikalar geliştirmek üzerine belki bir tartışma yapılabilir. Erhan hocam, size biraz az süre vermiştik. İsterseniz söylemek istedikleriniz varsa biraz toparlayabilirsiniz. Onun ötesinde soru cevap ve biraz tartışmayla devam edebiliriz. Size isterseniz biraz vermiş olayım.
Teşekkür ederim hocam. Harun Hoca'ya da İsa Hoca'ya da teşekkür ederim. Çok faydalı oldu. Harun abi bizi şaşırtmadı. Bize güzel video da izletti. Teşekkür ederim. Böyle ya açıkçası ben orada bu organik ya da otantik dediğimiz bu şimdi İslami bankaları ortaya çıkış sürecine baktığımızda bir kurum olarak ortaya çıkmasında zaten bir kurumsal yenilik tartışmaları yapıyoruz. Ortaya çıkış sürecinde İslam ontolojisinden ziyade mevcut konvansiyonel bankalar üzerinden belli bir takım formel değişikliklerle birlikte kurum kimliğine büründüğünü ve tabii ki şimdi bu tartışmaları yaparken bankacı arkadaşlarla bunu tartışıyoruz. Yani bizim konvansiyonel bankalardan hiçbir farkımız yok mu? Ben bunu kastetmiyorum. İlla ki var. Ben bunu kurumsal lojik anlamında, yani kapitalist sistem bağlamında ele aldığımda bunu bu şekilde söylüyorum. Yani neticede İslam kısmen zaten formel davranışlar neticesinde İslam oluyor. Yani örnek vermek gerekirse bir kurban kesimi, bir gayrimüslimin bir koçu alıp kesmesiyle bir Müslümanın koçu kesmesi pratikte farklı değil, aynı. İkisi de bıçağını alıyor, kesiyor. Ama bizim oradaki belli bir takım İslami ritüeli takip etmemiz onu helal kılıyor mesela. Yani İslami bankacılık da bu tanımlar üzerinden yola çıkıyor ama benim buradaki belirtmek istediğim kurumsal lojik olarak kapitalizmden, kapitalist sistemden farklı bir hareket, yani zaten farklı bir hareket gütmesi abes olur. Çünkü aynı sistem içerisinde. Yani dolayısıyla biz genelde bu alanı çalışanlar İslami finansal kurumlara çok fazla misyon yüklüyoruz. Buradaki değinmek istediğim bu. Onlar aslında işini yapıyor. Biz de ondan bağımsız olarak kendimizin otantik kurumlarını, uygulamalarını bir şekilde gündeme getirmeniz. Biz bankacılık sistemi üzerine stak olmuşuz ve hep onun üzerinden bazı şeyleri İslamileştirmeye çalışıyoruz. Yani onlar işini yapsın. Biz akademisyenler ya da daha farklı çalışan düşünce kuruluşundaki kişiler daha farklı bir şekilde yol izleyebilir kanaatindeyim. Yani söyleyeceklerim bu kadar. Genel olarak zaten İsa Hocam'la değindiğimiz konular kısmen böyle birbirlerinin iç içe geçmiş konulardı.
Evet.
Harun Hocam bizi oradan aldı çıkarttı sağ olsun.
Evet, biraz şey yapmış oldu Harun Hoca. Teşekkür ediyorum Erhan Hocam. Burada aslında tekrardan vurgulamak gereken nokta işte o Avrupa merkezci, işte tek tipçi yaklaşımların aslında problematiği. Dolayısıyla bu çeşitliliği bastırması, dil, din, işte coğrafya gibi pek çok etmeni faktörü gözetmemeleri önemli bir sorun doğuruyor. Dolayısıyla aslında bu son birkaç yılda çıkan hem iktisat içerisindeki iktisat bilimi içerisinde çıkan çeşitli diğer ekoller, yaklaşımların, heterodoks okulların veya işte biraz daha pluralist, işte çoğulculuğu önemseyen akımların ortaya çıkması aslında hep bu kaygının bir ürünü. Dolayısıyla hani sizlerin de belirttiği gibi İslam iktisadı da aslında bu en başta bu kalkınmacı anlayışa bir tür eleştiri. Diğer yandan da işte bu alternatif şeyi geliştirme, kurma, inşa etme üzerine bir söylem kullanmış oluyor. Sunumların aslında sonuna geldik. Bu ekipte bir soru olur mu bilmiyorum. Başka yorum ve katkı yapmak isteyen varsa yapabilir. İsa Hocam belki biraz daha tamamlamak istiyorsanız.
Ben Harun Hoca söyleyecekse söyleyeyim. Bir dakika sonra şey yapayım. Hemen ileteyim olur mu? Bir dakika sonra ileteyim hemen. Harun Hoca bir şey söyleyecekse alayım.
Yok, ben herhangi bir şey söylemeyeceğim hocam.
Ha, o zaman bir dakikanızı rica edeyim Harun Hoca.
Vakit.
Çok bir dakikanızı rica edeyim hemen. Hemen geliyor. Harun Hocam belki sana bir şey söylemek istersin.
Selman var mı sorun? Kameran da açık. Hoş geldin.
Hoş bulduk. Abi senin söylediğin gibi yani ben gördüğüm zaman oturum konuşmacı listesini çok şey yapmıştım yani hani muhtemelen hani keyifle geçecek oturum olacağını düşünmüştüm.
Peki düşünmüştün, düşüncede kaldı mı Selman yoksa?
Yok abi. Keyifle dinledim. Teşekkür ederim. Tebrik ederim. Erhan Hocam, İsa Hocam, Harun Hocam. İsa Hocam geldi, buyurun.
Buyur Selman, sen söyleyeceğin şeyler varsa tabii ki söyle, ondan sonra ben aktarayım.
Ben biraz böyle hani şu son zamanlarda şeyi okuyordum hocam. Bauman'ın kitabını okuyordum. Burada söylediklerinizin hepsini aslında Bauman orada söylüyordu. İktisada ve kalkınmaya yönelik fayda değer denklemine yönelik perspektiflerde. Biraz onun üzerine düşünüyorum. Acaba hani ne ekleyebilirim diye. Buyurun isterseniz siz. Belki yani sonra ben söz alırım.
Ben biraz sunumda zaman ayarı çok fazla yapamadığım için biraz hızlı bir şekilde aktardım. Aklımda sadece şunu söylemek var. Belki onu söyleyeyim, ondan sonra bırakalım. Çünkü programın son oturumu ve artık hem organize edenler için hem de katılanlar için belki zor olabilir bu dakikalar. Şeyi söyleyeyim sadece. Yani bu özellikle kalkınma meselesinde, iktisadi kalkınma meselesinde bir şekilde yani Türkiye'de ve dünyanın farklı yerlerinde İslam iktisadı literatürü, çalışmaları, uygulamaları bir şekilde devam ediyor ve gelişiyor gerçekten. Ve bir şekilde karşılaşıyorum yani iktisadi kalkınma meselesine özellikle baktığımda yani çok geleneksel, çok kavramın içerisine çok fazla alternatif bakışları çok fazla katmayan, meselenin özüne dair çok fazla belki konuşulan ama sınırlı olan, öyle söyleyelim. Yani hiçbir şey konuşulmuyor anlamında söylemiyorum. Ama çok sınırlı, mevcudu ele alıp, kabul edip bu şekilde devam eden çalışmalar var. Dolayısıyla ben mesela Papa Francis'in yazdığı genelgeyi okurken ki heyecanımı şeyde çok hissetmedim. İşte bir İslam iktisadı ve kalkınma gibi atıyorum bir çalışma, bir atölye, bir sunum neyse bunda çok fazla hissedemedim. Neden hissedemediğimi sonra düşündüm ve şunu gördüm. Gerçekten meselenin özüne, kendisine dair tartışmaları Papa Francis vermiş. Başkası verdiği için kendimde bir eziklik, hani bir Müslüman olarak eziklik hissetmedim tabii ki. Çünkü kim doğruyu dile getiriyorsa, güzel bir şekilde aktarıyorsa mutlaka onu takdir etmek gerekiyor. Ama en azından şunu söylüyorum. Müslümanlar olarak hayata dair farklı bir bakış açımız olduğunu iddia ederek, farklı bir ontolojiden, bir epistemolojiden beslendiğimizi iddia eden bizler olarak zannediyorum bu tarz meselelere bir Katolik'in, bir Katolik liderinin ele aldığı kadar en azından ele almamız gerektiğini düşünüyorum. Çünkü Müslümanların bu hayatta söyleyecekleri farklı bir sözleri var ve bu farklı sözün bir ağırlığının olması gerekiyor. Dolayısıyla ben Katolik işte lider Papa Francis'in o kurduğu cümleler, yazdığı o papalık genelgesinden heyecanımı başka açıkçası diğer metinlerde çok fazla bu kadar kapsamlı bir şekilde göremedim. İşte size sunumda paylaştığım o işte İslami çevre tahribatına karşı İslami deklarasyonu okudum mesela. 8 sayfa, 3-4 sayfası ayetlerle geçiyor ve genellikle işte iyi olalım, güzel olalım, hoş olalım gibi söylemler biraz var. Dolayısıyla kalkınma meselesinde ve diğer meselelerde de, kavramsal meselelerde özellikle bu kavramları tekrar ele alacak, baştan ele alacak, düşünecek bir yaklaşım geliştirmemiz gerektiği kanaatindeyim diyerek.
İsa Hocam,
Evet.
diyeceğim. Mesela şimdi o tam zamanlarını hatırlamıyorum. Papa'nın açıklamasıyla bu İstanbul'daki çevre iklimle alakalı açıklanan bu deklarasyon zaman farkı, o aradaki fark ne kadar bir süre
2 ay galiba. 18 Haziran, 18 Ağustos.
Ya ben şunu merak ediyorum. Yani hep bir eleştirdiğimiz bu financial product'larda da olduğu gibi önce atıyorum konvansiyonel bankalar çıkartır, daha sonra biz onu nasıl İslamileştiririz diye belli bir takım formel değişikliklerle kendimiz çıkartıyoruz. Acaba bu da öyle bir şey mi oldu ki? Yani Papa'nın deklarasyondan sonra bizim de sessiz kalmayıp bir şey çıkartmamız gerekir. Den yola çıkarak mı böyle bir deklarasyon yapıldılar? Bunu merak ettim açıkçası. Yani böyle gündemimizde var mıydı? Ajandamızda böyle bir madde var mıydı? Yoksa Papa'dan sonra mı böyle bir maddeyi aldık? Yani ben
girebilir miyim burada?
buyurun hocam tabii.
Kusura bakmayın, internetin bir ara kesildi. Aslında o İsa'nın bahsettiği İslami deklarasyon tarihi olarak oldukça eski. Ancak daha deklarasyon olarak yayınlanması
2002'ydi hocam herhalde Cidde'deki deklarasyon. 2002 ben de bahsettim.
O eski, yani Pop Francis'le mukayese ettiğimiz zaman eski. Ancak oradaki ben onun tarihini biliyorum. Fazıl Halid tarafından geliştirilmiş bir doküman. Fazıl Halid benim herhalde ilk tanıştığım İslamcı ekolojisti. Hatta bizim Müslüman Öğrenciler Birliği'ne de 91'de davet etmiştim. 1991'de. Dolayısıyla bunu kendisine konsern edilmiş, endişe edilmiş birisiydi. Onların çabası zaten website'e giderseniz onun orada 1990'larda İngiltere'deki aktif entelektüel Müslümanları göreceksiniz orada. Dolayısıyla onların geliştirdiği ama sistematik olarak oturmamış. Yani İsa'nın da dediği gibi Pop Francis seviyesinde bir doküman değil. Çünkü Pop Francis gerçek bir filozofiden ortaya çıkarak yapıyor. Ama Müslüman dünyada bunlar İbrahim Özdemir Hoca'nın lecture'ında da benim bahsettiğim gibi tam klasiklerden de bahsediyor hoca. Ama mesela klasiklerde de onu göremiyoruz. Yapısal olarak çevrenin, insan hayatının bir parçası olduğu ya da Pop Francis'in dediği gibi bizim evimiz olduğu anlayışı yok. Yani aynı şeyi ahlakla da ilgili görüyoruz. Mesela klasik ahlak kitaplarına da uzun zamandır bakıyorum. Hep daha çok etiket üzerinde kalıyor. Dolayısıyla yapısal bir şekilde bir ahlaklılık oluşturma çabası fazla verilmemiş. Yani burada da çevrede de aynısını görüyoruz ya da çevreyle ilgili problemlerde. Örneğin Pop Francis'in radikal bir şekilde borçlanmayla ilgili yaptığı statementları biz tabii hiçbir Müslüman scholar'dan göremiyoruz. Onlar aksine kapitalizmin daha iyi gelişmesi için çaba sarf edebiliyorlar. Ama Pop Francis borçlanmanın insan haysiyetini, onurunu aşağılayan bir yaklaşım olduğunu. Ama Muhammed Bakır Davut'a sorarsanız borçlanmadan hayatın devam etmesi mümkün değil. Yani İslamik finansın en önemli scholarlarından birisi. Dolayısıyla o farklılıklar var. Yani her ne kadar bu doküman eskise de yenilerin de yapısal olarak bir cevap oluşturma çabası olmadı. Pope Francis'in bu dokümandan sonra yapılmış olan Almanya'daki büyük toplantıdaki herhalde tek Müslüman bendim. Mesela oradaki toplantıda da açıkça onların pozisyonu görmek mümkün oldu. Ama arkasından Müslüman dünyada böyle bir ses çıkması konusunda farklı yerlere yaptığımız çağrılar, ya biz bunları hallettik zaten, ya bunlar çok sıradan şeyler kalıyor bize gibi yaklaşımlar oldu. Dolayısıyla biraz algı meselesi, biraz dünya ile ilgi meselesi ve öbür tarafta işin hep İhsan'ın da bahsettiği gibi ve senin de üzerine durduğun gibi sermaye üzerinden tanımlamaların dışında o benim bahsettiğim ilk denklemi tekrar yeniden oluşturma çabası. Pope Francis biraz onu denedi. Çünkü arkasında işte liberation teori var. Ancak ne yazık ki işte Pope Francis'in etrafındaki teknokratlar da, eleştirdiği teknokratlar da sonunda inclusive capitalism ve içselleştirilmiş kapitalizm sonucuyla bizim İslamik finansta yaptığımız gibi bir sonuçla karşılaştılar. Teşekkürler.
Teşekkür ediyorum Mehmet Hocam. Başka yorum, katkı sunmak isteyen, soru sormak isteyen var mı?
İsa ile ilgili bir yorum yaparsam, aslında Weber'le ilgili ciddi bir problem var. Nedense Weber'in söylediğinin bizim toplumlarda kalkınmışlıkla ilgili bir öykünme haline geldiğini görüyoruz. Aslında Weber orada ciddi bir şekilde sermaye birikiminden bahsediyor. Yani sorunu kalkınma olarak koymuyor aslında ortaya. Ortaya koyduğu problem sermayenin nasıl birikmesi ve nasıl oluşmasıyla ilgili. Ancak daha sonra özellikle Müslüman dünyada ya İslam öyle değil, işte iyi de kapitalist olabilir anlayışıyla ne yazık ki bu kalkınmaya dönmüş. Özellikle 1970'lerden sonra yapılan çalışmalara baktığımız zaman ya Weber haksızdı çünkü biz aslında kalkınıyoruz ve biz iyi kapitalist olabiliriz yaklaşımı hakim. Halbuki oradaki yani Weber'in çok ciddi şekilde aslında ortaya koyduğu nokta bir dini grubun çerçevesinde bir sermaye birikimi olması. Hatta bu soru mesela Samir Amin'e sorulduğu zaman, Samir Amin'e Mısırlı Marksist herhalde geçen yıl vefat etti yanılmıyorsam, şey diyor, ya diyor sonunda sermaye birikim varsa hangi din olursa olsun, İslam'ı da bir tarafa bırak, hangi din olursa olsun beni ilgilendirmiyor diyor. Yani onu çok iyi yakaladığı için onu söyleyebiliyor. Halbuki bizde bu kalkınma olarak algılanmış ve biraz aşağılık kompleksiyle yok ya biz yaparız. Tabii bunda Rodinson'ın daha sonra verdiği cevabın da çok büyük etkisi var ne yazık ki.
Evet hocam, teşekkürler. Başka soru, yorum, katkı var mı acaba? Evet, kimse de herhalde tutmama yok.
Herkes yoruldu artık Sercan.
Evet hocam. Bizim geçen haftaki programla birleşince hocam bir haftalık bir kalkınma büyüme kampı gibi oldu. Dolayısıyla aslında güzel oldu. Burada aslında birkaç nokta var. Bizim programla belki birleştirerek düşündüğümüz zaman çözüm önerisi olarak birkaç koldan gitmesi gerekiyor. Yani hem beşeri sermaye ile alakalı bir problem var çözülmesi gereken, hem toplumsal alanda yapılması, düzenlenmesi gereken alanlar var. Yeniden dağıtımla ilgili işte o politikaların etkin, verimli kullanımı ile ilgili gene birçok şey söylenebilir ve işte birçok politika geliştirilebilir. Bir de işte kurumsal bağlamda daha bunların sürdürülebilir şekilde ele alınması, işlemesi için gene çeşitli yaklaşımın geliştirilmesi aslında ön plana çıkıyor. Dolayısıyla aslında bu kalkınma, büyümeyle alakalı problemler bir tür paradigma inşasının da aslında temellerini ortaya koyuyor. Yani özellikle burada İsa'nın söylediği çok önemliydi. Yani sömürgeciliğin bir tür yeni dili gibiydi zaten bu kalkınma söylemi ve hiçbir şekilde de Orta Doğu, İslam coğrafyası ve genel anlamıyla merkez-çevre ilişkisinde çevrede kalan ülkelerin lehine olan bir sonuç doğurmadı. Dolayısıyla bu zaten baştan terazinin, dengenin merkez lehine olduğu bir düzendi. Bu anlamıyla yani bu tartışmalar çok önemli. İnşallah daha verimli, güzel sonuçlara, katkılara dönüşecektir. Ben Sakarya Üniversitesi'ne bu organizasyondan dolayı teşekkür ediyorum. Bana da söz verdikleri için burada oturum başkanı olarak. Hakan hocamıza son kapanışı yapmak üzere devretmek istiyorum. Tekrar Sakarya Üniversitesi'ndeki arkadaşlara, araştırma görevlilerine ve ICISEF'a teşekkür ediyorum. Hakan Hocam buradaysanız birkaç şey söz söyleyerek kapatabilirsiniz isterseniz.
Hakan
Hocam, yok hocam kusura bakmayın. Bir yandan şimdi önümüzdeki hafta malumunuz dersler başlayacak. Şu uzun bir pandemi döneminden sonra süreçler başlıyor. Onunla ilgili bir telefon gelmişti de o yüzden son saniyede duydum. Açıkçası Aslı hocamız da burada. Yani ben bu oturum özelinde değil de genel bir kongre açısından bir değerlendirme yapacağım. İnşallah verimli olmuştur. Mehmet hocamızla beraber yoğun bir şekilde çalıştık süreçleri hazırlarken panellerin hazırlanmasında ve temanın da özellikle gündemde tartışılan konular üzerinde olmasına özen gösterdik ve takip edebildiğim kadarıyla iyi çalışmalar, iyi sunumlar yapıldı. Paneller oldukça aktif geçti. Hatta süreler yetmedi. Yani bugünkü panelde de artık Cuma'ya gideceğim bırakın demek zorunda kaldım. Yani en son o açıdan oldukça verimli bir program geçirdiğimizi düşünüyorum. Ben burada hem kongrede tüm emeği geçen arkadaşlara, İSEFAM ekibine, Mehmet hocamıza özellikle bu süreçlerin geliştirilmesinde, önerileri her an ihtiyacımız olduğunda desteği sunduğu için kendisine teşekkür etmek istiyorum. Genel olarak kısaca çok da artık 4 gündür sabahtan akşama kadar burada mesai harcayan ekip arkadaşlarına tekrar ayrıyetten teşekkür etmek istiyorum. Onlar da artık müsaade istiyorlar. Son sözü ben Mehmet hocamıza bırakıyorum.
Teşekkürler Hakan. Zaten biz bize kaldığımız için söyleyecek fazla bir şey yok. Biz birbirimizi biliyoruz. Ama Sercan'ın bahsettiği gibi o paradigma değişikliğinin kaçınılmaz olduğunu artık özellikle evrensel olarak Birleşmiş Milletler'in bile bir şekilde ilk denklemi değiştirmese de sürdürülebilir kalkınma amaçlarından bahsediyor olması aslında kendilerinin de kabul ettiği bir krizden bahsediyor. Dolayısıyla o denklemin de o denklemi de düşünecek şekilde yeni bir paradigmanın oluşturulması gerektiğini düşünüyorum. Bu çok uzun süreçli, uzun sürecek, long term dediğimiz bir proje. Ama işte bu tür programlarla bir collaborative program dediğimiz birlikte çalışarak, ekiplerle çalışarak yeni alanları oluşturmak ve sadece grafting dediğimiz bizim aşılanmamızı bizi aşılayan klasik bir aşılamanın dışında alternatif olarak neler düşünebilir ve yapılabilir kısmı üzerinde ciddi şekilde düşünmemiz gerekiyor. Islamic Banking and Finance oldukça başarılı bir proje ama başarısı ne yazık ki sadece sermaye yönetimi konusunda kaldı. Beklenen transformasyonu sağlayamadı ki son 2 günde Oxford Center for Islamic Studies ve Malaysian Securities Commission'da da o konu Transformation Role of Islamic Finance'i tartışıyoruz. Dolayısıyla orada da aynı sorunlar gündeme geldi. Ama orada da gördüğüm gibi çok ilginç şekilde bizim son 10 senedir, 15 senedir moral ekonomi, substantive morality dediğimiz şeyler ilginç şekilde hem Securities Commission Başkanı'nın konuşmasında, yazısında vardı, hem Malezyalı Sultan'ın konuşmasında vardı. Demek ki bir şekilde aslında insanlar bizi ne kadar ütopyan olarak ifade etmiş olsalar da bir şekilde aslında dillere girmiş durumda bizim argümanlarımızda. O bağlamda aslında belki farkında olmadan bu tür konferans ve programlarla çeşitli etkiler de yaratabiliyoruz. Onun için ekip olarak çalışmak ve aynı motivasyonlarla hareket eden insanlar olarak umarım bu tür programları devam ettirerek ve belki workshoplar haline, böyle büyük konferanslar haline değil ama konu başlıklarıyla şeylere çevirmek, workshoplara çevirmek ve oralarda daha etkin olarak bu tür çalışmaları yapmak bizim için önemli olacaktır. Harun'un da bahsettiği o mektuptaki ifade gibi mülkiyetten başlamak, örneğin sermayeden başlamak, onların tanımlamalarını yapmak bizim için oldukça önemli yeni bir paradigmanın o temel taşlarını oluşturmak bağlamında. Fazla uzatmadan Sakarya ekibine teşekkürler. Oldukça iyi program oldu. Paneller oldukça iyi isimler vardı. Oldukça exciting oldu, başarılı oldu. Paper'ların çoğunu ne yazık ki göremedim. Onun için üzgünüm. Oldukça yoğun bir haftaydı benim için de. Ama emeği geçen herkese teşekkürler. Umarım gelecek zamanlarda da bu tür birlikteliklerle bu tür programları devam ettirmemiz mümkün olur. Siz de şimdi artık Sakarya ekibi de bir nefes alıp bu akşam rahatlayabilir. Teşekkürler arkadaşlar. Sağlıkla kalın.
Biz teşekkür ediyoruz hocam. Çok sağ olun. Tekrardan herkese
Bu
teşekkür
arada Hakan'ı çok yorduğumu da söylemem lazım konferansın hazırlık aşamasında. Dolayısıyla beni epey kötü ettiğini düşünüyorum ama fark etmez az. Hakan.
Estağfurullah hocam. Estağfurullah.
Oldu. Kolaylıklar diliyorum herkese.
Tüm hocalara,
Sercan hocam,
ediyorum.
bir şey söyleyecektin sanki el kaldırdığın gibi gördüm ama.
Tüm hocalara, dostlara selam ediyorum ben de. Teşekkürler tekrardan.
Görüşmek üzere. Hoşçakalın.
İyi akşamlar cümleten.